So checking out Hotel Architect. This is the second day we've been playing the recent update. I believe we were in Paris. So if you look at it, we've got these different maps that we've got, like, Gothenburg and Santorini. We have Paris, San Anton, New York, New Vegas, or Las Vegas, and then there is another map coming. Okay. So you're trying to catch up at the start of stream yesterday, and we're all talking about Opera GX link there for me. Yep. Yeah, no, I don't... Hotel in New Vegas would be cool? Yeah. So, where we left off with this, we have this hotel in Paris, and the bottom two floors were already here, because this is a scenario. We go up one more floor, and basically I've been mostly duplicating this bottom floor, except not the laundry or the workout room, and instead just one giant obnoxious bedroom, because this floor was utterly destroyed when we started. But in this scenario, what I'm trying to do is we have a new guest category, which is going to be our upper crust and our business guests. The highest, or the different ones we've run into in the past are backpackers, sporties, brats, and sunbathers. Because this game has different guest categories and types, and they all have their own different wants and needs and all that. We did spend most of our money, but it's kind of straightforward how the game works. Guest comes in, they go to reception, they go to the respective rooms, they want to use the amenities at your place. After a day or two or however long their stay is, they leave, and they give you a bunch of money. We do charge them $150. Oh, actually, this one we don't have pea soup. The meme is, the very first map, they have the hikers, and they like pea soup as their favorite dish. And we charge them $150 for it. It's just what the price is in this game for whatever reason. Alright, we got our employees are already training. Okay, so we had our critic review of 3 stars. Generally speaking, our bedrooms are not amazing, our sleep quality is not amazing, our toilets are not amazing, our seating is relatively good, our body wash is not amazing, our refreshments are not amazing, our entertainment is objectively bad. Our restaurant is a very mixed bag of terrible customer service, but really good food. We do not have a bar or a spa.
Shawarma.
Okay. So I'm just queuing up all the training we can to give our people stuff to just make them more effective at their jobs. And I'm also doing that because I'm waiting on money. I'm building another floor here for a conference room, a spa, a bar, an entertainment room. Basically, it's going to be a bunch of stuff for people to do here. But it all requires money. I have no idea how much money I need, by the way. So that'll be about 23,000. I'm assuming if I go like this... Yeah, it won't let me do it. That's fine. Oh, that's interesting that it can make it overhang the sidewalk. That'll definitely be mildly cursed. Yeah, it can't overhang any of the other directions. I'm tempted to do it. Alright. So we are going to slowly go... Not overhanging the sidewalk, only the entrance? Oh no, you're right. It is only overhanging the entrance. Put a bathroom there, it'll be fine. Some cursed piping that's like zigzag under the floor. Perfect for everything getting clogged extra easy. But yeah, so this game is one of those ones. Rooftop bar with outdoor seating. I haven't found a way to do that. I would be on board with making this like the bar that overhangs the entrance. That way you can be extra snooty about it. Okay, so we had 10 rooms occupied at the same time, so they gave us a new thing. So you've got your main objectives here that I have to accomplish just to complete the scenario. So what I have here is the first one, which is already done, is I had to renovate this floor, because this floor was like literally trashed wallpaper, chunks of floor missing and all that. The second one is I have to get 10 business guests to conduct meetings in a conference room. The third one is I have to have 10 guests complete spa sessions. And then the fourth one is I have to get my first upper crust guest, which there will be a bunch of requirements to accommodate that. We also should have gotten some research because of things going on there. I'm going to just run down the line of improving the quality of our bedrooms and all that. So it's going to cost me a bunch more money than I'm really prepared to spend. Okay, so upgrade everything, and our money's gone. Okay, so I have to wait a bit because I put myself $8,000 in the hole, but we massively boosted the quality of this room, and we're just going to go through and kind of boost the quality of all our rooms here. I'll make the game run faster to help that out. But yeah, so we're going to be working here and upgrading the quality of all our rooms and all that, which just will take some time. But yeah, so you can see this guest that just ran through here. I've lost her. Yeah, down here. If I can manage to click on her at these speeds. So that guest is considered a sporty. So the idea is they all have different requirements depending on what type of guest they are. To get the better guests that pay more and are more demanding, you have to get a higher star rating, which is doing stuff like improving the quality of the rooms, making sure whatever it is that they want at your hotel they have. And so you can actually click here, and you have all your different room types. So it's basically saying, here's all the backpacker requirements. They have to have a room size of at least $4. They have no minimum room value requirement. There's the entertainment they like. That's the drinks they like. That's the exercise they want. They want there to be an outdoor space. That's what they want at the bar. Then you got like sporty, their room requirement is twice as big, a little bit of money requirement, different entertainment. You get the idea. They've actually got pretty much everything sorted here. This feels like an upgraded version of Sim Tower from the 90s. Have a staff member master the way of the vacuum, is the achievement I just got. And then we got the upper crust, which requires a 5-star. So this will be the first hotel that I am required to get 5 stars with. Gotcha. Yes, it feels like an upgraded version of Sim Tower from the 90s. I mean, yeah, it's definitely a different animal from Sim Tower. There was it Project High Rise? Was the one that was trying to be a spiritual successor to Sim Tower. Unfortunately, the reality is it kind of never really hit that mark. Like it was in line with it, but I feel like I had to look. I know the last time I played Project High Rise, it was still feeling pretty early access. What kind of horror is this? Laundry on the second floor. We got a feather hat for having our guests give at least a 75% review for over 25. It wasn't as silly as Sim Tower was. Yeah, no, that's another thing. I mean, it wasn't as bad as our Greek hotel, where the Greek hotel, even reception was on the second floor, so you weirdly had to, like, cut through the gym or the restaurant to go upstairs to go to reception. It was a very weird layout. And for the record, these bottom 2 floors, this was already here. The only thing I changed is I did add a training desk down here, but otherwise that is literally the way this hotel started. And you can start a fresh hotel in the area if you want, but that's not the scenarios. It's kind of like Roller Coaster Tycoon or Planet Coaster or one of those games where you'll start with, like, you can just sandbox it and make whatever you want, or you can jump in and be like, oh, we've got this park here. There's trash everywhere. Oh no, there's trash everywhere. Whatever will we do? Please fix our park. We got a striped shirt for having staff level up 25 times. That's going really fast. Let's check at our staff, by the way. They're going to start complaining about pay. There we go. We can also check to see if anyone else is able to train while we're waiting. Because I spent a ton of money upgrading that, those hotel rooms. We're going to want to keep doing that. So we're going to get digital ID handler for a receptionist. So you go faster. We'll have you do fine table seating. Because Brats and Upper Cruster require that. And same here. Just spend our money on training. Project High Rise is the thing that Donkey Duff was talking about. It's supposed Project High Rise was intended to be a spiritual successor to Sim Tower, and I remember it not being bad. But it was definitely one of those ones that, like, you know, it didn't quite hit the mark from what I recalled. Like, I remember having fun with it, but, like, where I know I burnt a pretty good amount of money in Sim Tower. Let's see, you miss Sim Tower. Sim Golf was not playing modern systems without modding. The one I always waited for, like, a proper spiritual successor to is Sim Ant. Sim Ant back in the day was absolutely just an experience. You can get them to work with stuff like DOSBox and all that Donkey Duff, but there's something to say with having to spend a bunch of time to get a game working versus just playing a game. And that was definitely one of those things that I was literally commenting earlier on the stream that, generally speaking, the moment I have to break out the emulator or, like, do a whole bunch of adjustments and all that kind of to just make it work, usually I'm like, you know, man, I only got so many hours I can play games. I say as a content creator who plays games all day as part of my job. But, like, oh, sorry, the link will get eaten by Twitch. So we'll just see 3 asterisks where you'll see the link on your end. But yeah, no, if you're what was it, Ant Kingdom or something like that, if you're talking about that one, I played that a bit and it was rough. Like, maybe it'll get good, but when I messed with it, it was rough in the, like, things not quite working correctly. Oh, Ant Colony? Okay, that's a different one than I was thinking. Yeah, so we're getting decent money. So like I said, we're just trying to go through and upgrade all our rooms, because by upgrading the rooms, we'll be able to get better guests. Oh, also, we are a premium establishment. We will leave chocolate on the pillow. When you consider the prices of things, it's like chocolate $100 per room to do that. Or sorry, $10. And you're like, that's some expensive chocolate. And you're like, all right, we're charging $150 for pea soup. I don't think the chocolate's the thing that people should be upset about the pricing on. Okay, served 25 cups of coffee, gave us, like, sad gray carpet. Oh, Ant Colony Wild Forest. Okay. Probably shouldn't be clicking out of the window in the middle of that. Alright. I'm gonna wishlist that to look at that later. Okay. Yeah, I'll check that one out properly. Also, if I can have someone mention the game suggestions channel for me, because I do have a habit of wishlisting a lot. And it's like every once in a while I have to go through and, like, do the purge of the wish list. Yeah, that looks more like in line with what I'd want. Already ahead of you. Thank you, Burning Sun, I appreciate it. Because there was another one, I think it was like Ant Kingdom or something like that they dropped the demo the other year. And I think Ultra actually played it. and had not a great experience. And I got a hold of the demo and just, you know, after that took a peek at it off stream. I was like, this is really rough. It's like, this is really rough. Not that it couldn't be salvaged or anything. It wasn't that far gone. But it was like, okay, like, interacting with this game is tough. There's, like, zero perception of how strong something is relative to you. There's a very lack of situational awareness going on in the game. So for the nature of that type of game, is like, this is hard to play. Not in the, this is a task to overcome kind of hard to play, as in, this is hard to play, controls and user interface and all this make it hard to experience the game outside of the actual difficulty of the game. It'd be like if someone made a game about running, like QWOP, but unironically. Like, just bad controls kind of thing. Now, one of the downsides are, because we kind of get paid lump sum, we make very little bit of money from our hotel guests during their stay. It's when they check out. There's definitely a... You get a ton of money at once, and then you kind of starve for a little while, and then you get a ton of money, and then you starve for a little while. For those who played Farm Sim, you'll relate to that experience. Until you start getting a massive range of crops. It is one of those things that you spend or your production lines up. You'll spend a lot of time making $0 and just watching that ledger burn down as you're getting fertilizer and seeds and all that kind of stuff. And then August rolls around, and it's harvest time. And then depending on the crop and when you actually sell it and all that, you'll suddenly get that lump sum of several $100,000 in all at one time. Gonna push the wall up pretty hard and just finish upgrading these rooms. Because they will let you go into debt. It does have a limit on how far you can go. Wait, did I already... I guess I already upgraded that one. Oh, it's basically said you're done. No more borrowing money. That's fair. So it looks like my limit's around like 20,000. This is the last set of rooms here. No, I did not, Sir Galahad. Not enough cutlery at the restaurant. I am very broke and cannot do anything about that right now. I gotta wait for my guests to check out and give me money. Oh, one of our guests got mad because it took us too long to actually, you know, see them and everything. So, we'll deal with that, but I don't have the cash to fix it right now, so it's just a problem we have to exist with. I'm really hoping there's a critic on site. I'm really hoping it wasn't the critic that we failed to see. Oh, you're unhappy because there wasn't a shower. Just a bath. Well, that's inconvenient. Because not really a great way to set that up to make that not a thing. I didn't realize that the sporties would complain about that. So what are you? You're just a table. So what I could realistically do is get rid of the table and put the shower there. I'm really going to need a lot of these guests to check out stuff. Now, one of the hopes are, if we do manage to get up to the 4 stars, that will end up happening once we hit the 4 stars, is we'll start getting guests that pay us more per stay. Was there permanent guests? There's no permanent guests in this game. At least not that I've seen so far. They just stay, you know, n number of nights, and then you get paid for the amount of time. In real life, there are a lot of hotels and motels that won't let you have a permanent stay. There are ones that'll obviously accept that too. So we're just waiting for... Okay, so guests are checking out. Okay, so still 3 stars because you wanted luggage service and I don't offer that. Alright, that still opens up research. And with the research, there is luggage service. In restaurants and kitchens? Oh, that's just the highlight. Okay. Alright, that makes way more sense. I still have 1 extra point. We don't have the bar yet, but we'll need to expand that. There's staff limits there. The weird thing where we can steal aid from staff members to make them retire early or make other staff members younger, which feels dystopian as all get out. Alright. Okay, so we upgrade a little bit in her laundry room. We got minor upgrades we can do in our bathrooms. Okay. But all of this is just trying to make the rooms as good as we can, so we can hopefully get the better guests. So we can make more money. You get the idea. We need the snooty people. They have the money. Retire. No, we make them retire. We just rob them of their youth. Weirdly, I've got the... There we go. I had, like, the luggage service tag stuck on my screen. You can also discount rooms and all that to try and help. So one of the things I do need is... we would need to get the showers. Oh, we could serve with some... we could serve with some snooties. Oh, I think that sudden influx of expenses that keeps happening, I think that's training. Training and staff wages. How dare my staff want to be paid? It is interesting that you have, like, a set retirement age. That does mean as you train up your staff, if you aren't willing to, like, rob someone of youth and give it to your other staff to make them younger, eventually your well-trained staff will retire and you'll have to get new staff to be well-trained. So that sounds like you'll just want to keep extra staff on hand. How's everyone doing? I'm doing good. Now I need a, what was it, a spork gif or whatever it is. It's a spork that has a serrated edge. So it's your knife, fork, and spoon. And no one stops to think, well then how do you use it? Because you can't hold your food down and cut at the same time. Plus it's a weirdly kind of curved knife. So... Alright, so people are cashing out, so we immediately made almost 30,000, and they're still leaving. That's kind of the idea. So even though we go like 30,000 in debt, we are able to like upgrade all these things. All right. Okay. Alright, we're out of money again. But we're basically fully ramping up the upgrades to their very highest level on the hotel rooms, because once they're fully upgraded, I don't need to worry about it anymore. One nice thing about this this Paris one is in Greece we had to have air conditionings running everywhere because it's very hot. And here it's nice and tempered, so you don't have to worry about any of that. Hot chocolate with marshmallows? I'm down. So hopefully we get our critic to stay in one of the improved rooms. And then we can go back to working on our project upstairs. And also check out Passat doing some Dragon Quest IX, Sentinels of the Starry Skies. I played the original Dragon's Quest way back in the day. I think that was on the NES. I very much remember enjoying that, and I remember running and doing like the iron slimes and all that. And eventually... I remember you could like fight the last boss and they had like a decision for you or everything. So I remember going through the whole game. But that was really the only Dragon's Quest I ever ended up playing. The little goos and slimes? Yep. That's a fun emote. I haven't seen that one before. From FG. You beaten it once long time ago? Yeah, no, absolutely. The Dragon's Quest game that I beat was forever ago. This does seem to be one of the things that kind of delays you on a lot of stuff, is the upgrading the rooms, because you can just tie up a lot of your capital in doing so. Which is fine, you're investing to get more money later. So it's not, it's like it's a, you know, one-time major capital investment, not an operating expense, not a continuous operating expense. But, I think in the next floor, the first thing we build is the bar. Because I think that's going to be restricting, or that's going to be holding us back from most of the improvements we want to do. So we'll get the bar, then we'll add the conference room, then, you know, we'll add the spa, then we'll add the entertainment room, and then we also talked about putting a, like, just a regular old bathroom wherever we can fit it up there around all that, since we're going to have so many people upstairs. Because while everyone has their own restroom in their hotel room... Oh, good. So it looks like our, it looks like our guest, our critic coming through. Item is completely broken. Luckily, I did train one of my maintenance people to be able to fix things that are completely broken anyways. Okay, so the critic gave our bedroom 4 stars. Sir, get out of the way. Sir, get out of the way. Don't let the critic fail. Sir. Okay. Don't bogard the critic. They're more important than you are. You're trying to beat everything in the game? Yep. Alright, seating 4 stars. Toilet 5 stars. Apparently the critic really liked the toilet. Okay, so critics using the various machines in the gym. Gym 5 stars. What about entertainment? Where are you gonna land on the entertainment side? Entertainment's still a 2, which is fair. I don't have much entertainment stuff, and it is getting overutilized to the point that people are giving up trying to get access to it. So I think we're looking at a much better review this time. I'm not sure if it'll push us up to the 4 stars that we're aiming for. But it is an improvement. Alright, we'll wait till they're not sleeping so we don't interrupt it. So I got 2 more the hotel rooms to upgrade, and then all the hotel rooms are upgrading. Do we have common seating that I need to upgrade? We do. Okay, so let's remember to upgrade the seating in that area. Roof bar, pinball arcade. Yeah, so the plan for the roof here is I haven't figured out which section I'm going to put where. We're going to go and make all of this area open. I think the bar will be out here, kind of overlooking the entrance. I might put, like, the entertainment room here and maybe the bathroom over there. We'll have a spa and a conference room. And that's the plan for that top floor. So we are planning on having a dedicated entertainment room up here, which will just have, like, everything from the surfing pool to the whack-a-stomp and the pinball machine and all that. Okay, so people should start cashing out soon. And then once we start getting the paid, we'll be able to all that. 5-star on the restaurant. Alright, that's looking pretty good. We've been managing to give the critic a really properly good stay. Alright, what is your final verdict, critic? Still only 3 stars because I don't have luggage service. So the bedroom overall really well ranked. Sleep quality, toilet, body wash, all really extremely well ranked. Seating, goodish. Entertainment was a big negative for us. The gym and the restaurant and all that were super high ranked. Refreshments were just okay. Oh, literally I cannot hit 4 stars without the bar. I understand. So it's literally the lack of booze that's done us in. The game says hard pass, you may not succeed without the bar. Alright, so should still have people cashing out. Or not. So we're almost done upgrading everything. Okay, so let's get in here. So that's literally maxed out all the room stuff. So I got 4 more points of research to go. There's what we got. So we got miscellaneous, vertical velocity, elevators allow the character to move faster between floors, air conditioners, trash in style, speedy builders, credit champion, increases your credit limit to 40,000, Ice Taker qualifies you to get higher loan offers. Loan Magnet offers you extra loans. None of those are what I need. Unlocks bellhop staff luggage storage. I see. So I'm not going to have that the next time. But we can get special bedroom amenities, such as a mini bar, safe and ironing board. I'm sure we will need that all. Meanwhile, let's go to our staff members again. Because they're gradually going to have increased requirements for pay and all that. So what we can do is go way down here, grab a copy of that door. Let them start getting to work. Granted, they won't be able to finish it with its current setup, but that's okay. Like I said, we'll go ahead and we'll open this out this way. Get that top floor together. Alright. Yes, we gotta get the bar sorted in a big way. I didn't realize that was the one blocking me from even being eligible for 4 stars. Okay, so people should be checking out soon. And some people do stay multiple nights. Which does end up being one of those things where you make a lot more money, but, you know, the delayed gratification kind of deal. I believe we just have this little area back here to upgrade. Okay. Oh, do we have a lot of people? Okay. I was about to say, it's like, please tell me you don't have like half the hotel is staying for extra days. I mean, it'd be good long term. And it's looking like it might be leaning that way. Okay, so that's done. That's done. That's done. Upgrade you. No, we don't have enough money for more. Yes, unfortunately we had a whole bunch of the ones staying here today are staying multiple days, so that means a much bigger payout tomorrow. But also I have to wait for that payout. It'll also be curious, like, as we start getting the other guests, we get less of the sporties. Like, how much of these other problems, because, like, right now, since everyone here is a sporty, this is the sporty's favorite entertainment, and they're just not getting anything done because they're stuck waiting in line for it, because they only have the one machine. I don't think it makes sense for me to have a bunch of those machines because we're going to be switching our guest type. Okay. Because it's literally just one more item in here, in this room here. And then all our hotel rooms are fully upgraded. And you can offer discounts as well, which can help you target certain guests and all that. I'm assuming that'll be probably like the last map or last couple maps. You'll have like a variance where you might have like the cheap guests and the really high-end guests, so like this big discrepancy between them. That there'll be like some managing around that. That's my guess. I haven't gotten there, obviously. This is the map that's introducing the last category of guests, and then I'm assuming the maps after this will make you do that thing. The regular guests and the Trivago guests. The high rollers. We have to have our separate restaurants to keep them away from each other. Can't have them mingling among the regular people. Alright, come on. Okay, so that is all fully upgraded. That is all fully upgraded. Alright, so it looks like all of our rooms are fully upgraded. You guys are not familiar with the commercial? I am not. At least not off the top of my head.
Schwarples.
Okay, training for more special stuff. Same here. Alright. So you can get them to spend extra money.
Karma Corda.
Alright, so now I can have it so this person, if they work anything electrical, it'll stay repaired longer. The same room, but one guy pays twice as much. The other guy pays, you should have used Trivago. Oh man, no, yeah, I've seen those before. It has been a long time since I've seen it. Did they have Shatner, market that, if I remember correctly? Okay. It was one of those kind of things where it's marketing that, like, you know, you get the discount rates and all that from using different services or whatever. So these up here that we're adding are supply stacks. They don't cost anything, but it prevents, oh, Shatner was price lined. That's right. But same basic idea. Get you your discount, whatever. But yeah, so you notice they were having to run all the way down here to the truck before. Those supply crates are basically, they can grab 30 things from up there. They carry a box up there. So it's one heavy load trip versus a bunch of light load trips, so it's just faster. Alright. So we're just trying to get the structure built here, and then we're going to start breaking it off into its individual rooms and do all that stuff. And actually, that's all filled in now, so let's go ahead and we'll wall this off. If you don't have money, I won't do that. But wall this back off. The reason I opened it up is so they could go and finish the construction there. But then we'll wall this off, and we'll start converting this into the bar. I will need to go and get the walls all painted up and all that. I feel like the bar should have its own aesthetic and not just repeat the aesthetic of the rest of the hotel. Okay. I do wonder how tall some of these buildings can get, because the game did allude that you will build up straight up skyscrapers by the time it's done, which I'm assuming is when we get to like New York City and all that. Whereas like the very first hotel, you're like, you can only have 2 floors. Like that's a hard restriction on that map, is you can only have 2 floors. So make the most of what little space you got. Alright, that's fine. We're already working on it. So with this, we now can get luggage service. We can expand our menu. Okay, so what's it cost for me to add luggage service? I can stop whining. Used by guests and bellhops when luggage service is provided. Oh, it has to be in... Yep, well, I don't know what else happens with that, but okay. Okay, get that built. So the common area, we are going to give it the same walls. Oh, 1 second.
Coco.
Had someone get trapped. Upper GX is clean? Yeah, no, I very much like it. Like I said, I've been using it for a bit over a year. Old Darkwood decor. That's kind of what I was thinking as well. You know, because this is going to be like bougie high money kind of nonsense. We're going to go with that. That whole deal. Now, we're definitely doing the damaged wallpaper. Now, let's see. So what do we got here for... something that looks... like it'd be like high value or whatever. So... well, that's nightmare fuel. Alright, so we don't have quite that. And give it like the royal paneling. Just trying to look to see what it looked like. It's fine. I'll have to wait a minute. Yeah, so they've got the hallways all done now. We just need to go in here and get the actual bar set up. In hindsight, what it could do is have the actual bar staff back here, and then this is just seating and all that. We'll see. I'm also curious with the floors. It would be cool if they had, like, a glass floor you could see through. And put that on the front part. Well, the marble is the bougiest. It gives, like, 7. Oh, there's... I mean, Some of the wood over here is at least a 5. Well, it would just be this one lip right here at the very edge. Like, look out over the balcony kind of thing. So the bulk of the bar would be safe. It'd be kind of like if you've ever gone to, in New Zealand, they've got, like, their sky tower thing. They can go up there and, like, most of the floor is solid, but they have these, like, little windows that if you wanted to look down, you can. But it is kind of one of those things you walk up to it to look down into it. So it is kind of a cool effect that, you know, as long as you're paying any kind of attention. Ooh, green marble. Like, deep green. Napoleon hat for 100 check-ins. Sure. So we've got that. Now I need to figure out our walls. I assume that'll look terrible. Yep, that does not go together at all. That's basically a holiday room at that point. Only you're a little darker. Green marble flooring, someone's manifesting. Yep. It is the color of money. And also, green marble has always been seen as like a thing of wealth. Like you look at places like Rome and Florence and like the really big money houses of the back in the day. And they'll have like lots of green and red marble. Because it was just seen as a thing of like high wealth or whatever. Let's go with the blue for like a sky look. I feel like it needs to be darker. Okay, you know what? I'll take it. That'll work. That is doable. Okay, so zone, bar. You're gonna be a bar now. Alright, so the drink menu. The most important one, we got the upper crust and business will get their drink. The brat and business will get that drink. Sporty, backpacker, upper crust will get this drink. We'll go and grab a sunbather drink just because we can. And all that, and I'll need... Basically, we just don't have a drink for the sporty people. Yet. It's gonna take us a minute to get this all serviced because I got a lot of bar things to set up. Do we have any research points? We got one more point. You added one is sporty? Backpackers are neglected? I skipped on the one for sporty. The backpackers are fine. We'll be getting one more drink and we'll get the sporty also handled here in a minute because we will get the critic in here before we're done. Yeah, we got Such a Cookie at their 675 stream streak, so I do really appreciate that. And also Cravenheart at the 110 stream streak. I apologize for missing that earlier. So definitely some massive stream streaks going on. So just waiting for that money to come in a little bit more. Meanwhile, let's go here. Get more of these going, because I have a whole floor to do. Alright. So we need a bar counter, cash register, let's change that over. Cash register, bar tap, fancy drinks, glasses, go with the green theme. Alright, we'll need to assign a staff member. Okay, so we have an aeration master knows how to aerate and prepare grape juice the best way, resulting in better experience for the guests. Anxious, always fears the worst. The mood level of this worker can never reach maximum. Introvert, we definitely don't want an introverted bar thing. And a perfectionist. Alright. There you go. We officially have a bar mostly set up and underway. Do you wear a flat cap in real life, or is this just avatar and a lie? So the avatar's not supposed to be me. When I started stream, I actually did GTRP, not for streaming reasons. I had already been playing a little bit GTRP. And so it's supposed to be my character from GTRP, but we just kind of kept it as an avatar over the years. But it's not supposed to be me. Oh, wait, you shouldn't be there. He's a handsome avatar. Well, thank you. Alright, well, that is a functional bar. And we do have the bar functional before the critic had a chance to get up here. Oh, fine, I'll change your menu. Fine. There. There. We've added a sporty drink onto the menu to stop the whining. Staff member, do not block things up from the critic getting their drink. Again, they are far more important than you will ever be. Okay. Hey, 4 stars in the bar. There is a very good chance that'll give us our 4-star rating, and that our clientele will expand dramatically. And I'll have so much more work to do. Make it so people can just look in on the bar. Okay. We can check in our staff real fast. Make sure the wages are all paid.
Hasadabu?
And as soon as we have some money, we can train a bunch of our staff to make them more effective. Because we'll make it so they no longer have to run to the copying machine and go get the cards from the cabinets and all that. Or the keys from the cabinets and all that. Just make everybody faster. Yeah, it's gonna make me wait until we have the cash. Alright. Oh, you know what I'm betting? We have to hire a bellhop. Well, so we didn't offer luggage service because I forgot to hire the person to actually do the work. I got the equipment, but not the employee. Okay, that's still fine. Entertainment's still rough. That's what it is. Let's drop the speed a little bit. So we can go ahead and get our bellhop. So we have who is anxious, a betting junkie, who tends to demand more tips than others, a hypochondriac who is sensitive. Alright, we got the red carpet simulator for 4 stars. Yeah. So solid review across the board. But that'll mean better guests. Dense and greedy. Our bellhop options are terrible. I'm going to just not have a bellhop until we get there. Can you not extend the floors and make them bigger? On this building, we're trapped in by the surrounding buildings, but we can build up. So, like, this is the maximum footprint where I've got this minor overhang here. Otherwise, all this neighboring property isn't mine. Need just a little bit more money. That when you bulldoze them accidentally. Keep in mind this is literal Paris in the game. So, you know, accidentally removing the neighbor's building in downtown Paris right by the Eiffel Tower, probably not going to be a thing that you're going to be able to get away with in real life. Yeah, no, I don't think you can make a basement, but that would be kind of a nice touch. I'm thinking we get, like... one more thing. So we should actually have more people start showing up, other than just sporties soon. Okay. We can go here. Remove these walls. Get that space done. Not enough cutlery. So what we could do here is we can go back to our research. What we can do to help with that is the restaurant. The larger shelves will mean more cutlery. We can get the extra drink on the menu, and I got 3 more points to work with. Better trash cans. Better dumpster. Even better dumpster. So made the trash can better. I also forgot to upgrade these seatings. Okay. We're basically waiting on money now to upgrade our kitchen and restaurant a bit. And then we're working on getting these to be like, one to be a bathroom and one to be the entertainment room. It is a seafood tank that is like lobster and oysters and all sorts of stuff. Only the freshest ingredients. Okay, so we've got options for literally everyone at the bar. Lobster fresh since when? You can go places that have live lobster that they pull from the tank and serve it. You pay too much for it. Live lobster's worse? Don't know. That's a small room off the dining area by the restrooms? Yeah, there's a small restroom way down here, but the thought is potentially putting a restroom way up here, since it is 4 floors away. Yeah, I'm not one who particularly cares about that kind of thing. Like, you know, live lobster or whatever. But it is a thing. You're asking what was the room above the restaurant? Oh, above the restaurant? That's a gym. This is a gym, and then this is like your laundry room. Okay. The fancy chairs definitely feel like an objective downgrade in comfort. Like, the second one's probably nicer, but you get to that third one, you're like, nah, that is just a worse chair. Let's be real here. Is there anything else to upgrade here before we go farther? I do really appreciate in the game that there is just like inline upgrades, you just hit the button. Ah. There were upgrades to the rooms as well. That's unfortunate. There's also a small icon with an exclamation mark in that room. Oh, that's one of our people has to go and resupply, like, a water tank or whatever it is. Okay. So what we're going to start doing now grab those entertainment things and move them up. And I'm going to have to add a lot of entertainment places. We got a lot of upgrades to do. Their guests are going to complain about the lack of aesthetics for the entertainment room for a minute. That is what it is. You also have upgrades you can take. But yeah, we're making good money, though. They're asking about the room to the north of the washrooms on the first floor. Oh, this room? That's just part of the restaurant. It just has fridges. It was just already here, but it's just part of the restaurant. It just has like refrigerators for soft drinks and all that. Yep, my apology, was not understanding. Yeah, no, it's just basically think of a supply closet. You don't strictly need this as a separate room. This bottom floor was already the way it was when when you started the scenario. That's interesting. So the big rooms had a couch to upgrade. The little rooms don't. Okay, so it's only the big rooms that have one more thing for me to upgrade. That one I already had upgraded as well. Okay. So now we start working on getting our other rooms set up. All the hotel rooms are pretty much maxed out. Now we got our menus all sorted. Oh, that's right. We can go down here. So dining menu. So basically, the business people could use something they like a little bit more. So that'd be the Sporties. That has no effect on the menu. The oysters are for the brats. Okay. So we don't have an option that is like maximum for the business people yet. Looks like it's locked behind some type of progress. It's probably locked behind the conference room. Okay, there's keycard training. You've already got those. What do we have for these other ones? So we got Sprinting Pro, which makes them move faster, but they get tired quicker. So you can have them where they're just 30% faster in general, or you can make them 50% faster, but they get tired quicker. You can have them rule by fear, which means they make all staff nearby move faster for 15 seconds, but makes them sadder. You can boost the energy of nearby staff member by having leadership, take less time off, need less breaks, but slower movement speed, need less breaks just generally. An uplifting aura that makes everyone nearby happier. So I think I'm just going to get the basic speed boost without the penalty to start.
Kodabuka.
And we can worry about the other stuff later. Do the same. So Recycling Expert earns $5 for every item this character throws into a dumpster. Sure. Why not? And then we have you. Okay, don't have enough money. So, you having an uplifting aura might be a good one, so that everyone who goes to the restaurant gets a mood bonus. The speed walking would certainly help them, but just having them boost the mood of everyone around is just a generic win. Any good bellhop? Oh, right, the bellhop. I forgot about the bellhop. I'll have to wait till we get some more stuff. Let's also go. Kind-hearted, treats guests well, but drains energy when receiving a scolding. Stinky, apparently never showers, not exactly appreciated by anyone nearby. Can't resist sneaking a peek into guest suitcases and sometimes borrowing things. Caffeine addict. Dense, sensitive, and slacker. Well, caffeine addict is definitely the least problematic of those. Yeah, no, exactly. We had our service rating in the restaurant was terrible, whereas the food was good. So I do think getting the mood bonus there will help. So we got 4 stars again. They were unhappy about the lack of luggage service and room service, whereas most of the stuff related to the room was 5 stars. Entertainment refreshments are lacking, and the restaurant had a food quality of 0, which is curious. Let's see. So we'll give you botanist, so plants stay watered longer. Okay. We'll give you mixologist, which means certain beverages you can make at a higher quality. Okay. I'm gonna need a second bartender. Energetic, bright outlook. Lost in thought, positive, aerate master. Extroverted. Here. They gasp as the new bartender shows up. Oh, did that bartender go into training? That's exactly what happened. It was the bartender's turn to train, so she just up and left. You'll be a grape expert for your first training. So one of the bartenders will know their way around wine, and the other one will know their way around mixology. Okay. So I don't think there's like an entertainment room or anything like that. But that's fine. You just noticed, what was your bellhop's name? That is an excellent question. Natalia Portman. Because another name for a bellhopper is a porter. And Natalie Portman. So it's got 2 things doing work for it. Okay, so entertainment. So with the brats, you have... This might have to go along the back because it's so snug. So the brats, they literally have a red carpet simulator. So where they stand in the red carpet with a fake paparazzi that takes pictures of them. So you want a gumball machine. Alright, we can make that happen. Or extend the bar and stick to 2 pianos in the corner. Piano duel. Sadly, I don't think that'll be a thing that really does stuff. I'm basically just trying to make an entertainment room real fast to just try and get all the entertainment needs covered. So we don't have to listen to them whine anymore. That's for business people. So we'll need that one. It's sunbathers, sunbathers, sunbathers. Brats, upper crust. Yeah, there's just no room for all the other stuff. Yeah, all the entertainment you could cram in a hallway. I'll put a wall here. Once I have the money. And I gotta put flooring and all that kind of stuff going on in here. I appreciate my staff going to the bar and buying drinks on their, you know, spending their hard-earned wages, to simply get themselves some drinks. Is the boxing machine even accessible anymore? I think so. We're gonna find out. It doesn't seem to be unhappy. Because it's shown us a red mark in the past. I guess technically that means you would work over here. Honestly, I feel like that actually works in the bar. Close off this space. Because then we could potentially add the last few things we would need. Which is the surfing game. Yeah, so if I turn it through that way, it gives a you can't walk that way, but the other ones it seems to be alright. Okay, so we've got all that set up, so now we need to go in here and actually make this room not suck. Because it is a pretty terrible room. We'll just keep to the theming of the hotel. Okay, and we can go over here and grab these windows. I guess there'll be no window on that side because there's just no room. Alright, so we've got that. So we still need the business room and the spa. Or the conference center and the spa. So I have no context of what a conference room needs. It's literally just going to be a conference table and some bonuses. Okay, so I realistically feel like we can add 2 conference rooms up here. And then squeeze in just a little bathroom. Okay, so we can grab the conference furniture. So the requirement is to have the conference table. And then we can add some whiteboards and all that, none of which I think are very important, but might give us bonuses to the room. Change my mind. You're gonna be... two windows there. And you're working on that. And then we need to paint this room. The same idea. And we can grab the eyedropper here. Okay, and meanwhile, you're running up and downstairs. Get all those supplies up there to go faster. We've got our entertainment room coming together. We've got our first conference room going. This will be the spa going down this side. And then, like I said, I think I'll put a second conference room back here. This will be like a little bathroom nested in up there. But that's all fine. But we should have entertainment for all of our distant guest type now. Okay, no one else needs new training. Let's go ahead and get a second bellhop if we got one that's not crappy. A greedy thief. A stinky thief who's kind-hearted. And a greedy... Bellhops are terrible. I missed what that one guest was complaining that we didn't have. Because they'll mark, they'll be like, oh, you know, they'll have like a little thing over their head that they wanted something and it wasn't available. Alright. Bet you it was one of these snacks. So we can go down to here. I don't need to be fast forwarding nearly as much. We've got money coming in relatively well. So I've got a coffee machine. I've got that machine. I do not have you. We've got the water machine. We can have like festive snacks and all that, but we're good there. We can add mini bars to the rooms. Well, some of the rooms don't have space. So the big fancy rooms are getting mini bars. Okay. And they're continuing to get our entertainment room and all that sorted. We can also add you onto the list here. You on the list there. What door do we have for the bathrooms down here? We just have a standard door, that's fine. Okay, so now again the Conference room all set up. The red carpet simulator seems like the most degrading thing possible. That you would pay good money to stand on a red carpet with a camera flashing in your face so you can get the experience of what it's like to be on the red carpet. Feels like such the kind of thing you would do as you slowly just reach sorrow on the inside. It's very much one of those things you're like, oh, I am so sorry. Okay, so next we're going to probably need the spa. And this is one of those rooms I don't know much about yet. So I've got the spa. It's going to be this whole room here. Okay, so there's no, like, front counter, I think. So we can get a hot tub. An ice bucket, a refreshing cold therapy where guests pour ice-cold water over themselves. We'll have the massage chairs. We've got aroma tables of various kinds. A skincare table. Some lounge chairs. A mud bath. You definitely have room for. A spa shower. And then a coffee machine. And some water. Let's see, a chair or bath might fit nicely next to the hot tub. This is true. I have no context of how much stuff I need here. Okay, so let's get this room painted up so it doesn't look terrible and the people won't whine about it. So the spa definitely feels like it should be the escape from the aesthetics of the entire rest of the building. I was almost hoping for like a bamboo kind of flooring. So put down some nicer, like some lighter flooring. I shouldn't say nicer. It's a shame the bamboo is like. That is always one of the negatives in these. Oh, do you like the tropical pattern? Yes, they have like a prestige rating or whatever, like a star rating. And it's always a bummer in these games when you kind of have that, where you have like your higher star ratings and they kind of lock you in. Make it look like Japan. We'll do the tropical pattern. Okay, so you can put the one there. So we got 4 stars because we don't have room service. Oh, that can't go there. Hang on. I mean, it can, but it'll look weird from inside. Honestly, that'll probably be good. Alright, so meanwhile, want to set a separate conference room over here. And as far as I've been able to find, there isn't a, like, mirror this room option. So that's the reason I'm doing this all manually right now. Okay. So we're going to need to figure out room service is one thing that's going to need to happen. Okay, so let's leave all that the way it is for a moment. Is it just a new staff member? Who does room service? I've got, so there's not a new one there. Do we have anything here? So let's check on you. So I've got all the bedroom stuff kind of maxed out. That's the staff limit, dishwasher, all that's like maintaining stuff here. This is all money stuff. The elevator is its own thing. Speedier construction people, I'll go ahead and get that just because.
Great job. You're definitely on your way to transforming this tired old hotel into something magnificent.
Okay, and we had enough people use the spa service that we finished one of our objectives. Bellhop does room service. Okay, so it might just be that I need another bellhop. That's right, we were looking at another bellhop, but all of our options were terrible. Bad temper, slacker, who's lost... Why are the bellhops so awful? Like, none of the other ones have been nearly as problematic, and the bellhops are just straight up terrible. There, so we'll have fruit and all that going on in here. And so far we're not getting any of the business people. And thank you, Big Orion, for the 130 stream streak. I do really appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. Okay, we got more. Check bedroom items also. That's what I was curious, if there was something like a phone or whatever that they needed. So we got fancy beds, stuff here. Room service table. There we go. Where on earth am I shoving this thing? It's gonna be just the bougie rooms that get it. Sorry, getting very cramped in there. Oh, we got one more bougie room back here. Yes, the ironing board is for business people. And then the safe is for business and upper crusters. Look, man. The plant's gotta go. There's no room. And then we can get a vanity. So I think we'll get rid of the small tables. And put in vanities instead. Please tell me it will let me. It's not the correct type of room I can't put in there. It's okay. There was already a thing here previously that they wanted showers. That's not convenient placement. Okay, so get rid of the windows. I'll put in the showers, because we had people complain about that earlier. Okay, so what are you? You are just a case stand. So let's go ahead and we can get rid of these, one of the side tables from each of the rooms. I'll put a vanity there instead. Okay. So we can let them just do their thing for a bit here. So I spent a lot of money getting the stuff improved there. We've got our guests, or our business ones. I'm assuming that's a 5-star kind of situation. We still got an open room here. We haven't unlocked any new rooms. We would have the sauna and the casino next. I don't think will be happening. In the meantime, you'll be a bathroom. And we'll go here, bathroom things. We'll have 2 shower cubicles. 2 toilet cubicles. A real fancy set of sinks. Some nice towel holders. Some nice mirrors. Strategic trash cans. I use the same aesthetic they used for the bathroom down here for consistency. I'm gonna put a... Oh, the window would weirdly... It's fine. Actually, I put it here? Nah, it's fine. I'll just not have a window. That's fine. Alright, so they're just going to keep working on that. They're going to have to run the whole way up and down the entire building to do it, but, you know, that's the thing. Let's also take a peek, see if we got our new bellhop options to hopefully get someone less terrible. Anxious, bar lover, greedy thief, kind-hearted stinky thief. So, anxious. You know what? You know what? That's fine. An anxious bar lover, that is just what's gonna be. Oh. You don't know where to be. There you go. Yeah, let's check our employees' training real fast.
What can I beat you?
Let's see. So you're gonna have the uplifting aura. We have Natalia Portman. So we can have service-minded, speedy room service. Improves movement speed while carrying items for room service. We'll do the room service one on both of them. And let them keep doing their stuff. So is there a way I can... I really can't bit more in on the bar. I was going to see if I could get a second register to have both bartenders working the counter at the same time for better throughput, but we're a little cramped in there. I mean, I could shift all this back one tile and give myself like one extra tile down here. So I could have the 2 registers here and the 1 counter there. We'll see if it's actually getting backed up, though. You're going slow enough here. Are they even using the sink area below the register? Below the register? Oh, this thing? It's only for certain drinks. So all of these are required if certain people order certain things. We have the minimum required for the options we've got. Okay. But overall, we're doing pretty good. That thing. The spa looks pretty nice. It does. I was a little worried that the, like, tropical print wallpaper is going to look extra tacky and awful with the floor, but it honestly looks not bad. Because I've definitely been places in Florida they'll have, like, that kind of a print in the background, and it just looks super tacky sometimes. But sometimes they also do it well. I don't know what, like, the magic difference is between, you know, a place that looks, like, relatively good, like, you know, Margaritaville or Bahama Breeze kind of thing when they do that. And then when you go to, like, the little place over in, like, Cocoa Beach or whatever, that you go in there and you're just like, I get it, you're in the tropics. But, like, you know, this looks real bad. I honestly couldn't point at the difference between the two. I'd have to do a, like, side-by-side comparison, but, you know, they're not side-by-side. So the critic will arrive today, and hopefully we can get ourselves a 5-star review, because I believe that's what's necessary for upper crusters and all that kind of stuff. So we are going to have to look and see whatever their review is, and then based on that review, make whatever, like, fill in whatever gaps they're unhappy with, improve whatever needs improving. Because I don't need to make my business or upper cruster guests happy. They can literally be livid as long as they show up. That's all I need. I just need them to be here. Them being happy is purely optional. Now granted, that's for our primary objectives. We do have secondary objectives we can go through. And those will be stuff like, you know, get $1 million, get a 5-star hotel, max out a character, have 20 occupied bedrooms at the same time, reach the maximum height of your hotel, have an upper cruster give an 80 review, both up cruster and business people, buy art for at least $300,000. Oh. Wait, what? Hang on. What now? Art and decorations? Sort by price descending. Ah, we can just buy the Mona Lisa. Or a statue of a golden bull. Yeah, so basically I'd have to buy the Mona Lisa. Which I guess with this being Paris, sure. That checks out that is like, hey, you have to have the Mona Lisa in your place to get this bonus objective. Get your $1 million and immediately buy the, you know, just wander over to the Louvre and just go, hey, have a big pile of money. I'm taking this painting. No, you say it's famous? Hey, counter argument. Cash. Alright. The critic's going through and doing all the things. I think she's reviewing the place basically as a business firm. I haven't figured out the critics so far as their prioritization. I lost track of her. She went over here to the machine, and then I just completely lost that she was where she was. Yeah, so just waiting on that 5-star review, hopefully. Because like I said, I think that is a blocker from us getting the business people. We can check that. Okay, so business actually only requires a 3. So we should actually be able to get business people in now. And upper crusters require 5. So weirdly, we are getting almost exclusively brats. And sporties. So I think we actually need to make rooms that are... What's the blue thing over here on the left? It is a surf simulator. That what'll happen is sunbathers, if they show up, will use that as their entertainment. That and the tanning machine. So I think the problem we're running into here is because of how nice the rooms are, they're skipping straight to brats showing up instead of business people. Which is a curiosity that, like, that could be a problem I run into. That's okay. So we'll go and make a floor dedicated to getting business people in here. So I'll make the rooms too small to qualify for brats. But, you know, at least enough to satisfy business people. Entertainment 5 stars. I'm gonna need a pretty good chunk of change to do all that. What is... So you were unable to get room service, which is probably she just stayed in one of the rooms that didn't have the room service table. That is what it is. We move on. So, the next thing we'll do is we can expand and all that. Let's okay. So we just upgraded all of the stuff related to the kitchen. Cool. And then all the stuff related to the laundry room. Rip money, but that's okay. Let's see, the square in the middle seems to lack wallpaper. Oh, the middle doesn't have wallpaper. Yeah, and this has like that pattern there. Oh no, I see what you're saying. Never mind, I apologize. Yep, there we go. So if I were to go in here... Alright, so we're looking at probably a little over 100,000 to get the entire top floor done. And we got Zal Soul at 115 stream streak. You couldn't imagine ever having such a consistent streak. It's appreciated. But yeah, so like I said, the problem we're running into right now is we need to get the 5-star review. That's one thing. And the issue I'm running into as well is just getting the business customers to show up is just kind of taking its sweet time because I need to start making rooms that the brats don't want but the business people do. A recycling expert. You now can also be a grape expert. So I can continue training people up. Bellhop. They're all terrible. All right. So they wanted a lounger, but there wasn't any available because the entire place is basically brats right now. It's just brats and sporties. Okay, so what do I need to... So this is a room size 15. Value 27,000. And you are a brat, correct? Yes. So room size 15, value 27,000. For my business people, I would need to lower the room value by about 6,000 for business people to show up here. Which would be probably removing furniture. I wonder if there's a way to... Okay, so if I discount the room... If I discount the room... So it's saying that this does have a chance of being or sporty as well. So if I discount the room a lot, massive discount on the room, it should start catering to business clientele. So we're gonna go and do something I probably shouldn't do. Which I'm going to all my small rooms, not the big ones, just the small rooms, and are going to temporarily heavily discount them. Because apparently that'll like give us the gambit where just about anyone can rent the room. And then we're just gonna hope that we get some business people in. Meanwhile, we're waiting on cash. Well, the issue is the room is considered like too high value, too expensive, and so they're not taking it. They're being more frugal. So they're like rooms way, way, way nicer. Okay, so this is the maximum height allowed here. I just need a little bit more money. But yeah, so I just need to make rooms that are more catered towards the business people. If it's a room that runs the entire gambit, I can also work with that. Are business customers like an NPC class? I don't know what you mean by that. there's just different types of customers. So you'll have like your hikers, you'll have your brats, you'll have your sunbathers, you'll have your business, you'll have your upper crusters and all that, and they all have like different requirements and all that. And then the business ones are just like your business-oriented ones. They want to have a boardroom and that kind of thing. They're just arbitrary requirements that the different ones have, so that you have like different guest needs and all that. So they'll also have like different foods they prefer, different drinks they prefer. It's a way of expanding the different things you've got to manage in your hotel. But I need them to show up so that I can get my boardroom sorted. Oh, you know, I didn't check. Is there another half to the Okay. I was curious if there's going to be another side to the like the food or room service. Like you'd have to go down here and do stuff. All right. You got a lot of construction to do, so just plan on that. Alright. We've almost got this set up enough I can start filling in the last spot here. I do kind of wish we had the option to do a balcony, but mechanically the way a game is, you have to build a foundation for it, because it would be cool to have like a little balcony here, like just in the middle. And so you can have like all your business bedrooms, like this little balcony thing out there. I'm gonna leave the middle spot just the way it is, and it'll just make the hallway kind of go around this way, and just have a bunch of business rooms. Just leave that middle spot open for right now. Either way, they got a lot of work to do, and I'm really hoping as this round of guests goes through, we'll start getting some business ones. I'm also hoping that we'll get lucky here, and that the critic will give us a good review. If not, we're going to see what we come up short on with the reviews and deal with that. I also think it'll be good because if we can manage to mix up the variety of guests we have, we won't be running nearly as much into the problem where right now everyone is like upper cruster for the most part. So they all want to use the same entertainment machine, the same, you know, stuff here and there. Or not upper cruster, brats. So it ends up being a thing that they're all kind of hitting the same machines and services and everything, which is just kind of overwhelming those ones, while all the other ones are just not even being utilized. So like I've noticed a couple of times people getting stuck on the golf simulator where they can't quite get their turn in because it's just taking too long for the previous person to finish what they're doing. Meanwhile, I can go to training. So recycling expert on you. Once I have the money, we'll get that. No one to play the piano? That's considered an entertainment thing for upper crusters. So once I get a guest who's an upper cruster, they will play the piano themselves. It's not something that I hire a pianist for in this game. It's seen at the same light as, like, the people going and doing the golf game and everything. Alright, Alright, so we just need some people to check out, and we got some more training we can do. Okay.
Asabawi.
We can go here. Recycling expert and recycling expert. Because that means as they clean up trash, we just get a little bump in cash every single time. And so since they're going to be doing that kind of forever and ever, that'll be a whole thing. Do we have more research? No. But we're getting there. We're basically down to staff research, which we've been utterly neglecting. Finance research, which almost all of that is about the ability to take more debt, which isn't very useful versus if we got like the tiniest little cut on things. Mansion stone, Eiffel Tower miniature. Okay, so we got 5 stars, almost everything perfect with the exception of the bar and the refreshments. So with that, the upper crusters can show up, and they can take those big bougie rooms. So we got good news there. We can also go into here now. And we got some staffing option stuff. Alright. We'll wait to put the walls in. Because we got our people up here working. They can just keep getting that all done. I'm pretty sure that lady in the green dress is our first upper cruster customer. So when she's done here, that'll be our 4th objective done, and we'll just have to circle back to our 2nd objective with getting the conference rooms used. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing that'll just escalate right up to the next up in the order kind of thing. Okay, so you're out of grape juice. So you can't... You can't serve people. Let's go ahead and... Who does that? Was it maintenance people who do that? I think it is. We'll wait for the next batch. Okay, they just got supplied. Alright, so we have... Yeah. So we got our first upper cruster, who has booked 2 days, and is currently enthusiastic about their stay. Okay, so... For our business people, they require a minimum room size of 12. I don't actually care about getting them a 5-star review. They need a room size of 12. And it is a combination of their bathroom and the other one. So that would be 8. And so we could do here is that would be 12. So that is the size for this. So let's go ahead and start getting our very first bedroom made for business class as our only consideration. That we just want business class customers. Nobody else. I can do page down. So we'll have them getting sorted out, and let's compare them to the other ones. So, minimum room size, and the sunbathers have all the same criteria. No differences between them. The brats require a bigger room and all that. So, no matter what I do, it's going to be a 50-50 between sunbather and that. And then the plan here is going to be that we're just going to kind of shift back and forth, where it's like bedroom, bathroom, bathroom, bedroom. You get the idea. There's the bed. There's the wardrobe. There's the case stand. Then you go into the bathroom here. There's your heckin' fancy toilet. Your heckin' fancy sink. And your heckin' fancy tub. We'll also add a mirror. It's still worth making the room nice, since there isn't like, if I make the room too nice, it'll like kick up to the next group. So that's a brat thing. That's a sporty thing. So the business people want that. They also want their safe. Alright, so meanwhile, we will follow the aesthetic of the rest of the building. Okay. Actually, changed my mind about these two. Make the top floor have at least consistent within itself. Even it makes the front building look a little weird because we're switching from one style of room window to another. Okay. So I haven't heard Tomb get home yet, but let's see if she's home real quick. Because I need to step away on break for just a minute if she is to figure out what the heck we're doing for dinner, because I did not get by the store yet. She is not home yet, and a spider has built a web over the camera in my garage again. I don't know why it loves to put webs directly over that one camera, but I got like a camera in my garage and just the entryways and all that, and there is this spider hell-bent of just putting directly over the top of the camera in the garage every single time. So I get that first room built, and I want to see... do they have lights? No. I think it's because it's just one of the few things like sticking out of the wall that gives them a good place to build webs. So hopefully this starts to get everything sorted out there. Yeah, mine's roughly in the corner as well. Most of the time when you set up a camera, it'll usually be roughly in the corner kind of thing. Meanwhile, while we're at this, yeah, so it's 4 deep. So plan to have that. And then meanwhile, we can go ahead and grab this door. Duplicate you over there, so I can still reach this stuff. Gonna move all this into the hallway. Yeah, my only problem with doing the oil or whatever is it is a camera. So, obviously I'm spraying oil or something around it. That becomes a concern about, like, covering the camera with stuff as well. Alright, you know what? Actually, chat, bear with me. I got something I can throw in the oven real fast for dinner for when she gets home. So bear with me. I'm going to take a quick, like, 3-4 minute break, run downstairs, throw something in the oven. I'll be right back up. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back up in a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. Okay, that plan didn't work out. So I'll have to run back downstairs and actually make get something started when she gets home. I had a plan for what I was gonna do, and it's like, oh, I don't have everything I need. I need to go by the store, and that was supposed to happen today, but things came up. So we're getting to that point where we're a little thin on options. Like, I still have leftover calzone from the other day, but that's just enough for one person. So, I'll see what she wants to do when we get home. We got a couple things. It's just, I try to have stuff for her when she gets home so she doesn't have to come home from work and, like, cook immediately, because that's not really fair. But in this particular case, like, one of the two of us is going to probably have to cook something that, you know, needs to be attended. Okay. So I can go ahead and put a door for the bathroom. I can probably rotate that bathroom, actually. Ooh. Actually, this probably is a case where I can just use the duplication tool. Because what I'll be able to do is once they finish this room, I can duplicate this room up. It'll have the door in the wrong position, so I get rid of the door. And then I copy the bathroom and just rotate it, putting the door here, which will line up with this side. So then I might just need to move, like, this towel thing over there, but then I'll have my pattern where I could grab these two rooms, put them up here, grab these two rooms, put them over there. The other thing that I need to do is once this room's up, because first I want the room done. So I have a finished business-only room, just to make sure that it does, you know, get appropriately set for the business side of things. And then we can go ahead and get the hallway all done. Okay. So this room, it is a 50-50 split between sunbather and business. Oh, that's still assigning it to Brat. Okay. I see. So these rooms, even discounted, will still go to Brat, as opposed to other people. I see. That is unfortunate. So it is good that I am taking the time to make a room specifically for business people. Alright. So that one went to a sunbather. But it does show a 50-50 between sunbather and business. You started playing this day, it's amazing. Yeah, I know, it's excellent. Alright, so let's go and start getting all of our floor up here to look nice. And then we can grab this. Like, in the game, is this Paris? This is Paris in the game. Okay, and we can grab you. It's gonna work on getting all that set up. So now what I should be able to do is duplicate this room. Oh, it's taking it with the bathroom. It's not really what I want. So I place you, and then I cancel this. That is unfortunate. Sunbathers won't want a room without a window? Oh. Okay, that's a fair point. So we can duplicate the bathroom as is. So the intent is I wanted to duplicate just this room, but it's not looking like that's gonna work. That's okay. Yeah, so it happens to be a bedroom on the other side. Okay, that's fine. We'll need to go here in our room settings. Guest room, okay. Yeah, so as soon as the sunbather is out of there, we'll swap it over. And get rid of the windows of that room. Oh, and I'm gonna need more of your supply pallets. We got a lot of rooms to set up over here, so we get lots of supply pallets. And that's a fair point, is that we can get rid of the windows, and the sunbathers won't like it as much, so it'll prioritize business people. Honestly, never mind. I'm just gonna get rid of the windows now. I'll mess with the timing and it'll delay it again. But yeah, so with that way we'll be able to grab this room, make a duplicate of it up here. And then when this room's done, I'll be able to duplicate that up here. And then we can take it over here and then rotate it. Get your first review from an upper cruster. Okay, so now we just need business guests. We already got 2 conference rooms. I just need the business guests to actually show up. Which is why we're doing these rooms up here, is to make rooms that only business customers want. So basically catering our office to the audience. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's literally only the business one is the only one who wants it. Have a staff reach maximum level. More training. Okay, so you can be an upseller.
Ooh-wee.
So you're our chef. Boost the energy of staff nearby. So that should boost the staff energy of waiters not. I'm also realizing I don't have a postcard stand in here. Sure. Let's get back to getting people trained. Yeah, so it's our chef that got the max level. That does mean I actually need a second chef. Let's see. Meat master, sensitive. Sea lover, lost in thought. Bad temper, introvert, lost in thought. Sure, a sensitive meat master. Okay. Still surprised Tim isn't home yet. It's not so late that it's like, oh no, that's a problem. But it is getting a little late. Okay. So there's the next room. Have staff member learn 5 skills. Cool. Then meanwhile, it'd be your room here. Okay, so I don't have enough money. The door's in the wrong place. We could fix that after the room's made. Hey, first business customer. They're not going to be super thrilled with their room, but we're in that weird situation where we want them to show up rather than a customer who would be, you know, more lucrative just because game objectives. Which the challenge there is going to be is they want us to get the higher rating with them and everything. Oh, hey, I hate... Well, I guess that just is what it is. They're just cramped in there. It's fine. And that sunbather is going to be unhappy because we changed the rooms from what they wanted to what they didn't while they were staying in the room. Okay. So we're just building out more and more rooms. Okay. Now the part that's going to be tricky is that back corner there. And the reason that's going to be tricky in the back corner is I don't really have the room I need to put the rooms in this format. Because I'll get the 6 rooms in the... Or sorry, 8 rooms along the sides. And then that back wall I gotta figure out. Alright, so it looks like Tomb is actually home now. So I do... I muted the mic while I was talking. That's not very productive. Is there any tips you would like, you would have wanted to know when you first started? Not really. I mean, I can actually take that back. Clicking on the number of guests here will give you a breakdown of the requirements of each type of guest and what makes them happy. That's kind of the one thing I do wish they kind of pointed out, being like, hey, when you go to figure your guests out, it's right here. We'll give you your details. You can also find it by clicking on people and going to guests as well, but just clicking here will be like, hey, if you want backpackers, here's what they want. Do you satisfy that need already or not? And all that stuff. So it is immensely helpful, and there's really not a whole lot the game does to point that out. Alright, so bear with me. I'm going to be stepping away again. I do apologize. I just need to run downstairs and get some dinner happening for my wife and all that. But like the easy plans, we need to go to the store to get more of, so I don't have the easy plans. So I just got to run down there real quick and figure things out with her. All right, I'll be back up in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, so sorry about that. Just had to figure out food stuff and all that, so I apologize for that break taking extra long. Normally I've got a plan, but I was really intending on getting by the grocery store earlier, and it did not happen. So we had to come up with a plan beyond that one. But with that said, it's all sorted out now. So I do again. Apologize for the disruption. But yeah. Okay, so we're getting our extra business rooms. So we've got 3 business guests going on. We're going to keep going there. Oh. Would you look at that? They're conferencing. And we got a 5-star rating. With only the refreshments being the only negative. Wife comes first? Yeah, but it's still like, this is my job. I do have to be mindful of, like, the viewers and all that. Obviously, like, family comes first and yada yada. But at the same time, you know, whether or not people understand it, it's still not great to just step away for any, you know, lengthy period of time. Okay, and how are we doing on our side objectives? Other ones we can work on there? It's just cash, more rooms with more people, that kind of thing. You have your liquor too? Yeah, no, I get it. There's just a balance. It's the same thing with, like, any job, you know, family comes first, but also you gotta be mindful. Yeah, so the good news here is we're gonna get this objective sorted out quickly. Like, we've already got 6 conference room meetings done, and I needed 10. And then Paris is finished, we save, we move on to the next map, and we start fresh. Yeah, no, I do well, but it is one of those things that occasionally things go longer than expected. And I am going to very quickly slow down the game. We're not going to pause again. My drink is getting low, and we're in an ad break because I failed to hit the ad break button while I stay away. I'm going to grab my drink, and I'll be right back. It's, like, literally right there in the next room. Okay, because I'm about to run out of drink, and that's going to be another interruption, and it was just a good time to do it. So I got 6 meetings going and all that. Okay. So with that, we get our next room there. And then we're just waiting to be paid from our guests leaving. And once that happens, we can queue up the next room. And it just kind of keep them going as much as possible. Alright. Next guest room. And next guest room. Okay. I haven't figured out how I want to do these back rooms yet. There. We can do that. Now save our people having to run up and down stairs all day.
Hooray! You have completed the main objectives in this scenario. Hats off to you. You can now choose to stay and further improve your hotel, potentially unlocking more rewards, or set off to tackle new challenges elsewhere.
Okay, so we got a tea set. Alright, so with that, we are going to go ahead. And is there any of these that's going to happen, like, immediately? Make your hotel haunted. Excuse me? Get $1 million, have 20 guests occupying rooms at the same time. How many rooms do I have? 17? Oh! Let's do that one really fast. Because I just literally just need to get guests in these 3 rooms. So that's like going to be 1, maybe 2 more in-game days. And then I'll unlock that side objective. Yeah, so I'll handle that one. That one's a much bigger later one. And we might get these two while that happens. But all the like the $1 million net isn't happening right now. So we might get those two, but right now our target's just the park bench. And then once that's done, we can go there. I imagine to do the one where you get 30 guests, it's probably one of those things that you're going to have to split up your hotel where you're gonna have like a bunch of like, you know, backpackers in those that have like microscopic rooms. Because we are as tall as the building goes, and this is as big as the footprint gets here. So granted, I could easily fit some more guest rooms in the middle area here. So get rid of this center spot that's like a little outdoorsy area, and put that to use as a room the entire rest of the building. And then again, like I think the room for the hikers is like, or backpackers or whatever they call them, I think only has to be like 4 tiles. It was something really, really tiny. Yeah, 4 tiles. So considering this is 4 wide, I literally could have 1 room here, 1 room there, all the way there, and that could easily be like 10 rooms within itself. 10 unethically small rooms. Or literally on all of these floors going down, make all but the bottom floor, make them all backpacker space where they're like little micro rooms. Obviously they will not be particularly well received rooms, but still, we're not going to go for that right now. All those achievements that are things, those are things I probably will do on my own time. But yeah. Business economy rooms. Yeah, they're the no bathroom of your own. It's playing Prison Architect, and you've gotten the option for the micro prison rooms, where it's like literally just the bed and the door. The toilet is optional. Yeah, so just bringing the furniture up, and it'll be one more in-game day, and then with that we'll have that sorted. What I can do is, while we wait for that to get sorted, I could start making the micro rooms here. Let's see, why does the construction stuff look like caution tape instead of blue change? No, you can choose to copy a room, and if I hit copy and I do it this way, it'll mark it. That's the reason why there's this ongoing thing with the little copy icon, is it basically said this is a copy of that. So if I hit that X, it'll cancel what's not done and give me my money back. Okay, so we did get the business at 5 stars. I'm actually surprised. I was not expecting the business to give me 5-star reviews, considering I've shoved them into tiny little boxes. Okay. Food ingredients are missing. I think I am going to need, yeah, I was about to say another maintenance staff person. Stinky introvert, techno dinosaur, anxious and kind-hearted, a nerdy show-off. You know what? Have a good day. Speed walking, sure.
A bloop?
Speed walking, sure. Thermal vision and perfect planning. Meanwhile, we can go here and make sure all our staff are paid enough to not get angry. Okay, and so while we're waiting for that last thing there, we can do this. All right. Hi, wifey. I love you too.
I love you more.
And thank you. Okay. Yeah, so we're just waiting to get credit for having 20 guests in at the same time. Wait. That saying you only have 19 rooms. Was it my math off by one? It was. That's fine. It'll be a relatively easy fix. Because what we're making here is honestly fairly unethical. I mean, I guess it's not. It's what they want. But it feels unethical. Okay. So we are going to give them the bougiest of beds in their microscopic room. So it'll be the bougiest of grossly undersized rooms. The cubicle hostel or hotels in Japan are tight. Yeah, no, I know a number of places you can get you can stay at a place that is like really genuinely sardine can packed in kind of thing. And honestly, Paris is among them. That there are like a lot of apartments in Paris have a reputation of being particularly small. Like you go in, you have like enough room you can kind of squeeze your bicycle in there next to your bed. And you got a little like thing for heating up your stuff there, and that's kind of the entirety of the apartment. But that's honestly true of a lot of major cities. That the less expensive, more affordable apartments can be pretty rough. Oh, and we need to go over here and do this nonsense again. It says that cleaning staff are having difficulty keeping up. No problem. We have energetic, hypochondriac perfectionist, a betting junkie who is energetic, and an introverted sheep champion who is energetic. Introverted sheep champion. Okay, so I have 20 guests in here. I have at least 20 occupied bedrooms at the same time. I guess occupied bedroom means like the guest actually needs to be in the bedroom. So that means when they go to sleep. And done. Alright, so we'll go ahead and save that. I forgot we named it the Wee Wee Hotel. the Wee Wee Hotel. From someone who's clearly not in Paris or whatever. Alright, so we go Saint Anton. So skiing by day and partying by night, that's the game here at Saint Anton. Design and manage your ski hotel in this famous alpine village. Maximum floors 14, lot size is 16 by 16. There's a 25% corporate tax. All guest types are available, and it's got a cold temperature. So this will be our first cold map. We got a Wee Wee Motel here. It's cheap and yucky. Yep. Desperate slopes. Done.
Welcome to St. Anton. Nestled in the heart of the Austrian Alps, this snowy hotspot is famous for two things: world-class skiing and wild after-ski parties. To keep up with demand, you'll need a solid ski rental service and a high-capacity bar that can keep the drinks flowing. And don't forget a dance floor to attract brats eager to show off their new moves. After a cold day on the slopes, guests will appreciate a relaxing sauna, so make sure to build one. And don't forget to keep the hotel warm and cozy with plenty of radiators or fireplaces. Do you got what it takes to become a hotel legend in St. Anton?
No.
Look at that! You now have a bunch of new items available. I'm sure some of them will come in handy very soon.
Okay.
Now I'll leave you with the objectives needed to complete the scenario. Good luck!
So, let's see what we've got. We have a pretty nice looking gym up there. That is quite the layout. So we got like a common space here, some decent rooms over there. I'm assuming entertainment stuff behind there. Oh, like snacks. The restaurant is pretty interesting setup over here. A little bit of entertainment over here. We've got like a maintenance room there. Two more, actually 4 more guest rooms down here. A little bit of entertainment in the middle there. The staff room and the laundry room. Sorry about that. Okay. So, we need to earn $5,000 from ski rentals. We need to have guests complete 10 sauna visits. We need to serve 5 bar drinks within 2 hours. We need to get 10 brats to complete dance moves on the dance floor. Honestly, that doesn't seem like that's going to be that hard. So I'm assuming the ski rental, is that its own room? That's going to be the big question. No. So I'm assuming the ski rental will be reception? What room would be our ski rental stuff? Because I did see that we got the ski rental stuff. Someone's going to have to be the one renting it. I figured it'd be reception. Okay. So that should handle the ski rental thing, because that's just cumulative. So that'll take care of that. We need to have a sauna. We can go up a couple more floors. So I think the first answer here is going to be open up this space. I'm just going to plan to use all of it. I do really appreciate the people gasping in panic when you move something past them. Alright, small crew. Yeah, so it honestly looks like we're just going to be building a bar and a sauna to start with. So I think we'll make the sauna this area, and the bar will be up here, since they have that. There's someone that stinks? Oh, did it randomly give us a stinky person? Okay. So you don't have anything awful. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Okay, so we have a cleaner who stinks. and a waiter who's a shouter. So the cleaner is fired,
Karma point.
and the waiter is fired. How dare you be unreasonable? All right. So waiter. All right. I mean, you just okay. Memory master is a punching bag and an extrovert. And a punching bag basically means when you have a guest who doesn't like, a guest who's being a pain, they could just kind of shrug it off. So we just straight up upgraded that. And the other one we need is a cleaner. Okay, so that's a little not great that they will respond negatively when someone scolds them, but that's probably better than being stinky. Alright. Let's go ahead and pick up the speed a little bit more. Oh, you're all complaining about the temperature. That makes sense. We will put this wall back here. And here. And now what we could do is put doorways here. And I think that'll make them considered separate rooms. And by making them considered separate rooms, that'll help. Okay. So the fact that everyone is getting way too cold in the gym. Hey, you know what? There's an easy solution to that. If you go to the gym and you're too cold, work out harder. Do more cardio, do less reps. Or do less weightlifting. Get that blood flowing. Do you not want to get more people to build? Generally, I don't like sending them back, so I tend to sit there with a very small crew and just keep them forever. It's not optimal by any stretch of the imagination, but, you know, I don't want to deal with, like, call them up, send them out, call them up. In this case, though, you're probably right. I probably should just bring out the full crew. Most of the time, I don't have the money to justify a lot of the stuff. Alright, so we're bringing in the big group. To just knock this out really fast. Yeah, you always have a little crew, but this is a big job because it's the first upgrade you have to do. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I think it is correct that we grab the full big group. But I do like to keep, like, the 2 people running around doing the work. Because usually the money coming in isn't so fast, not till you're, like, pretty late on, that you can keep more than 2 or 3 of them busy at any given time. But considering we technically blew $80,000 right at the start, we got a lot of money thrown into this. Okay. Some of you go downstairs and get more supplies coming in. Okay. And as soon as I get that done, if people are wondering why I don't do this all the time, is you do pay significantly more to keep people on hand this much. There's an ongoing expense. So now the question is, if we check the temperature, do having the open doors isolate it so far as game mechanics? In real life, obviously having a wide open door wouldn't do crap. Yeah, no, it does seem to isolate it a little bit. Okay, so send the big crew home, and I'll bring just our 2 out. To keep things running. Alright, like I said, so I think the first move is we're gonna make ourselves a pretty big bar. And we're gonna have the sauna down here. So we do have requirements for both the sauna and the bar. We'll start with the bar or the sauna down here. So we look at the sauna. We'll have that down in this area. And for the purpose of this, I will, again, put like the mini wall there and a mini wall there. We'll use that as a divider. I'm assuming we'll need a radiator in here and here. Actually, cancel that for a moment. Let's get the sauna stuff set up and we'll figure it out from there. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm kind of curious here. This is a sauna after all. How will that'll work? It wants, like, for one of the things, it could put mirrors everywhere. Just mirrors falling, like, all around sweaty people. Like, it's a sauna, it's nice, like, you're getting sweaty, yes. Alright, even though it shouldn't matter, I am gonna go and put, like, an actual door on this. I'm assuming we don't have a double... Oh, we do have a double door already. Okay. And then meanwhile, the entire building seems to be using this wood pattern. I am down to continue that wood pattern. I got this log cabin vibe going on here. So that room sorted out.
Looks like you're starting to run low on cash. No worries. You can always use your cash credit or grab a loan from the bank. As long as your assets are greater than your debt, you won't get into trouble.
Okay. You won't have any windows on the sauna. Alright. So let them get the sauna set up. Because that one we just have guests need to complete sauna visits. Technically... Oh, wait, never mind. I was going to say, technically we could go ahead and put stuff around there too, but I think the people need to access that. Alright. We'll probably need more of these still. And then once we get that sorted out, I'll start walling this area off. And we're going to make ourselves a very, very large bar. And we can go here. Give that its wallpaper. Go here. And the flooring. It says our cleaners are understaffed. I think more of the reality is not that they're understaffed because I got rid of a trained person they gave us because she was stinky. And instead we swapped it out for someone who was untrained but didn't have any negative traits. Where is our staff room, by the way? Oh, right, it's that tiny thing. So you need to rearrange this all a little bit. And then I also need to go in here and go to the staff room. There we go. Get that done. We got a coffee machine and a radiator and all that. And a water tank. I actually don't know what's required for the room. I don't think it is all that stuff. An item has been completely destroyed. We'll need to replace that. Okay, so what we're going to try to do is rearrange this a little bit. I know they want their coffee. That's just too dang bad. I know they want... Oh, wait. The coffee machine is required. My apologies. Assume the water thing is okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Because I wanted to make the room a little bit bigger to fit in a training desk. But... it is looking like I'm going to need to encroach out here if I'm going to make that happen. Or... encroach out here. And then just expand the rooms, both of them just out a little bit. Because I want to get the training going right away, because the training ends up being such a huge deal. Yeah, we're making good progress towards finishing the skiing objective. The sauna is not quite functional yet, but we're getting it worked on. Okay, with that, tear down this wall. And same here. You'll need to go to the rooms here, so now you're part of the staff room. And you're part of the laundry room. Okay. So with a little finagling, I could probably make this work. It's a little snug, but it'll do. This gives me room to expand this a little bit later. Alright. So with that, they'll actually be able to do their staff stuff here. Alright, do we have another cleaner who's not garbage? So we have energetic, caffeine addict who is a bar lover and a betting junkie. Yup. That way she could frequent the bar and give us back her paycheck. Oh, you're still over here trying to tell me that I can borrow money that I don't want to borrow. Okay. So the spa is almost online. Not spa. The sauna's almost online. Okay. So, my assumption of what will end up happening here is once we get our first critic visit... Well, actually, we do have stuff here. Alright. So, we'll plan to expand our menus, and then we'll have to start working on getting our guest stuff better. So we go to our dinner menu. So we've got salads that are good for sunbathers. And we need to attract brats. And the brats liked oysters. So I need a seafood tank for the oysters. So I can have a nice and incredibly cramped kitchen. So the sauna is technically functional now. We'll see if anyone uses it and how that all goes. Okay, so we got the training table. Let's get this going. Alright, so... Service-minded. Service-minded. Vacuum specialist. We'll start with the seasoning thing. Professional greeting. Vacuum specialist. Vacuum specialist. Technician, so if anything's destroyed, I don't have to rebuild it. Professional greeting. Vacuum specialist. I actually have a lot of cleaning people. I probably got more than I needed. Yeah, so we're starting to train our people up, get all that sorted out. I'll make sure everyone's wages are good. So the sauna is functional. It's fully built. So they're idling now. So the next thing I'd be doing is setting up the bar. And I made a big deal about how I would want a nice large bar. So I can go here, grab you, plunk you down, grab you, plunk you down. Then meanwhile, get ourselves a whole bunch of windows for better lighting and all that. Doesn't really matter that much. For the bar, we're not going to settle for crappy heating. The bar, we need to make it look nice. So we have our fireplace, of which I've got two options. A fireplace there. Okay, so I'm going to respect this. So we could actually add the fireplaces, but it looks like that's an objective you unlock. I'm going to use the radiator in the meantime, because otherwise it feels like I'm taking advantage of the fact that they had holiday content that lets me kind of skip the progression arc. So I'm not going to use the fireplace since, in my mind, I'm not supposed to have access to it. Those icons mean it's holiday stuff. Okay, so meanwhile, you are going to be the bar. So drink menu. I know I need to serve brats. So brats like the menu. We have sunbathers and backpackers. Then we have upper crust and sporty. With their lower rating, we'll have sporty people. Let's see if we can't get something that the sporty people will like. That's all the sporty people like. So we can't satisfy the upper crust. All right, new meal option of schnitzel. Yeah, so right now the brats and sunbather and upper crust will be most happy, but we are not really. Everyone else is okay happiness. And meanwhile, the people are showing up at the bar being like, where's the bar in my bar? Look, man, we're on a limited budget. It is what it is. There's the register. There's a regular chunk of counter. There's the taps. There's that. There's the sink. Not really a good fit for any of that. Okay, and we've got the dance floor that they want. And plenty of seating. Let's honestly not put this one down. Because most likely I'll be expanding that bar. Now I have to assign some staff. So we've got a betting junkie who's energetic, bad temper who's a musical wonder, and an extrovert who's a show-off. An extroverted show-off sounds like a perfect bartender for us to start with. Not enough cutlery. Look. You're just gonna have to wait your turn. I'm already fixing enough other things. Meanwhile, we'll need some more supply things here, so that we make actual progress on getting the bar built. And how does it say our temperature is right now? I'm not sure if this room being red is good or not. Because, I mean, it is a sauna. It is supposed to get hot in there. But that is some glowing bright hot. Let's get rid of one of those. Maybe I have overdone it, and that whole room is satisfied with a single one. Okay. It's still red. I think that's intentional. That's fine. I also don't know who does and doesn't use the sauna in this game. Oh, we've already had people use the sauna. You know what? I know I just got rid of it. It's fine. Meanwhile, we can also go in here. Put an espresso machine. Put a drink shelf. Let's actually move the drink shelf over here. A popcorn machine. I can leave it like that. Because we do need the brats to show up to dance. Okay. We've got people using the sauna. We're halfway through getting all this other stuff sorted. So then I'm going to need to hold off on buying anything for a while, because we haven't expanded our rooms. There's a curiosity. I was curious, it seemed like heat got out here. So that maybe genuinely speaking, it might not be a good idea to have the radiator in the tiny little hallway. We'll let it sit for right now. Okay, so I actually believe, other than I just need the one little fridge there, the bar is fully functional now. The fact that it's like, you know, the whole brat dance floor thing. So what I'm likely going to also need to do is probably put up a second bartender and piece of counter. so that they can serve the drinks fast enough when it gets down to it. Another thing I'm going to probably need is just to, once we get this area done, to get just more guest rooms. Which I didn't actually think about how they're getting to the next floor up. I mean, I guess I could do is encroach this little area in here to put a staircase up here. And that'd be fine. Alright, the bar is fully decked out and all that. And then my plan is this last room to be the spa. Even though there's no objectives specific to the spa, we don't have a spa, I can put it right there. But kind of one of the first things I need to do is get our hotel rating higher. Adding stuff like the spa on that should take care of that. So there's our critic getting their, like, sports drink. Yeah, so to speed up time to let our money catch up.
Well
There are
done.
5?
To complete the ski rental objective, you need to have at least one ski stand on your property. Make sure to place it in a common area, either indoors or outdoors.
Oh. You can be outdoors? Done. We're already almost done with that objective. We're about to finish the sauna. So really, it's just getting the place up to the quality where it can handle brats. And as soon as we got it where we can get brats in here, then let's take care of it.
Well done. To complete the ski rental objective, you need to have at least one ski stand on your property. Make sure to place it in a common area, either indoors or outdoors.
Okay. So I got those done.
Sa.
Alright, so Sporty's actually already taking care of that. Skill training, and you can get the mopping skill. Do I have too much staff? Is that what's going on? I might genuinely have too much staff. Okay. So we have the income as a percentage. I kind of wish we had just the total amount very visible. Because I do see we've had a negative cash flow for a little while, but that's because we've had some major spending things. But there is a concern to be made that maybe I've overgotten my staff, that I don't have enough guests relative to... No, it's saying the cash flow is positive again. Yeah, I think it's just they spend too much capital expense. It's just too much upgrades, that kind of thing. Okay. We got 3 stars. I can't remember if you need 3 or 4 stars. So let's go temperature. We'll put a fireplace, which will make that nicer. All right. So let's double check what the brat requirement is. 4 stars. So, we can add the sauna. Once we build the sauna, I don't believe it has any ongoing expense that's meaningful. We obviously are going to need to massively increase the capacity of our hotel to make money happen faster. So spa. We can go in here, grab you, drop you in there. Go in here, grab you, drop you in there. I should put you over there. And I'll see if I can't get something that's nicer for temperature in here. That should give us a functional spa. And then with that, we'll have like a bunch of stuff to help us get our 4 stars. Eventually bring in the brats. Oh, and we got this. So they've been complaining about the cutlery. So let's get the cutlery done. And then we expanded our menu and all that. So additional drink item. So the upper crusters are the only one we can't get them something they truly want. So there, that satisfies everyone there. We can go to our menu in the restaurant. And so right now the brats are happy, but the sports ones aren't. We got lobster bisque will make business and upper crusters happy. We've got schnitzel, which has no effect on that at all. Swedish meatballs will make the sporties happy. We've already got salad. Pea soup will make the backpackers happy. It's weird that schnitzel doesn't seem to impact any of the different groups. We'll do the Swedish meatballs to make the sporties happy, since we already have sporties here.
How do we?
And what are you missing? A meat cooler. Where's our maintenance person?
What's up?
They are resting. Okay, fair enough.
Mira!
Okay. So we have a fairly skimp but functional spa. Yeah. No, I was just checking to see why it wasn't getting repaired. It seemed like the maintenance person wasn't immediately available. What's going to need to happen here is I'm going to shift this over there and that over here. I'm going to need to shift the wall out just a little bit more so I could build the stairs up.
Eudor.
And then with these stairs up, we'll expand the offering. Need more maintenance technicians? Nah, not at the moment. Like right now, we're not doing great on money, so I don't want to increase my staff. It just so happened the maintenance technician, we only have the one, and they were on break at the time. They're waiting for everyone to check out. Okay. We just had like 3 things break at the same time. Okay. We're starting to have people cash out. Hopefully that makes us cash positive. Okay, we got decent sporty reviews. So let's actually check. What would I need to make these into Brat-compatible rooms? So right now, to make it a Brat-compatible room, it is an appropriate size. It would need to have a higher value, and all of the furnishings would need to be premium quality. So it actually is an acceptable room for Brats if I just upgrade the furniture. I'm gonna regret this, but...
Schwarbles.
Okay. So just making room for the stairway going up. Just shrunk that room just a little bit. Okay. So with that, I gotta work on getting stuff over here. So we can take these rooms kind of as they are. And just slowly go and expand our offerings to get more money in. This is kind of the difference between this one that we're playing and the last map we played. The last map, I just beelined to getting our rooms and upgrading them as fast as we could, and so we had the steady income. This one, I beelined to satisfying the objectives as fast as I could, and now I do believe we are money positive, but not as much as I would like. Which is making the money a little bit more of a struggle this time. Can you create overhangs at the next level? I can if I want. within the 16 by 16 area they've given us. So, like, I can overhang this middle area. I can overhang out this front area. And it looks like one tile to this side, and one tile to that side, and probably one tile to the back? No space in the back. But I can go up 4 floors total. Elevator? Oh, there's 0 chance of putting an elevator in right now. That doesn't help literally anything I need. And it's just a major expense. What I need is more guest rooms. Like, I actually have services pretty well handled. Now, the critics here, there's a very good chance the critic will give us a 4-star review. And then with that, we'll potentially be able to get the brats in here. Because literally all I have to do for the main objective of this map is get brats in here, and then they'll occasionally dance on that. And once 10 of them dance, we're already done with the objectives for this map. This map is one of the few maps that seemed like it didn't have like a bunch of these major overtakings to deal with. Oh, I didn't... There. Because that'll solve the cutlery complaint so that we make sure we have food.
Nice. Ski rentals keep guests happy and earn you extra cash. That's what I call a win-win.
So we got hot chocolate. Do I need hot chocolate? Nope. Are we getting hot chocolate in, like, our common area? You betcha. So I need the guests to cash out so I can start working on the next space. I could also take a loan to get the next guest room set up. If I've got to, I've got to. Alright. I'm waiting to see the critics' review and how that helps us. Right, because if we just need the better furnishing, that is something I could work with in place. That if we get the 4-star review, then we get our money, or sorry, we get our research for the premium quality bed and bathroom, and that would make us eligible for brats. As we look at this here, we got the thumbs up all the way through there. So for the brats, it's 15. So if we go to one of these rooms, you can see right now it's not eligible for the sunbather because they don't have tanning offered anywhere. It's not eligible for the business because there's no business people. This one just needs premium of all the things. Yeah, we're losing money. We're going the wrong direction. Okay, so it is looking like we're gonna need to take a loan. I will accept the loan. Okay. I just need the critic to get out of here real fast. We're going to upgrade our existing rooms. Yeah. So upgrading the existing rooms isn't as expensive as me trying to put down flooring to make additional rooms. But I guess we'll play it by what the review is. If the review is not 4, then we upgrade our existing space. I'm sorry, if the reviews are not 4, we expand the hotel. We just increase our number of clients. If the review is 4 and I can get both bathrooms and bedroom or rooms to premium, we'll upgrade the rooms, because with that we will increase the clientele to the point we can achieve the objective and we'll get better pay per room. I need you to finish your review, lady. You've been here all day. So she should be on her way out, right? I think she just left. We're just waiting for the review to actually come in. Oh, nope, she... Refreshments 4. I mean, she's literally a critic. It's her job. So I think as soon as... Okay, so 3 stars. Ultimately, there's a bunch of reasons why that was. So, let's slow down time for a moment. Can we get up to premium? So there's premium bedding, premium toilet, and we can also just unlock the fridge. If I were to upgrade the rooms in place, you cost... You don't tell me what you cost. Couple thousand. It's not much. So we will bump those rooms up. So it's missing a premium body wash. Is the one and only thing that we're missing to make those rooms eligible for a brat. So what we could do to accommodate that is I can get rid of the plant. And I might be able to squeeze a premium body wash in there. And if that works...
Hi.
Okay, so that's not enough. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to expand. Because I need to get this sorted out before things continue to escalate. So you'll be 6 by 6. And we'll get that set up. We'll build the next room. And we'll work on that. Let's also... Actually, you know what it could be? There's a common bathroom in here somewhere, right? No? No, it's all guest rooms. We got 4 guest rooms down here and all that. This is gonna say, like, what... As far as the body wash goes... Yeah, because with this, for Brad, if we mouse over it, it's saying that the room is not high enough quality, and it needs a premium body wash. Which it's interesting, because it doesn't mention the bathtub or the thing, it says body wash. So it might be that this qualifies as a body wash. But it's not premium. So let's go ahead and get this out of the way. I know it's a little bit of a waste. But I'll make it so these all match up. That's fine. Okay. And then once we get that set up, you need room for upstairs? I need room for upstairs... Oh, to go higher than this? I'm not worried about that yet. Is there not a body wash stand or something? I checked the bathroom, and I didn't see... I don't see anything called body wash specifically. If it is, I'm missing what it was, because I know we don't need the sauna to get brats. So let's buy a copy of this room. Okay. Right now, put that there. So that'll handle all that. Would you like an answer or clarification? Oh, for the body wash thing? Sure. Because my assumption would be a bathtub or shower that is of premium quality would qualify as what we're looking for. That is my assumption right now. Meanwhile, we can go here. I can work on expanding this area. You can actually check this. Premium seating. Yeah, premium bathing. Yep. Ah, yeah, so it's literally I just need that. So we have to wait one more round of critic. Yep, so I just need to get the premium stuff. It'll be fine. Okay, we got that locked in. Meanwhile, I can go down here. There you go. Or Am from London cries. Yeah. One of these days you'll discover steady sleep. Let me know when you find it. I've been looking for it myself. ADHD things for me. Okay, so we had taken the loan. We'll get this set up. What I'm gonna do in the meantime is to try and help with that. I'm gonna pay down some of the loan to keep our interest down. But this will give us an extra bedroom, so it'll be a little bit more income. So basically, while we wait for the critic to get here, we're just gonna keep expanding the extra guest rooms up here. Give us more place to get money from. Yeah, so with this floor, we can kind of copy this back area. Sure, it's not the greatest use of space, but this does give us 4 guest rooms. And then on top of that, we'll just have some space for like one thing. No one wants to dance. The sporties dance from time to time. It's the brats who apparently are like big on dance, which is my last objective, is to get 4 brats to dance. But to do that, I have to hit a 4-star hotel so brats will even show up. Okay, so the greeter, digital ID training, mop faster, perfect plating, mop faster,
Coco.
mop faster,
A bloop?
and you will now be knowledgeable on mixology. I feel like I have entirely too much cleaning staff. Meanwhile, let's also go in here and make sure salary expectations. I heard someone dance for a moment. Sporty running around in the bar like in a bathing suit in alpine weather is certainly a vibe. Did I hear 4? Is it 4 or 14? This is 4 floors. Yeah, so different places. Yeah, so we got a couple of sporties dancing here. Okay. I do like that you hear the somewhat muffled sound of the music when you're on the second floor. Sorry about that noise. I do like that. It's a nice touch. Okay. At the next critic visit, I'll be able to upgrade all the furniture to be bratty quality. And then once we've done that, I'll be able to turn around from there. And the next critic after that will bring the brats in, and that'll be good. So we're looking at something like 5-6 in-game days before the brats arrive. In the meantime, we just need to keep money coming in. I just get an overall guest review score at least 75%, minimum 25 reviews. I just realized it said the place we're getting our loan from is the local mob. So that is not the greatest. We definitely don't want to be in debt to the local mob if we can help it. The Austrian Alpine local mob, because this map is taking place in St. Anton, Austria, from my understanding. If my remembering of the introduction is correct. This is fine. It's just a little mob debt. What is... People overreact. What could possibly go wrong with being indebted to the mob? You owe the mob money one time and people start getting all weird about it. If you just hear something explode downstairs. Did you do a silly thing yesterday? You returned to Gothenburg to try to blap out some unlocks. You entirely cleared out the ground floor, causing 5 staff to quit on me, and you're minus 50,000 in 2 loans. Certainly a challenge. Yeah, go check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Also been playing some Hotel Architect. Yeah, no, that sounds like one of the things that easily can happen to these kind of games. It's definitely a very easy place to get yourself in trouble in a lot of these games, where you just be like, oh yeah, let me just... Not only like these games, like factory games as well. Oh wait, don't put those there. That'll mess things up. Out here, that's fine. Actually, that one's not fine either. That's fine. Over there is fine. Okay. So I put ourselves back into pretty rough debt. But the idea is I'm trying to get this next room done. The critic's at the hotel right now. So hopefully when the critic gets wrapped up, we'll be able to start going through and getting our premium bathrooms and all that. And otherwise, I'll probably just expand our menu at the bar and all that. Because that's something I can do that doesn't really cost me anything. Not really. Read your last message. You shouted out treacle? If it's the Canadian mob, you're fine? Yeah, no, it's fine. They'll just apologize. Okay, get your staff to level up 25 times. Yep, you put the A in there like the movies say they do. Yep. Every critic loves the hammering and drilling during their stays. Yep. Absolutely. That's the sign that the place you're doing is a happening place, that they can't stop expanding. Don't you let that critic wait too long. Made them wait and got 3-star rating because of it. Okay, so we got 3-star rating again. That's okay this time. The next one we need a 4-star. So, premium bathing. Cool. I still got 3 more points left. Get the premium seating and the nicer trash cans. Alright, so let's go down to our first room here. We have upgraded the bathtub. We've upgraded the seating in the room. So now it's just complaining that we aren't a 4-star. So the bedroom is adequate to satisfy Bratz as a guest. But we just need to get a 4-star review. So you're going to take the time to start upgrading these rooms. The next question is, so I have been watching to see, is this one of those games that as you pay your payments, does your debt go down? I'm assuming the mob does not approach it in that way, that you do your regular payments and just your debt goes down, like you're paying the interest. You've told that joke before here, Darth. Like, very genuinely, there's a lot of pretty awful things in World War One, pretty across the board. There was not many groups involved with World War One who have a particularly not horrendous slate. There's a daily cost of 313. The 723 is what we got there. I need a lot more people to get skis. Okay. There's no need to be mean about it, Luxray. Okay. Alright, ski decoration. Make a character freeze to ice. Where did someone freeze to ice? What room is not of a reasonable temperature? So you're all fine here. I mean, it all looks fine. I don't really know what that symbol means there. So we've got two radiators right next to each other, so that one's probably redundant. Oh, well, this is now in an inconvenient location. There we go. Yeah, let's move on for that, Darth. Like I said, you've cracked the jokes about Canada and World War I before, and again, there's like kind of no one innocent in that situation. It's just people arguing like who was the worst. Okay, so we've upgraded a bunch more of the rooms. Because I'm trying to make sure when the critic gets back here that hopefully the critic gets assigned to one of the better upgraded rooms. And we do have the extra room up there, so we got 2 more rooms onto our roster. So we did increase our number of things. Strider, I'm trying to gently hint that I don't really want to hear a bunch of things like about singling out some country and war crimes. Trying to move the conversation away and past that. If that wasn't abundantly transparent. All good. What kind of foods can you serve now? That is an excellent question. So right now we are serving salad, oyster, and Swedish meatballs. How did Paris go? Paris went well. It took us a while to figure out getting business clients because my hotel was too nice. And so instead of getting business clients, I was just getting an endless series of brats. So I needed to make slightly less awesome rooms to attract the appropriate clientele. That I've kind of learned to like click on the room to see who is available to actually show up there. So like here, you can kind of mouse over and it'll tell me like, I need a conference room for business people to show up here. I'm not remotely meeting upper crust. Another thing that's also useful is under the occupancy, if you click on that, it will show you the requirements for guests over here as well. So you got a couple different ways to drill down to that information. So the critic is here. What room did you get assigned to? Did you really get assigned to... Oh, that's a sporty. Okay. Okay. What room did the critic get? I don't see the room that the critic got. Oh, there you are. Okay. So this room should be 4-star eligible. We have upgraded the bathing offerings and everything to be premium. Your hotel is haunted. Why is my hotel haunted? Ghosts have found their way into your hotel. Time to deal with some supernatural complaints.
Peter.
Oh.
Hi. Peter.
So you sat on the bench outside until you froze to death? Alright, well, you've lost outdoor seating privileges. So this is a problem. I believe it was the maintenance people who get Ghostbuster.
Deco.
Okay, and we're just getting all training we can done.
Peter.
You are content being frozen in ice. So the problem is I need my service staff to level up. Or maybe the time goes by. So unfortunately, that's probably going to make me fail the critic.
I can set up in my gunner.
Okay, the maintenance team is struggling to keep up. Alright. Maintenance. Do we have someone as a free slot? We served hot chocolate. Sure. We have hired you, and you're immediately going to train. I don't have the money. This is bad. Oh, I can't increase my loan. Well, this'll work out or it won't. I don't really know. The bed was not made. Right, because all of my cleaning staff are busy being harassed. You guys get out of here. You're just costing me money, and I don't have the money to do anything with that. This is gonna suck because it's gonna make me fail my critic thing from getting the brats. Because someone decided to sit on park benches that were outside on the map already and froze to death. Literally, basically died of hypothermia. I mean, it shows him still having health.
Peter. Peter.
Oh, wait. I can rescue you. Well, that's information. Well, I guess he didn't die. Yeah, so that goes to just harassing everybody. Yeah, so we got 3 stars, primarily because of that garbage. So let's go ahead and see what we can do here. We'll just expand all our menu options. And improve the quality of the hotel rooms. Sunbather, backpacker, upper crusters, sporty, backpacker. Oh, you've already got that on the menu. That's backpackers. Go and grab that for upper crusters later. Okay. For the love of everything, train. Ghostbuster, train. Do it.
Free-do.
You're a grape expert now. And digital ID. Okay. Alright, so we're having someone crash course on someone. Do you need to research busting for staff? I just needed to have money for the staff member to learn ghost busting. Alright, we captured the ghost. But I got rid of the seating, because that's what got people killed, is there was seating outside, and they would sit outside until they literally died. Which is kind of a troll thing for the map to already have on it. Okay, we're just gonna go through our rooms and upgrade them all. In the meantime, let's look at our bonus objectives. Have at least 20 rental skis available. Rental skis available. Have a brat review you well. Install 3 fireplaces. Build 5 brat bedrooms. Research 30 upgrades. Have at least 10 occupied bedrooms at the same time. 30, 20. Have the characters. Yeah, most of these are just like max things out kind of deal. Just need the line outside with heaters. Warm the earth up, no big deal. Exactly. Yeah, so if we add a second one of these, we'll get one of those bonus objectives done. Yep, so for the time being, we are just going to keep upgrading our rooms. That's where I want to put my money right now. The other thing I need to do... Yeah, so definitely, unless I pay this down, it does not get paid down. What's that glass icon on top of the middle? On top of the middle? Glass icon. Must have been on a different window. It was there. Oh. It was probably something being broken. Alright, so I'm going to go out of my way to start paying this loan down more. It's not costing me a ton of money a day, but it is costing me money literally every day. Oh, might have been the long wait times at the bar. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if it was a glass... Like, I was thinking glass, like, window. If you're talking glass, like, wine glass, then yeah, it was a long wait time at the bar. It was probably my bartender was doing their training, so there was no one working the bar. Yeah, no, it was probably my bartender was in the middle of training, so no one is manning the bar, so a customer managed to get through where they weren't served in time. So then they threw a fit. Alright. Yeah, so I think I'll work on, like, get a room done, pay down some loan, get a room done, pay down some loan, kind of ping-pong back and forth between that, to try and fix our money as well as continue to scale up the everything. So I've got... I'm sorry, there's a lot of you just standing around. Who among you... You're fired. Who among you was the least awesome person? And that person had the thing where they yell. Because when you look in the staff room and there's like four workers just standing around, walking around in circles, you're like, okay, clearly I've got too many of you. And suddenly everyone's working now. It's almost as if they feel personally threatened after the termination, or the recent termination of one of their coworkers. We're just running this this nice, relaxing alpine hotel with an iron fist. Ooh, I missed what you complained about. So we're just gonna be short on money until checkout. Got a bunch of people leveling. Yeah, so you'll be ready for more training. When that happens, we'll be able to go and have them make it so stuff doesn't need to be serviced as often. Honestly, the receptionist here just randomly typing with no guests anywhere near around very much feels like, hurry, look busy, the boss is watching. It's like, I get it. I need you here in case a guest has a complaint. You know, but you also don't want to look like you're doing nothing. You saw what happened to the cleaning person. I need you all to start checking out. My bank account requires it. It's fine if we have a couple of them standing here, but it was like 4 of them who are all idling here. It's like, okay, clearly I got way too many people. It's probably I had more people they needed to start with, and then they started leveling up, which made them better at their jobs, and therefore I needed even less people. Okay, so copy you. Upgrade you. Upgrade you twice. Let's make sure we call them and actually do the work. Upgrade you twice. Okay, we got air hockey is now available. Upgrade you twice. Upgrade the seating in our guest room. Upgrade the seating in here. And I don't have enough money. Alright. So please tell me the critic got one of the bedrooms. No. What room is the critic in? The critic's in this room. So any chance I get to upgrade anything in the critic's room, we need to do that. Just to try and inch that room to be as good as we can. Slowly, we're upgrading everything in here. They'll probably go until we have to pay our wages. And then the money will dip down again. Come on. we got the toilet to be a little nicer. And we just paid wages, so we're getting nothing else there. So hopefully this time we're able to bump it up to the 4 stars. Because that's what's holding us up. We literally have everything else ready. I just need the critic to have 4 stars. The last time we got knocked because that ghost just startled the person a bunch of times, I think that killed my review. This time they didn't choose one of my better rooms. So that's going to hurt us a little bit. I think the room's still good enough. But we do have better. If we got in one of those rooms down below, those rooms are higher quality than the ones up here. Because the moment we open up the 4 stars, almost instantly we're going to start seeing a large amount more money. And we're also going to be knocking out our objective here to get the 10 brats to dance. Okay, luckily we did upgrade the seating. We're going to get better review on the seating. Not all the seating's better, but we did happen to get lucky and upgrade the seating that she went for. Okay, the critic is leaving. Alright, give me a good review. 4 stars, come on, do it. Okay. And instantly we got a thing for having 4, for enough brat quality bedrooms. And brats have now been unlocked. And so now if we go in here, that room is only for the brats. Let's see, your Gothenburg went down to 1 star with a 42% approval rating. You definitely recommend doing what... Definitely recommend don't doing what I did. You're looking for a or doing what I did if you're looking for a challenge. Brats at 4 stars. Well, thank you. Because now it should just happen as the next cycle of guests will start being more and more brats. And then with that, we will start getting all that good stuff. Alright, so we got 2 more research or 2 more points. We can get the special amenities. So we're going to start just going through. For the first step, I think, honestly, the first step, we're just going to get enough money to pay off that debt. Because we are getting hit every single day for a couple $100. And then that also means I don't have that buffer should things go wrong that I can grab a loan in a pinch. Alright, so we got our brats. Our first brat has shown their dance moves on the floor. Oh, that's a sporty. I mean, we did have a brat show. We do have a brat on scene. They're sporty. Okay. So our brat went in there, went in the hot tub, sat in the massage chair, dumped a bucket of ice water on themselves, snapped a picture of themselves, and then went to bed. Certainly living some kind of life. So what should happen is the next in-game day, all these sporties are going to get out of this bottom floor that is all catered to being ready for brats. And then we should have plenty of brats to like knock out the dance floor thing real quick. And then we get to see the next map, which I think is New York City. And then after that, I believe we have Las Vegas. Make sure everyone's getting their pay. I need people to check out and give me my money. Okay. So there'll certainly be something weird about the fact that we're taking the money I don't have and paying down our debt with the mob. So we can just have, like, normal debt. Oh, wait. Knock it down a little bit more. Yeah, so it does seem like we make somewhere in the area of like 40,000 each day. Alright, so we got lots of brats on scene. We look at our clientele. We are now up to, well, I got three brats and 2 sporties, and we're waiting for the last rooms to fill up. Which they should. Oh, you two get out of here in the meantime. I'll have a work for you. Huh. We've almost got the debt paid down entirely. We've cut the daily payments in half of what I have to pay them. We have a 90% approval. I'm a little surprised we don't have more people. And thank you, Shadow Peon, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And that means a heck of a lot, and I do appreciate that you've been supporting the channel for the last 12 months, a full year. So thank you so much for that. It means a heck of a lot. Alright, brats, I need you to dance on the dance floor. I know you're literal brats, and that because I need you to do this, you will be objectively trying to not do this. And thank you, Treacle, for the tier 1 sub. That's 7 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I appreciate that. I also noticed it definitely pronounced your name Trickle. But thank you so much for that support. It means a heck of a lot. I do appreciate that. Alright, so we got six dances going out of that. And then one of the brats complained about me not having something, and I really don't care. I just need them to get their dance on. To, record their go ahead and like get their TikTok videos of them dancing at the Alpine bar, and trying to share it on Instagram and all that kind of stuff. I just need them to do that for me real quick. Oh, you're lifting weights. It looked like he was like staring out the window menacingly. You're like, yes, I'll get him. I didn't see he had the dumbbells in his hand. It was just weirdly, awkwardly looking out the window. So, we just need 4 more dances to happen in this room, and then we have finished the map. And we're paying off the mob. I'm still amused that the group you get your loan with is the local mob. Of everything you could be borrowing money from, you're borrowing money from the local mob. Okay, so all rooms are now occupied. I wonder when it says repay 5%, 10%, if that's of the initial loan. I assume it's got to stay with the initial loan, otherwise if you kept paying down it by 5% and kept reducing the amount owed, you would just, you know, you get annoyed as you're paying like 12 bucks trying to get the last bit. You'd have to do the 100%. I'm assuming it's off the initial loan. We can check. It's interesting that's not highlighted yet. It's fine. They're the only ones you were able to get money from, even if they are running the loan shark. Yeah. No, that's the thing. Okay. Yeah, no, it's based off the original, because we got 73,000 was the amount they offered. Okay. It's interesting that we don't actually have espresso on the menu, but because I have it here, they will get it. Like, it makes sense. I was actually curious how they're going to do it when you didn't have the choice of adding it on the menu, and then just kind of waiting to see what would go with that. Come on, I need 4 of you to actually dance. Like, everyone's here getting lots of drinks. I need you to dance. There you go. There you go. I need 2 more of you to get in there. One more. Also, I clearly need a second bartender. Because they've all showed up.
Hooray! You have completed the main objectives in this scenario. Hats off to you. You can now choose to stay and further improve your hotel, potentially unlocking more rewards, or set off to tackle new challenges elsewhere.
Okay, and that gave us an armchair. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna have one of them isn't served on time, so got mad. That's what it is. I don't have money to do anything else. So is there any one of these that we're going to get knocked out really quickly? We can install the third fireplace. That's an easy one. Did I already get my... I don't know how many upgrades we have. So you can install the third fireplace. That'll be like, as soon as I get any amount of money, we can do that. And then the others I won't worry about. Which, that's easy. I could just swap those out. At least you served the critic on time. Well, that's bad. Bartender went on break when people are already like, hey, wait a second. Well, those are going to be some unhappy customers. Yep, so the bar got a 5-star rating because it just so happened the important customer got, served on time. Okay. So once they check out, we just put the fireplace in there, get that side objective done, and then we'll be on to the next map. Which, like I said, I think is New York City. There might be one in between those two, but I think New York City was the next one. And then the very last one was Las Vegas. Yep. 3 stars. We actually lost rating. And let me guess, because we lost rating now, if we check these rooms, do they no longer qualify? Yep, so when you lose rating, they no longer qualify for their more expensive guests. But with that said, we're going to get rid of you. We're going to install you. And we're going to go to our loan. Pay it down a bit more. And once the guests check out, we should have the last of the loan paid off, and then I'll save and move on. Because otherwise I just won't remember I have the loan. Because the guests should be leaving now. Did everyone already check out for the day? Maybe if we get lucky, I'll be able to push it where I can get the, the last bit paid. If it ends up being a thing that we'll have to wait, well, I mean, we can just fast forward. It'll be fine. Yeah, I think we dropped down to 3 stars either because the critic ended up in one of my poorer quality rooms. Done. Loan paid off. Oh, that was an achievement for paying back a loan. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and save that. We're gonna go to world map and check out the next town. So the next one is New York City. All right, the one and only Big Apple. Form your very own skyscraper hotel in this crowded metropolis and invite uptown brats, downtown folk, and everyone in between. Then there's also Las Vegas. Are you ready to roll the dice? Invest in a casino hotel in the heart of the gambling, where the show must go on and you must capitalize on it. So that's an 8 floor 18 by 18. New York City is maximum of 25 floors, but only a 10 by 10 lot size. Okay. 21% corporate tax on both of them. Alright. Oppie's Hotel.
Welcome to New York City, a bustling metropolis packed with opportunity. Real estate doesn't come cheap in this crowded corner of the world, and you're starting out with only a modest plot of land. That means there's only one direction to grow, up. To succeed here, you'll need to think vertically and aim for the skyline as you design your hotel from scratch. This time around, it's not just about style or guest satisfaction. Profitability is your main focus. Run a lean, efficient operation and make sure your investments truly pay off. Immediately upon start, you'll have a key decision to make. How will you finance your venture? Each choice comes with its own set of advantages, limitations, and objectives.
Oh. Okay. Interesting. So we have the choice of we can go and get ourselves some investors. The investors provide funding that you need to get started. In return, they expect regular dividend payments and flashy prestige project to show off their investment. So we will start with $275,000. We will need to pay our investors at least 5 dividends of $25,000. Starting on day 20 and every 5th day after. Reach a hotel value of at least $2.5 million. Start money, which is a city loan. The city offers you a low interest rate loan to kickstart your hotel. In return, they expect you to create jobs and contribute to the local economy. Have at least 25 staff hired for 5 consecutive days. And you must pay back the loan of $250,000. Bootstrap. It's just you, your savings, and a whole lot of ambition. Start off small and grow carefully and reinvest every dollar. So we need to build 10 valid bedrooms on the same floor. Reach a profit of at least $2,000 per employee for 3 consecutive days. Interesting. Okay. The bootstrap is the one I'm leaning towards. Because this one is basically just have a loan. and then you're gonna end up with the staff as you grow. So this is kind of your to me the least interesting one. It's just a loan. This one here looks like an interesting challenge where they give you a lot of money to start with, and then you've got to day 20 to get yourself kind of established. And then once you get to day 20, you're basically going to get hit for 25,000 every 5th day, which is honestly not that bad. But it does make me curious if that's forever you pay the 25,000, or if it is one of those things that after the 5 dividend payments, it goes away. I do think we're going to do bootstrap for this one. Because this one, we don't have a bunch of strings attached. It is you're running
Good
lean.
choice. Even though it might be tempting to shoot for the skies right away, I recommend starting with a small but well-functioning business. Tailor your hotel to your guests' preferences and aim to maximize profit from each room. And don't forget to adapt as new guest types begin to check in. Now I'll leave you with the objectives needed to complete the scenario. Good luck!
Okay, so build 10 valid rooms on the same floor. Reach a profit of at least 2,000 per employee for 3 consecutive days. That's going to be the hard one there. The net worth is not a big deal. Expand your floor to the 10th floor is not a big deal. That's just progress. But the per employee is an interesting one, because it means I need to be making, like, I can't just continue to grow. I have to have an efficiency. So the first thing we need to do is get our reception area. So I am going to go and deliberately leave myself a little bit of room for a proper entrance. Oh wow, 10 by 10 is not big. Shocker, I know, right? 10 by 10 is not big at all.
By the way, have you checked out the Advanced tab in your financial overview? It displays some key metrics that could be really useful in this scenario.
I don't care. Yeah. I actually feel pretty comfortable I can fit the rooms on there. So, what's going to first happen is I'm going to have this all the way back, over here, over there, and then we're going to gut the walls out of this. All of my supporting stuff like restaurants and all that is going to be down here. And that's already 1/3 of her money gone. I haven't built anything yet. 1/3 of her money has vanished already. Okay. So we want to have ourselves a nice, fancy entrance. We can go for the Chinese New Year entrance too. That's kind of fun that we can make the entrance to our place just Chinese New Year. I don't think I could theme the rest of the hotel around that very easily. Now I'll just go for a wood entrance. Light wood. Yep, no, that's exactly what I'm thinking. A second floor, we're gonna have some real close quarter stuff. Alright. So we will be bringing in a small crew because they don't charge much money. And ultimately, that's what I care about. Until I have staff, we're just paying for the building. Alright. So the first thing I'm going to need to do is I need to set up reception. We can go here. Get to work. But my plan is all of our base requirements will be down here. And it might be one of those things I shove some rooms down here temporarily. But we're going to put a front reception area. And then I'm going to try to get a second floor. That's not going to likely be a complete second floor. And we're going to start by targeting hikers. Or backpackers, or whatever they're called. Because the backpackers only require a 2x2 room. which means I can make a lot of horrendously bad rooms at scale. So we are going in the middle of like New York. Best hotel in the world station. Okay. Because this area looks like we're like proper New York, not, you know, we're not out in the fringes and the burbs or anything like that. We are in the main city. Now, whether we're like Manhattan Island or, you know, one of the other districts and all that, we don't get enough information to really figure that out. But regardless of where we are, New York is not a cheap place to operate. I am curious if we'll have, well, I mean, they mentioned it's a 21% corporate tax, but that's on our revenue, I would assume. Okay, as soon as I get this area laid down... Sir, don't cut through my building. Who the hell do you think you are? This is a construction site. It is literally a felony for you to be here without authorization. Okay, and we'll put a wall back here. Actually, we'll start with just 2 tile wide wall. Because that'll be for... the room keys. It'll have to be 4 tile wide. Okay. The nerve where they're cutting through my construction site and being like, "Oh, it's not glamorous. This hotel." Oh. Actually, we can squeeze that in smaller. We gotta make good use of our space. So that'll be a valid reception area. And we're going to go for the incredibly high quality exposed concrete look. All right. Stairs -3. We are truly going budget here. You don't mind concrete look in certain venues? Yeah, in this particular case, we're just going concrete for the sake of concrete. Alright, so we will need some basic rooms here, unfortunately. So we will need a staff room. We will need a bathroom, because I'm not providing them in hotel room bathrooms and all that. We will need a restaurant and a kitchen. Okay, new plan. Bathroom. Bathroom's gonna be real snug back there. We will have the kitchen will be shoved back here. The restaurant will be along there. I also need a maintenance room and a laundry room. Do we need a maintenance room, though? Do we? Okay. So, let's pause again, so we're not wasting time. Alright. So those are all the basic rooms to have the needs of my guests covered. I'm a little concerned about paying for all this. Okay, so the restaurant can be wide open. Okay, so that's the floor plan for right now. So I'm gonna need some doors. What is your cheapest door? Okay, so the doors are all basically 400 bucks. Yeah, the doors are basically pretty universally 400 bucks. Got staff-only doors. Got a bathroom there. Now we've got a staff door here. Okay. So, reception. You'll need staff. That is not happening yet. Alright, so for the laundry room to be functional, I will get one drying rack, one laundry machine. It is now a valid laundry room. That is all you're getting. We need a break room for our staff. So let's go here. So you require a sofa of some kind. There you go. Some lockers. Water. And coffee. It is now a valid staff room. The maintenance room. Our money is vanishing dangerously fast. A supply cabinet. A tool board. A tool cabinet. Wait, actually, that's all I need. It's valid. A bathroom. So we will have... Alright, hang on. That might actually not have been big enough. Okay, this door needs to actually be over there. We have a toilet. We aren't providing them showers in their room, so there's the shower. Okay, apparently sinks are not required, so we'll worry about that later. The restaurant, we'll have the dinner menu of pea soup and nothing else. If you wanted something else, it's too bad, you're getting pea soup. Okay, we've got our trays. We've got our sink. We've got our pantry. We got our plate shelf. Got our serving bench. We've got our one stove. Alright, so now we've got our restaurant. So we've got our cutlery. Our reception. And a couple of tables. And you need staff. Okay, so all of those are just missing staff now, and I still have $78,000 to go. This is where things are going to get dicey, because my money is going to vanish quickly. So that'll give me enough for 2 rooms. So I'll unpause again. And meanwhile, that'll be room 1, room 2. Okay. This is definitely a hotel with humble beginnings. Humble beginnings and reception desk with marble countertops. Look, we blew the budget on the countertops. For the record, those countertops, this is only 1,000. But it does feel fill the kind of the narrative that we had this plan for this grand entrance, blew the budget on the entrance, and went, crap, we actually have to build a hotel. Like, wait a second, this money was supposed to go for a lot more than we got it to go for. Alright, so this will be our first hotel room. Probably fake marble. Oh no, we spent all the money on the actual thing. No, our story is we definitely actually spent all our money on the hotel, like on that marble, on the marble there, and then there was just nothing left for the actual rooms. Okay. This will definitely be a hotel that, as time goes on, will end up, like, you know, I could see cannibalizing the space, making it into one larger staff room, then going up a couple floors, and then putting a larger room for handling the whole, the laundry and all that. I don't actually think the maintenance room has to get big. I could definitely see it being a thing that we would then take this tiny little bathroom and want to expand on that. Meanwhile, since we do have the money, I will give you a sink. And a trash can. Don't say I never did anything for you. Did nothing for you. And this is the maintenance room. We can add more to this that's useful. Where is the recycling bins? Okay. Okay, with that, we will duplicate this room, giving us a second room to work with. Sir, I see you looking up at me longingly. I do not accept nor feel responsibility for what you've done to yourself. Also, low-key, New York having a comfortable temperature feels like a bold decision. Like, don't get me wrong, New York during the summer and fall and all that, that's fine, but winter in New York is not what I would call exactly a comfortable temperature. New York could get pretty frigid. It's got a reputation. So the plan here is, before I hire anyone, basically blow my entire budget getting as many rooms as I can get going. We're not going to go into debt. Even summer in New York kind of sucks. Yeah, no, it could get pretty blistering hot. You know, concrete not exactly breathing the best. Don't go all the way down there for that. It's minus 7 degrees Celsius there right now? Yep. Yeah, no, it's starting to warm up already here in Florida, but yesterday we had it pretty brisk here. We got down to 24 degrees Fahrenheit. What did people say that was in Celsius? Was it minus 4.4 Celsius in Central Florida? Okay. And part of the reason I made it this way is I'm figuring later on when we start getting really tall, I'll be able to just yoink the stairs and then put an elevator. I don't have the research for the elevator at the beginning. Not enough sheets. The number of beds is higher than the total supply of sheets. Okay. We have the sheet shelf. Alright, so that's good to know. So there is a hard limit on how small I can get away with the laundry room per room there. So I could probably get about 4 rooms before we're gonna have to sort out our laundry room issue. Hey, we have a valid bathroom. I'm also amused. So even though we're not open, we don't really have guest rooms, the critic is arriving tomorrow. I'm gonna go on a hunch here. How much is an elevator? It's not the price. It's locked behind research. Where are you, elevator? Wait, I thought it was locked behind research. It was previously. It is locked behind research. Where are you? There it is. Oh, I could actually get a vertical elevator immediately. How much do you cost? Alright, let's hopefully not regret that. 1,500. I'm also low-key concerned that you might require to have stairs to go with the elevator for when it breaks. Let's plan for that to be a thing. I have a feeling the elevator can break. I don't know that that's true. But there's definitely no room for a alternate stairwell if that is a mechanic of this. We'll have the elevator be the primary way that people get up and down. You know what? I've changed my mind already. Because I could potentially get lucky. I'm hoping it will go and like automatically let you do the second floor even though it's not available yet. It does not. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to move you over. So I do need to have a stairwell no matter what. I would assume it's got like a link icon here. So then we have a stairwell that goes up to the second floor so you can reach the elevator. Because the top floor is 1 square down compared to the ground floor. Oh, wait. You are correct. I failed to notice that. That's good. They'll give a route around it, for at least for now. Okay, and duplicate you. And again. And again. Alright, so critics on their way. So, we do need our staff, so we have a receptionist. Key expert. Okay. So, welcome, Hannah McBell. Okay, we need a cleaner. Kind-hearted, sensitive, hypochondriac. Alright. Welcome, cleaner. Who I didn't pay attention to your name. Sweepy Cynthia. And then we need a chef. We have an avant-garde vegan who will prepare dishes that do not require seafood, has a higher chance of good outcomes. And the other ones have negatives. Well, actually, they all do, because you're a slacker, you get lost in thought, and you're a shouter. So they all suck. Alright, well, you're just going to have to do. We will need a waiter. We got a memory master who's an extrovert, a positive punching bag, and a punching bag. Honestly, the positive punching bag basically means that person can be just harassed endlessly. I'm gonna go with Forky Flirter, who's the memory master. And our chef is Thomas Saladson. Okay, and who are we still missing? We need a maintenance person. We've got one who's an anxious nerd, a bad temper caffeine addict, and kind-hearted. Okay, so we've got our staff. We're a fully staffed and ready hotel who is doing their best. We have our first guest, who is the critic, who has booked a wretched cube of sadness and tears. I mean, they booked a hotel room. Meanwhile, with our budget, where is the super prestigious entrance? That's fine. I want a smaller sign is what I want. So I'm looking for is there's like a red carpet entrance. Oh, is that considered reception if I remember correctly? Let's check. Yes, it's not that. That's the entertainment one. There you are. We couldn't do most of the other things that the place needs, but if you wanted an overpriced red carpet entrance, we got you. It's only $1,000. It actually wasn't that much. Not enough cutlery. I mean, you're just gonna have to live with that. There's literally no space for more. And I guess technically I could put along the back wall there, but I'm not going to. Alright.
What?
So, feelings are neutral. Don't mind the literal construction going on in pretty much the entirety of the hotel around you. It's fine. Honestly, I'd take neutral. Considering the criminal setup we've got here. Neutral's honestly pretty good. Inspecting the bedroom. I don't think I'm guessing 1 star. We put literally the minimum, the absolute minimum. 0 stars. Okay, my apologies. I didn't realize 0 stars was an option. Now the mood is skeptical. Heading for refreshments. Okay. Hold up. I don't actually have those. So let's go ahead and get you some water. And then we needed entertainment as well. Okay. I forgot those were things that you need. Not enough sheets. Look, I'm doing my best. I sold my magic card collection, and this is what I could afford. What are you... Oh, I don't have a drinks fridge? Or a grape fridge? I need a grape fridge? Meanwhile, the waiter's just like, the customers ordered things on the menu and I can't provide them because it doesn't exist in our entire building. This is not a thing my complete lack of training was prepared for. Okay, the grape fridge is there. Go get it. All right. Two stars. You know what? Honestly, all things considered, I'm feeling pretty good about those 2 stars. 2 stars, solid review. No notes. Oh, you need supporting foundation to use that. I can go 1 tile over. It's fine. We'll drop another 4,000 there. Okay. Until they start after. Hey, you know what? They gave a 3-star rating on the toilet. A 0-star rating on the spa. That's fair. I don't actually have a spa. I'd be surprised if you gave me more than no stars. A 1-star on entertainment. You wanted coffee, and then you were upset that I didn't have coffee. Okay. You know what? We can accommodate this. I can make your coffee dreams come true. There's your coffee. And I'll throw in an arcade machine. Okay, what is the new complaint? Need more bins. A guest couldn't find a space to the bins that therefore threw the trash on the ground. Okay. There's a bin for you there. And that's just gonna have to do for the time being. Oh no. You also need me to have a fridge. What is this? Look. I'm gonna be real with you here. There is just no room. Okay, this less occupation allowed. Get that out of here. You want hot chocolate? What is... Can you not want everything? Okay, bin going over here. There's your hot chocolate. Because most of those things don't really cost me anything once I build them, so I can justify it a little bit. It also, by doing that, solves my cutlery problem by reducing the number of people we serve at the restaurant. You want seating. That's what you're getting. If you want more seating than that, you're on your own. At least he orders one of everything in the menu. It won't be hard on the chef. Alright. The printer's low on supplies. That's going to be a problem where our maintenance person is going to struggle to keep up. And you're getting those two rooms sorted out. And then the next big spend is going to be continuing to expand that second floor. And I actually think what I am going to do is I'm going to plan for that to be here. And the reason for that is so the next floor up, I should be able to then expand the structure farther. So it covers up the entire part. So this one will just be a walkway between the floors that'll be kind of useless. But one floor up I'll be able to, you know, put more rooms in. Okay. So not only do you have a communal bathroom in this place, it is a communal bathroom for an entire floor of guests. Something like this is what I was hoping Pa would be like? Pa 2 would be like? I don't understand. Something like what? Oh, Prison Architect! Prison Architect 2. Yeah, no, instead of the reality of it not existing. Yup. Nah, I was always concerned with Prison Architect 2. Not that it would get canned, but like, when they're like, oh yeah, it's gonna be 3D and have all that, I'm like, alright, a lot of games that have done really well in like the Tycoon or whatever style in 2D have really struggled when they've gone 3D. So stuff like where you've had like the Rimworld style games, where you've had a bunch of Rimworld style games have come out that have trying to go like 3D with them. And there's some that are decent, but a lot of them just don't really hit the mark, because part of it is you lose so much situational awareness once you go 3D. When you're talking layers of buildings, it's very hard to maintain that. Okay.
Looks like you're starting to run low on cash. No worries. You can always use your cash credit or grab a loan from the bank. As long as your assets are greater than your debt, you won't get into trouble.
Well, we just ruined one of our guests' sleep by smashing a wall right behind them. There's a mod that makes Rimworld isometric, you think? Yeah, no, there's been a couple of ones that have come out and done that in a bunch of games. Alright, so once we get that, we'll probably end up being short on sheets again, and we won't be able to resolve that until we expand the infrastructure stuff we got down here. So very generally what I think we end up doing here is once that's done, I make another floor up. So how many tenants have you forced them? So how many tenants have you forced them to sell their organs in the black market to afford rent? Oh, I mean, I'm not involved in that part. We don't acknowledge like what happens to make sure they can afford the rent. It's a way we manage to keep a level of guilt-freeness among our staff. So the critic is really content with our toilets. Oh, who can we get that? Green Man Bank. Well, I'd rather take money from Green Man Bank over taking money from the literal mob. Oh, that's... Okay, we definitely need to move that seat. That's a little uncomfortable. Having the place that they sit down to relax be like in the lap of someone else. There, that's the seating. It's just the weird little cubby on the end of the hall. That's where your available seating is. The only seating in the entire place that is not your bed. All right. 0 stars. Bedroom, 0 stars. Sleep quality, neutral. Toilet, neutral. Body wash, neutral. Refreshments, 0. Entertainment, 1 star. Gym, doesn't exist. Bar, doesn't exist. Spa, doesn't exist. Restaurant, 2 stars. The food quality, the quality of that pea soup, premium. No comment, no notes. Best pea soup ever. Customer service and the menu variety sucked. So only gave me a single research point. Alright. It was a very impressive pea soup. So, I'm going to make larger shelves. I can't. Nothing is going to be researched right now. Because I need to make larger shelves for that. That's going to be my next move. And we'll continue to... Let someone pee in their soup? Only once. There's one surly waiter who just brings you pea soup without even asking what you want. But man, what a pea soup, basically. Alright, so I think what's going to need to happen here is I got a couple of things. I would like to expand, but it's going to require the next critic visit to make it so we can use our space a little bit more efficiently for the laundry. So how is our guest reviews going? Alright. 69%, nice. They were upset about the lack of body wash. And seating. Yeah, so seating is a common complaint, as is the restaurant and the body wash. And I think a big part of that just has to do with the fact that there's literally bare concrete everywhere. Let's see, you bet J Jim, as a customer leaving the 5-star reviews, he hates us. He hates soup, and in real life, if you're correct, and doesn't like pea. Interesting. All right. So we still have all this ongoing here. Restaurant service problem. A guest left due to slow service. How are we failing at service? There's 3 tables. What are you doing? Oh. Why are you not taking care of the What are you doing, waiter? The food's right. Oh, the food's not done yet. Well. And then they get rid of it. I don't understand why they didn't serve the soup, but it's fine. And the trash is piling up because we don't have enough cleaning people. Hey, look. Not enough sheets. Alright. So we've got all that set up right now. They're taking turns sitting in the one chair we have available. Okay, here. Look. I'll consider myself convinced you can have a second chair. There. Don't say I didn't take care of anything for you. I am a benevolent hotel owner who would certainly not let you down. Alright, so we can now make steak. So let's also go here to where we would have walls. Because then the next move is I am going to need to move something around from down here to get it upstairs to make room. Let's see, pretty sure we'll end up with the restaurant floor with size constraints. Yeah, no, what's probably what's going to end up happening is most likely I'll end up having the restaurant and the bar maybe will be one floor by themselves. And then we'll probably also have, like, a bunch of these random things will start being the other floor. So that's one of the reasons I'm not taking the time to put down a lot of nice flooring yet, is I'm expecting all of these rooms to move around. One thing that would potentially also be something I might need to consider is I might need to consider for one of these floors, like adding... Yeah, so this guest is getting very upset because they have no sheets for their bed. I'm sorry. You may not realize it, but we actually charge extra for sheets. They're not included. Okay, that's the maximum I can do sheets-wise. That room is at capacity. Now, I imagine our staff members are gradually going to get angrier and angrier from being in truly subpar conditions. So I've got a couple of options of what I can do on the next floor. So on the next floor, I could just start by going and, you know, getting over to this side and building, like, the restaurant up here somewhere, giving it a dedicated space, and then, you know, going down here and getting, like, you know, a bar open or whatever to get that sorted out. Oh, is that because we had a terrible cook? Yeah, so they're a slacker, so they work slower. Alright, so we are going to need to go to our staff and meet their pay and all that. Yep. You vote floor 3 is all staff? Yeah, so put the laundry room up there, put the break room up there, put the maintenance room, sorry, yeah, the break room up there. Get all that stuff moved over there. That still won't need a whole floor to itself, but it could definitely be a pretty good chunk of a floor. You're all slobs. You're all such slobs. So we are a very profitable business so far. As far as our profit goes, we are making good money. Not relative to our staff size yet, but we'll get there. That'll be the curious thing, is we need to be making for 3 consecutive days, $2,000 per employee. And I think realistically to do that, the hikers aren't going to cut it. Because we check these rooms here. This room, it'll tell me what these hikers are going to pay. Yeah, so that person's going to pay about $1,500. So realistically, that means for every employee, I need 2 rooms that are occupied. That's just the revenue. That's not even profit of operating expenses either. So I'm gonna need guests that are individually more lucrative. Why are hikers in Central New York? I mean, why wouldn't there be hikers in Central New York? Do you know how much walking you gotta do in New York? Yeah, the consecutive days is the interesting one. Well, no, because you do get payouts each day. Alright. So we got about $5,000 in cash. Alright, that's one more room. Because it seems like we're still doing relatively good for horrendously bad reviews. Now, we could go in here and get the larger shelves for... Oh, wait, no, I can't. That's two. Right, we're back to that problem. Just slap the customer. I like your style. I appreciate your moxie. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this floor fully filled. And I do think I am going to work my way into, like, going down here. And we will start setting up, like, moving the laundry up. And then, you know, that'll clear up this. Well, actually, let's do the staff room first. So I can set up to have at least enough for training. Because a lot of that training will let me get away with a lot less staff to do the same amount of work. Which is going to be necessary for what we got going on here.
Awesome work. Did you know you can manually adjust a staff member's salary? Tweaking wages can be a smart way to boost your profits. Just don't take it too far. Underpaid staff are likely to quit eventually.
Complete an objective tied to your funding choice. We have 10 valid bedrooms on the same floor. Okay, so what I was going to do, though, is... Oh, I didn't think that through. Alright, so what I want to actually do here is I want to move the door there. Can I move you outside temporarily? No. Alright, well that didn't help anything. I want these to be mirrored to the other one so that the doors line up. This I don't care about in the middle, but that'll be a problem if it's way on the end there. Okay, so we can go ahead and do this. Okay, now I'll take care of that for right now. Cool, so we finished our first objective, so that's good news. Gonna take on a little bit of debt here. Get ourselves another room going. Yeah, so the first, or second floor, I should say. So the second floor is all about the hikers. It's also weird that I have inconsistent walls there. So it's going to be the hiker situation. And when we go up top, we're going to start giving ourselves our basics for our staff and for the laundry and all that. And then we'll make another floor after that. And that floor, we're going to start trying to target, like, the sporties. And we're going to work on making our provided options more sporty appropriate. Okay, so we're going to be getting ourselves a bit of debt here. So we can finish out this floor, and then we'll just have to wait for our money to pick up. Okay. Okay, the critic is all checked in. Alright, we're aiming for a star. A singular star. Okay, so 0 stars for the lack of a gym. That's understandable. Trying to think how I want to approach the stuff that does stay on the bottom floor. And with that, we can go here. I mean, we could just have this stay open and have, like, entertainment and seating and stuff like that. Oh, we failed to serve the... Oh, cool. We failed to serve the critic at all. Alright, so it is looking like I am going to need a second waiter, most likely. Well, actually, do I? Because I don't actually have... Well, I mean, yes. Yeah, second waiter will probably help a lot. So let's go to waiter. Cool. So we're getting a second waiter to keep that, because we keep failing on this one, and it's a mix of the kitchen as well as here. Well, the waiter's trying to just help with the tables, but yeah, no, I think I might actually need a second chef as well. He's gonna be claustrophobic in there. A seafood lover. Creative chef. Puts dishes between the two of great and pure garbage. So he'll be a seafood lover. And the cleaning is now not keeping up. So we are going to get a second one, so... Sheet champion. Okay. So unfortunately, we do have a lot more staff. And I do have bedrooms that do not have the capacity to have sheets. We are going to go ahead and let people take those bedrooms anyways. Because, look, man, we just need the money. The quality of the room is a them problem, not a me problem. Also, I'll need to go to staff. But yeah, so I think for hitting the 2,000 per employee per day, that'll be when we get up to, like, upper crusters and all that, and we have way less staff. Because we're dealing with a much smaller number of guests. I'm actually not sure if I needed the second chef. It's fine. Okay. So hopefully we'll be able to improve our restaurant review by having the critic get another meal there, but we'll see. I'm thinking we're dealing with another bad review, but it will give me a second star, which I can then use to increase the amount of laundry I can put on a shelf, or the amount of sheets I can put on a shelf, which will allow me to expand that without having to actually expand the Okay. So again, real bad reviews just across the board. But that's okay. That's still enough that we can get larger shelves for our sheets, which has massively increased the capacity of our hotels from that regard. So as I mentioned before, the next move is going to be going up to the next floor, and we will start trying to, we'll like make a employee break room up there that has, you know, at least enough for the training and all that, so we can slowly make our employees better. Okay, I'm also noticing we are not going to keep up with that. So receptionist, kind-hearted tech dinosaur, nerdy introvert, energetic extrovert. Welcome. Hurry, get to work as fast as you can, because you're going to lose us customers. So who's the one saving the day? Molly O'Greetley. Fair enough. There's just trash piled everywhere. And the other thing we need to do, you can't believe we aren't getting Objective 2 with level cost savings. Staff. Staff is ultimately what it boils down to. And also, I think every single time I'm building, that's a capital expense. That does count against the profit. We check our cash flow here. Well, actually, there's an advanced one. So... yeah, so the profit yesterday was about 8,000 bucks. But as far as the number of staff I have, we are up to... was that 10 staff? Yeah, 10 staff members. So we need to make $20,000 per day to hit that objective. Now, it is possible if I didn't spend any money for the day... where's my revenue? Debt total liabilities? Oh, right, that's that. Cash flow. Yeah, so... yeah, so we wouldn't be able to use that to make it. We're doing a lot of cost savings, but we still have decent operating expenses for our staff, as well as a little bit of maintenance stuff here and there. And it's just we're not... because keep in mind, we have the lowest paying customers right now. On top of that, our staff has no training to speak of. So I have to have a little bit more staff to accomplish the same task. That's the reasons why I think the first room we're going to be putting up stop here is going to go right over this way. And we're going to go ahead and make a larger staff room. Enough that I have the training bench and all that stuff. So we can start boosting our staff's abilities. Start getting that going. Okay. Yeah, they're complaining about the number of bins. Mostly it's the bins aren't getting emptied. Are you full? Ah, that's the problem. The problem here is my recycling bins here are getting overfilled. And as a result, they stop emptying the trash cans. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Okay. We have an overall guest review score at 75%. Why? This place is a dump. Why would you review it anything better than like 1 star? You shouldn't come here. Is the pea soup that good? Alright, so let's go here. And this is our staff room area. So with that, I'm gonna pause the game because I'm moving my staff furniture around. Okay, so that needs to be a bit larger. I figured it would, but I needed to get a feel for it. Alright, so with that though, we can go here, and I need the training desk. Wait, tea leaves are made of trees? I replace that with that. Alright. So we've got you. And then we will add the door here. It says staff only. And then with this, we want to go into this room here. And switch you over to laundry. And destroy that wall. And that'll let us expand that a bit. Yeah, the emote is called Tebow. Basically a cartoonish teabag character. Gotcha. Alright. So with this, though, now we can start improving people. Okay. So, service-minded, ID, vacuuming specialist, mopping specialist, seasonal, whatever, professional greeting, fine table seating, professional greeting, fine table setting, make the meals better, vacuuming, and service-minded. So basically we're going to have everyone start queuing up to train, to get a little bit better at their jobs. Did you know cinnamon is just tree sawdust? Yeah, it's made from tree bark. They peel the bark off the tree, and then that bark is ultimately what cinnamon is just the powdered bark. There's more process to it than strictly that. They like dry it and a whole bunch of other stuff. But ultimately it is tree bark. Okay. Ma'am, I need you to not sleep on the keyboard as part of your training. You are currently actively being paid right now. Yeah, and you'll need the technician as soon as we can get that. Yep, so we still have the service problem, and that's actually boiling down to not enough tables. I don't think... You know what? Let's get cozy in here. Yeah, I need you to level up once. Alright. Now, downside is this training does increase how much I have to pay each staff member, which is fine. But, wait, not enough cutlery? Okay, that didn't help anything. It is whack. It's whack as stub. It's for the backpackers so they can practice chopping wood. But it's whack-a-mole, but they're hitting tree stumps. It's an arcade machine that you are providing entertainment for your guests using. I guess for right now, there's extra cutlery. So we can get one more table online. So you're gonna just have to wait a little bit for a bit more money to come in. They're doing their best to keep up with the food. Okay. Alright, we managed to get through everyone without anyone falling behind this time on the restaurant. So everyone actually did get served. We're now running into the problem of not having enough dishes cleaned to keep everything going. Where are both my... Where are all my waiters? They all went on break at the same time. We're low on supplies. I think we actually managed to prevent having any of the customers walk away. Does the spa unlock in Paris? Yeah, I think so. I think it might have been in Paris. And the machines keep breaking. Well, the good news is that does mean we're probably going to be having you level up soon. Okay. Plating perfection. So good news is we are profitable. And decently so. The bad news is we have a lot of things that are not working as well as they should. The good news with having this many things is I have a lot of guests. The bad news is I don't have the bandwidth to handle that many guests. Alright, for right now, let's get the construction workers out of here. And we're just gonna have to kind of wait for money for a minute. Now, if we can manage to get an okay review, One of the other things we can do is we can get the cutlery shelf. We can potentially get a dishwasher. We can work on getting our infrastructure stuff fixed, because that'll be a good way of making it so we can take care of our guests faster. We also need to make the place not look like barren concrete, because there's just the constant thing of being like, hey, this place looks like a dump. Let's see, do we need more, do we need many more guests to fulfill the goals given to us? We do eventually need to hit 10 floors, which is going to take a lot of money. This is definitely, so this is the first one they gave us, like, literally there was nothing here, just an empty lot, and I had to build from scratch. But as far as the guests go, we need to have a net worth change, reach a daily net worth change of at least 50,000. So that's going to be $50,000 profit, most likely. So that'll be one. That's going to be a lot of guests. The reach a profit of at least 2,000 per employee for 3 consecutive days is the one I have to, like, kind of do a little min-maxing kind of stuff. The line for the restaurant. Oh, that actually has a different icon. I'm curious if that's a workbench. I believe I saw that in here. Yeah, so I get them... Okay, 0 stars still. So we get the workbench in here, I think they'll be able to fix that, as opposed to replacing it. Oh, and have you trained yet? You can't train yet. Alright, so I just have to accept that this is getting removed and replaced. So we'll grab the replacement. Alright. So we did get another point. Get a staff to level up 20, or get staff to level up 25 times. So for just 1 point, we can get the dishwasher. Which I do not have space for. I thought that was a kitchen sink upgrade. Alright. Cleaners are understaffed. Look, that's just going to be the way it is for right now. I'm upgrading you all. Okay, so we got the technician training, mopping master, digital ID card thing. Okay. So we are going to be looking at getting the next thing expanded up here. So that's the real question of what gets upgraded next. So we could go and move the laundry up here as the next move. So I'm trying to think. So laundry, this is going to be a big building. I think we will start off with that. for right now, just open that wall up. It'll figure out what I actually want the laundry room to be in a minute. Okay. So this will be our new laundry room. I guess they could save $5. They do their own laundry. All right, hear me out. 2, final offer. Okay, so that's now available space to do something with. I could just change what this room is to accommodate some other need, short term. Okay, so what room could I put in there to satisfy things for now? For right now, you can be our really, really budget gym. So that's for sporties. So backpackers like the treadmill. Sporties, 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 sunbathers. Backpackers also want the yoga mats. We can put a water fountain in there for you. All right. And I guess for the time being, we will close that off, and we will put another employee door there. And a recycling bin for the people handling that. All right. Need more bins, need more dumpsters. Look, you gotta wait. My cleaning people just need time to catch up. They're good for it. Maybe.
Hi, Cycle.
I checked with them, and they definitely said they would try to mostly get the task done. Oh, you want towels? And we're... Or did you want towels in the bathroom? There, that's what you're getting. They're trying to improve the hotel as much as possible so we can hopefully get a full star. With at least a full star, I can get myself a little bit more. Yeah, they keep mentioning like a curled up thing. I think that's the towels. Yeah, so you can't actually place the towels in here. That's fine. They'll probably finish their exercise and then go to the bathroom and clean up. There. So there's more towels in it. I'm gonna need an art cleaning person, and it's gonna be a problem. So, the next expansion is let's just open this up so I can put the elevator in there. Because that'll speed up their ability to go up and down stairs. Which should hopefully... which should hopefully improve the speed they can get all this stuff done. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Oh, did the clip with the I don't like there was the smoothie thing that 2 made? That was like almond milk, froyo. I don't remember what the last one is. There's 3 things in it. It actually was pretty good. It ended up just tasting like the frozen yogurt. You didn't really notice anything else in there. It just tasted like strawberry frozen yogurt, which is nothing to complain about. But yeah, it was pretty good. But yeah, no, I went to like kind of like tip it back, and it's like, oh, that's immobilized. But yeah, no, it's just like it's basically like just frozen yogurt. Is ultimately what it tasted like, which makes sense when you look at stuff like almond milk. It's got like a mild vanilla taste or whatever. There was nothing there that had a particularly strong taste outside of strawberry. But you couldn't really tell that there was, you know, any of the other stuff in there. Alright, so we definitely need more entertainment. We need our cleaning people to just be faster. Which we're working on. They're leveling up. And all that. If I get the elevator here... that should help out a bunch. Oh, we need to go up here and get more of those going. Because then I should be able to take the elevator the whole way up. All right. So we got a whole bunch of our budget places down there. And I'll be aiming to put the elevator here. That should help with the cleaning people. Alright. And we still have just the 2 couches. I think ultimately what happens is, as we get this going, this area mostly just opens up to be like, you know, a bunch of the entertainment and couches and all that kind of stuff down here. And everything else just kind of moves up like we've been working on. Okay. Have a guest vomit.
Woohoo! Sabata.
Oh, because the bathroom is at minimum cleanliness. Oh yeah, no, it's I could probably remove that term. You're all good, Silveraxi. You had used the you said first floor cat cafe and dog grooming, which is a totally fair thing. About the only time we ever had the word grooming used in the chat was from bots and trolls. So I eventually did put it on like a banned terms list just because of that, but that hasn't happened in a very long time. So let me quickly go and get that off of there. Because it was one of those things that, oh wait, was it on the bot I did that? Or was it on the other side of things? Yeah, because it was one of those things that, where are you at? There you are. And there, we got those out of there. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the YouTube chat back where I can see it and get back in the game so you have audio back. Yeah, now you're all good. Yeah, no, it's just... we had a while back. One is actually pretty early on in stream. There was a lot of bots going around and doing that kind of thing. And here you're thinking you had something against cat cafes? No, that's totally fine. No, it was dealing with bot nonsense. Because actually, so like I have band terms. I have like a bunch of names of politicians and that kind of stuff to deal with all that. But then I got one or two like that were kind of getting a lot of mileage at the time. No cat girls allowed. Alright, so I need these guests to check out and hopefully pay a lot of money. At some point, we need to make our place not into a big concrete slab, because we'll probably never get our star ratings higher until we do that. I need more cleaning staff, and it's just not happening. Okay. Is there more training we can do? Okay. Cool, we're gonna have our waitress upsell people. That way we gradually, you know, we can bleed a little bit more money out of the same number of customers. So you make sure that every single time it's like, are you sure you don't want an appetizer? The soup is really good. Are you saying you want to get a pea soup with your pea soup? Yes. Fine, I'll take it. Cool, $150 for the pea soup, by the way. Actual price, by the way. Not joking. Literal price of our pea soup is 150 bucks. Take it or leave it. By the way, there's no alternate option. I'm gonna have to get another housekeeping person. They're just not catching up. So I have an extrovert who's a betting junkie, a sensitive one, or a stinky but energetic one. Sure, an extrovert who is a betting junkie. And now that you've been here for about 30 seconds, we are going to get you some training.
Coco.
And you will help vacuum and all that. Okay. We need more entertainment for our people here. But that's going to require more space, which requires more money. Alright. So, honestly... So you don't fit anywhere in here that we can use, unfortunately. There's just no room. You don't want to embarrass yourself by not ordering the soup in front of your business associates. Exactly. Just doing you a solid, making sure you make the correct decisions. Look at that cheapo getting $1,000 bottle of wine and skipping out on the $1,500 pea soup. I know, right? Okay, so that's all getting cleaned. So I think the next move is going to be trying to get up here to get ourselves whatever our next room is. So we'll probably go... The maintenance room doesn't need to be that big. Part of it is I have to have the complete foundation in order to build on top of it. Like, to build on top of the foundation needs to be underneath it within one tile. That's the reason why this floor gets one tile forward. And then the next one is going the second tile forward, so we can take up the entire available block. I'm assuming Should be careful about this assumption. Okay, that is literally all of our space, 10 by 10. Okay, so it does look like the cleaning crew is finally catching up. And it looks like it might actually be short on drying racks. Okay, 0 stars. The critic was not impressed. Okay, we got a stove that can heat up faster. Alright, so that'll cook our food faster. So the only thing they seem to use the sink for... Oh. Gotcha. So they do make our people wash their hands. And what are you? The pantry. Which is low on supplies constantly. Okay, so we have people getting backed up at the treadmills. We'll need to get a second treadmill. Alright. Do we start improving our places to give them the not horrifically penalized stuff? Okay, so the mat is lockpine stuff. Yeah, so I need more entertainment stuff. So we're going to try and get this room out of here and upstairs. It doesn't need a lot of space. So let's try and get this area. That's going to be 8,000. So once we get the money for that, we can go ahead and move the maintenance room up there. And then I'll open up this area and we'll shove the entertainment in this little cubby. With the intent of getting, you know, an extra arcade machine and all that in there so that they stop getting mad from, you know, the lines being overwhelmed. Would you look at that? There is finally not trash all over the floor everywhere. Yeah, they keep complaining about some kind of sink. What is the sink you're looking for? Stove. Ah, it's not that they're complaining about a sink. It's, we could make the food faster, but there is only one stove. Only the problem I'm running into is this stove has pea soup on it, and they're unwilling to work. I think I'm gonna have to yoink the stove and replace it. Because like it's gone into like a glitched state. Because they had been using it. So we don't want the regular stove, we want the good stove. Yeah, I think it got stuck in a state between meals and it wasn't working. That's okay, we got it fixed. I think. I hope. More training. Yep, try to upsell people. Alright, we don't have the money, but we want to try and upsell people because they'll give an extra $100 per person who eats there. So needless to say, getting an extra $100 on literally every single guest who goes in here is certainly going to help. Minus 21,000? Yeah, that's because we paid our salary and the guests haven't checked out yet. Alright, for the meantime, let's send the construction people out of here. I like having them on hand, but right now they're just costing us. It's only 20 bucks an hour, but it's 20 bucks an hour when they're doing literally nothing. But yeah, once people start checking out, we'll be in good shape. We got people leveling up more. Okay. Upsell people. Because an extra $100 per customer is going to add up. Okay, so with that, I can go over here. Bring them back in. And knock down the wall for now. Have 100 check-ins. Cool. So now we're going to set ourselves a new room up here. So there's going to be this, and we want to take it over. So it's going to be a nice tall room like the other one. This will be our maintenance room for now. So I'm going to pop on down here. Alright, so I gotta wait till I finish putting the wall up. But then we'll move all our maintenance stuff up here. Okay. Okay, so with this, you're going to get that wall torn out, and we'll be dezoning this room. And I'll move the entertainment stuff in here. Okay. Alright, some extra entertainment stuff, so hopefully mitigate that problem. Meanwhile, I will want to add a wall here. And I'll put an employee-only door. Okay. Oh, and then also, we can move that refreshment over there. Move. Expand the kitchen, or expand the restaurant to be a bit larger. Put you over here. Will you let me put it here and not have a problem? I think so. Okay. Cool, so I've got all that handled now. Can I scoot you out? Not really. Actually, can I? No. We'll get there. Alright, so that's the supply room, or that's the maintenance slash supply room handled. Is there anyone else we can train for the time being? We can get you to move faster, which will be huge with how much you have to move up and down the stairs here. Alright, so we've got our employee areas moved up here. I've still got a big space down here that we're not really leveraging. We'll want to put something there. Out of the rooms we've got, Certainly the restaurant could go up here. The bathroom could go up here, which is probably not the best one. We already have maintenance in a staff room. The gym, we've already got a spot for it. This could be the kind of place you could put some of these things, like the spa or the office center. I think I kind of want to not focus on that. Let's start trying to move towards the next floor. And we will set up the next floor to be other stuff. One of the other things I need to also do is start making the space we do have better. Because I'm just thinking I don't want to put the bar here or the spa or anything like that in this area. With this all being employee, I want the people to just kind of skip this floor. All right. And with the taller building, I might run into the need for other stuff. Right, so you two get out of here again. Just need some time for things to collect. All right. If I can scooch the kitchen up one tile, it'd let me get a second stove in there. And a second stove would massively improve the throughput of the kitchen. But we are pretty confined for space. What this could actually be... Okay, you know what I could do with this area? Is I could fill this area in, move the entertainment stuff up there. That way, over time, as I get more entertainment stuff, it can go there for now. Bathrooms on floor 3? Maybe. That could actually be what that is. There's enough space, I could divide it out to have, like, part of it bathrooms, part of it entertainment. Open up this space down here. One thing I need to do, and I've been reluctant to work on, is I do need to start making everything nicer. The concrete stairs and everything, which all penalizes aesthetics, they do need to be replaced. Oh, I think is happening is they're falling behind, and it's just people are giving me bad reviews for it. All right. So the critic was fed pretty well. Yeah, 4 stars. Okay, they're complaining about the lack of some kind of shelf. More people can get training, correct? Nope, not yet. Okay. Let's see, it'd be crazy if you could rent the whole floor as a penthouse suite for like 50,000 a night. Well, that's the thing. We'll eventually want to do the upper crusters, And the upper crusters will ultimately, you know, have a lot of things going for them there. But I think we handled all the food. I think we might be on track to get a 1-star review. Which, it feels weird being like, alright, we've almost got that 1-star review we need. And the reason I want the 1-star review is I believe we will get 2 points of research instead of 1, which will potentially be the ability to unlock something else that will help out. You know, upgrade things, kind of stuff. Make improvements to the hotel little by little. Because a lot of this stuff, if I could start upgrading the stuff in the kitchen, that should help speed things up. Yeah, they're looking for shelves for stuff. That's what's going on here, is I don't have enough plates for all the tables. So that's another thing I'll need to upgrade, is to get the shelf to be taller. To keep things going. I need the bar to be going and all that. Okay, so still a 1-star review, mostly because the bedroom sucked. And then just aesthetics. Ultimately, it's aesthetics all around. Heats up immediately. A higher capacity pantry. And then larger shelves for plates. The plates require 2, and I only have 1 point. So I can improve the efficiency of the drying stuff. That's fine. All those rooms are fine. We can get the nicer trash bins. Let's improve the range, since that's one of our bottlenecks. So we have made that better. Alright, so let's start making these rooms not utter hot garbage. Because concrete is -7 aesthetic. So I don't need to, like, go as bougie as possible. Though that might end up happening. Alright, so we've got all the guest rooms getting their stuff, calling our people. And now we need a wallpaper that doesn't look hideous. Alright. Yeah, so we've got a wood floor. Yeah, honestly, it's a pretty chill one. This is another one that would work pretty well. Hotel life is treating us well. So I could do something like that. There's definitely room for the wallpapers and all that. Yes, when you go up to, like, the trees and all that, that bumps it up to a 3 quality. You know what? We'll do the thing where it's got, like, the city skyline for everyone's room. Okay. So I've got that going on. For the actual hallways... we can get ourselves some nicer carpet or something like that. Yeah, all those are like 3+. You get up to 5+ over here. It could be just all we do is we just have much nicer wood floors. Can't afford that. Alright, yeah, let's just go for the nicer wood floors. There's some patterned ones around here somewhere that were... or the... no? There they are. That's a very red set. Go for the very red set. Okay, so that's us broke. But, with that, we now have our construction workers are going to go through here. And little by little, the guest rooms are going to... I missed the middle. Little by little, the guest rooms are going to get nicer. So that should start improving our reviews. But yeah, now this one's an interesting one. For those who didn't see the beginning of this one, instead of just being like, okay, do this, it actually gives you a choice. It says, okay, you can either, one, get investment bankers to invest, and the idea is a little bit of time goes by, and then they demand you pay dividends that are pretty generous. So you get a whole bunch of money to start up to get your building set up really quickly, but then you're going to have to pay some pretty premium cash to keep your investors happy. The second option is to take a loan from the city, and it's mostly you take a loan and you have to have a certain number of employees, you know, to finish the objective. And then the last one is kind of bootstrap up from just your own money, so you get very little money to start with. But then your goal is to make it so you have a pretty solid amount of profit per employee. So they have to be making $2,000 profit per employee once they hit a certain point, and then I'm making $5,000 or $50,000 profit per day, and hit 10 floors. And so it's interesting that you get like these very different variations of kind of the same thing, depending on which option you go. So like all of them, and the whole idea of this one is I'm extremely limited on my horizontal space. It's a 10 by 10, but I can go up to, I believe it was 14 floors, I think. So you can go up pretty significantly, but you're going to have to utilize more than one floor. Alright, let's improve the efficiency of this by plunking down 2 of these there and 2 of those there. So our construction workers don't have to run all the way up and down stairs forever. But yeah, it's going to be a big thing from the, we're probably going to end up needing multiple laundry rooms and all that, not even for the space, but because of how much up and down is having to happen, that'll be necessary. And I've noticed the elevator thus far, at no point have I seen it break, and I've not seen people waiting on going onto it. So I think what might ultimately happen is I'll need the stairs to move people up and down the floors, but then ultimately, once the elevator is built all the way up, I can get rid of the stairs. Which is definitely not something you want in real life. You know, a building with an elevator and no other means of traversing up and down stairs, because elevators do break in real life. Okay. Fire services won't like that. Nor will the people who eventually die in your building when even the most minor fire happens, or not even have to be anything that extreme, just the elevator breaks on an upper floor and they're like, okay, well we just need to go up here and get to the elevator, so where's your alternate route? And you just stare at them and like, you do understand I need to get to the elevator and the mechanisms that make it work to fix it, right? Alright, so we got this whole, like, cityscape thing going on. Oh, you can get, like, neutral concrete that doesn't, like, look bad. You can get good old beige walls. If you remove the stairs, can you get a second elevator? That's kind of my thought, but it seems like it's instantaneous and they don't have to wait on it, so I don't actually think there's a need for a second elevator. At least so far, I've seen no implication that that's a bottleneck. So what I think would end up happening is I'd get rid of the stairs, and then we could put like refreshments and arcade machines, like that kind of thing, along the sides of it. So you'd go up, you'd get your water on your own floor, like whatever's the appropriate floor. And then I wouldn't need to have space dedicated to that all over the place. Or like coffee machines, that kind of thing. Or even just the seating, because you see I've had to shove the seating down here on the end. I could put couches along the side. Basically those like broad, just kind of anywhere needs. Alright, so slowly this floor is actually getting to look like a genuine hotel. Though we are disrupting all of our guests while they try and sleep. Which I'm not too fussed by. Alright, so let's also go at our staff. Make sure we adjust their wages as they gain XP. Okay, so we got 2 more people to be able to train soon. You thought I'd chosen blue carpet? No, we went with like a dark redwood for the common area, and then each of the rooms. Genuinely, these rooms, if that wallpaper was just boring and beige, that looks like a dorm room. This straight up looks like just, you'd, like in a college, these would all be dorm rooms, and you have like a tiny little like shared kitchen or whatever. It probably wouldn't be 10 to the little kitchen, but it would, this straight up looks like a dorm room for a university. And with all these being purple sheets, it would be whatever the university is, that's their school colors, would be the purple. Alright, so once they cash out, we should be getting an influx of money. Now we can go start trying to get the rest of this all sorted. Because what I need to do now is to get our reviews to be a bit better. Is just kind of go through the rooms we are going to be keeping where they are. Because these are probably going to stay here forever. So those ones will go. We'll probably get for right now, we'll probably get this one cleaned up. Get the reception area nice. Fill in this. Fill the bathroom in. The restaurant I probably should do. But the restaurant is certainly going to move. There's just not enough space there for it. Get some windows. I don't think they actually care about... Well, I mean, some of the windows will give you improvements and all that. Just the windows we give them are like the bathroom privacy window. Just the tiniest little bathroom privacy window over top of their bed. Just enough so that light gets in there. They can be reminded of the outdoors that they can't experience. Alright, so let's try and find some kind of wallpaper. Not terrible, it's not really feeling it. That's aggressively red. Some people love interior rooms on cruise ship. I'd hate to not having at least a window, though. Yeah. Well, one of the reasons why a lot of people... Well, there's a couple reasons why a lot of people like interior rooms on cruise ships. One, motion sickness is a thing. And also, two, they usually charge like half the price. That's why I get an interior room, is like, how long am I going to be spending in my room in the cruise ship? Okay, well, I'll take half off, thank you. No. We had to pay her salary, now I can't afford to do that. But yeah, no, there's definitely, like, with the cruise ships, to like watching the water go up and down, that I'm not someone who gets motion sick, but from the people I know who have gotten motion sick on a cruise ship, the worst thing is you're on the boat, you're not going anywhere. They're cheap as heck and allegedly quieter. Not sure why having a balcony would make a room louder, though. Usually, so, like, I could see that with the water, but the water's not that big a deal. I would be more concerned about being lower in the boat or farther to the back of the boat, because of being where all the engineering stuff and all that. That's, you know, the engineering, the heating, all the infrastructure is usually lower in the boat. That part would be louder. I mean, unless they mean loud, like people, you know, like when they're blasting the music up top and hearing it from the outside of the hall, but that's not, again, I'm not someone who's going to be inside my room much of the day. Like, don't get me wrong, there's days that you gotten tired and you take a nap or whatever. But I've never particularly noticed the noise from that kind of thing. Engine noise is the only one I've ever noticed on a cruise ship, where you happen to be, like, near the back of the ship. That's not terrible. One-star review. Still because the bedrooms are 0 stars because of value and size. The condition in that's moved up a bit. And then the lack of everything, because everything looks like garbage. Take a drunk tank nap in the pods. Alright. I can get behind the stone. Do we want the dark stone or the light stone? Boom. Done. Decided. And did that get all of it? Okay. So, the bedrooms, all of that's going to be handled for now. We did get one research point, which would let me borrow more money. I really don't want to push that. We could do the thing that makes the trash cans look nicer. So that was another thing we had a problem with, was the capacity of this.
Ooh-wee.
Oh, interesting. So is it trash can or this? So that's a pantry. Includes several ingredients. That's one for other dishes. I didn't need that. It's fine. You still can't rationalize cruises. They're trash bar plague ships. If anyone is sick of the cruise, it's almost inevitable. So for me personally, as far as vacation, I actually really like cruises because you don't have to worry about people calling you to get, you know, make you do stuff. You don't have to worry about, like, all the other things. It's kind of all-encompassing, so you don't have to get, like, your hotel room and your entertainment and your food and your this. You just pay and it's handled. I do understand that there's, like, the concern about sickness getting around, because it is something that, like, very genuinely, if someone is, like, properly sick on there and they don't, you know, like, if they see you, like, properly sick, they'll quarantine you to your room and all that. But, stuff still gets around. I've been fortunate that I've never gotten sick, like, properly sick after doing a cruise. But it happens. But yeah, no, I personally enjoy cruises. They're one of my preferred vacations. It's a mix between that and the kind of vacation where you go, like, you know, I liked going to Italy and all that. That was a lot of fun. But, like, when you're going to places like Italy and all that, there's a lot of planning, a lot of logistics. You have, like, each different city you're going into, you got to plan that. You got to plan your transportation between it. It's very hard to quantify what you're ultimately going to be paying, because each step of the way you end up with, like, okay, well, here's my cost for my hotel there. well, now I need to get an Uber from there to, like, the train station. Okay, well, there's the train station. That's a separate cost. All of my food, none of that's included, so I gotta pay for all that. So you kind of have to guesstimate a lot of that. And it's really, really hard to get a proper feel for what you're gonna spend. Like, you can do a bunch of research and get a rough idea, but you'll usually underestimate the expense you're gonna be spending by the time you're said and done. Versus, like I said, yeah, you can definitely get yourself upsold on the cruise by getting a spa pass, going and buying a bunch of drinks, and, you know, maybe you're like, okay, well, let's get the nicer restaurant today. You can definitely up your costs very rapidly on a cruise. But you can also very much go in and be like, here's the cost, and never pay a dime more than that. Like, just literally you've paid for it in advance, and, you know, that's that. But it's not for everything. Like my dad is 100% not cruises. Because he's like, why would I spend all this money to take forever to get to my destination? You're like, right, but the cruise is the destination. Like, you're not paying all the money to take the cruise to get you to the other place. The place you're being on the cruise is on the ship. Like, don't get me wrong, you'll stop. Like, when I did the Alaskan cruise, you'll stop at a place in Alaska, like Juneau, and you'll go to Juneau for the day, and that's certainly a destination, but it's like, right. But that's honestly the bonus. The bonus is the going off the ship and doing the other stuff. It's a very neutral bathroom, and it kind of bothers me how neutral it is. Like, the floor being neutral is fine, but I'm not really loving... I mean, that one's okay. We'll go with that one. Alright, so that should boost the rating for the bathroom. And it's going to get... They have, like, the rubber mats that you kind of slot together is here, but I don't have access to it yet. I'm willing to bet it was one of the past levels. It's probably an unlock. We can make this the same wood floor that the bedrooms are. That'd be okay for a decent gym. Yeah, no, they're pretty safe. But like it's and this isn't me trying to convince anyone. It's like, oh, you gotta take a cruise. There's people who just don't enjoy cruises. Just the same, there's people who don't enjoy destination vacations where you go, again, you travel someplace because they, you know, all the logistics ends up just stressing them out. That's not what I'm looking for a gym. That definitely feels more barish. Very orange. Not a whole lot. I kind of want a darker pattern's what I'm looking for. Like that, not quite a brown per se. I mean, that's better. It's a little darker. They're trying to build a cruise ship port in your area, but we get rid of a bunch of other business to do it. You don't want the traffic. Yeah, I mean, it's the catch-22 of when a cruise thing moves into your area. On one side, it usually does extremely well for the local economy because you have a bunch of people with a bunch of money all show up in your area. But on the other hand, it does put a huge strain on your infrastructure, and it can definitely change the culture. You know, a very, very tourism side of things culture. Sure. We'll use the Chinese New Year's wallpaper. Like, there's definitely some places it kind of kills the local culture, and then there's definitely other places where, you know, you'll have a struggling economy that improves. I've seen it go both ways from the stops I've been to. Where, like, the cruise becomes the culture. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thanks so much for tuning in, all good stuff. I really do like the deep, deep green marble. We'll have, like, instead of, like, a runway here, we'll have the deep green marble, and then we'll have, like, normal marble along the sides of it. Okay, so slowly cleaning up. One second, just gonna check something real fast. No problem, thanks for the heads up. I'll check after stream. A refreshment is out of stock. That'll be because I need another service person. Okay, so let's drop our speed down a little bit, get some training. Okay, so we've got our chef there. No matter what they're cooking, they have a chance of doing well. We've got one of our waitresses here. We're gonna do the uplifting aura next, and we're gonna do that in both of them. So anytime one of the waiters or waitresses is running around, they will make the guests just broadly happier. You'll be able to move faster through clean areas. You'll get the key cards faster.
Shooey.
And you have all this. So we got lots of training to do. Alright, we also need to paint the exterior of our building. I don't think that actually affects a lot of things, but that's certainly something we should do. Oh, we should also, extend that to be outside as well. Alright. Yeah, I think for now... because this is all going to change, I'm just going to use that everywhere down here. Alright. Because all the rest of that's going to change. The bathroom might be there for a while. Oh, we've got that stone pattern there. So, now let's get the wallpaper. I feel like behind the front desk we could do something fun. And then we could leave the rest of it a little bit more generic. Go for like the whole pattern there. Okay, so I don't actually have that many choices. I'd want like a dark marble. Just straight up a Halloween background. For no apparent reason, just Japanese countryside. Got marble tiles. I'd want something like dark green. I'm not loving any of these. Kind of feels like they just need some more dark color options. Because not like the whole building needs to be dark or anything. Alright, well let's worry about the other part of the place here. So right now upstairs we've got like the small rock out there. I could see moving that along. Let's see how that looks downstairs. I don't have enough money because we paid her salary. Yeah, we could see about putting that out here, and then putting that for most of this middle area, and then, like I said, kind of an accent wall or whatever, or directly behind the reception. And then we'll need to start taking those staircases. Those staircases also have a massive negative onto the attractiveness of the building, because they're just exposed concrete. So we could go with those and get those swapped out. Alright, that's starting to actually look kind of like a hotel. Okay, the critic is leaving. So still 1 star, or 0 stars, because I wasn't even worried about the critic. I'm spending all my money doing that. Alright. Okay, so if we save up 2 points, I can swap that out with an industrial dishwasher. One second, let me get that out of the way. Steam just randomly decided to, like, put a thing over my screen. Steam, like, has you gotten the news recently? No. No, Steam? It's not what I need right now, man. Okay, so let's go here. Like I said, we're gonna go ahead and we'll see how this looks down there. It's not bad. Certainly not good, though. What about the dark block? I mean, one thing I could do is just put whatever there and then cover it with a bunch of windows to make it not stand out nearly as much. This wouldn't be so bad. Like, I don't mind that it's lighter on the top, but I wish it was a little less light. So many of these are leaning very beige. And it is kind of a thing when it comes to different changing, like, sensibilities of what people expect and all that nowadays. Historically, making a lot of things beige was seen as just being smart for being able to resell the property and yada yada. But nowadays, see, the sequin looking ones are more okay. But yeah, different colors would be nice. Yeah, no, it'd be nice to have some darker colors in there. Okay. I can buy in on that. So you've got the dark on the top and the it's not floorboards. I think I'm gonna go with that. To just have something going. And I have that in the middle. Now before they actually do that, I do want to do, like, I mean, I think for right now I'll just leave it. Yeah, for right now we'll just use this down here entirely. Because like I said, this is definitely not going to stay the kitchen and the restaurant over here. That's just while we're on limited space. Now the big question is, outside the building, what can I do? Oh, you're not allowed to change. Okay, so the outside of the building is just going to look the way it looks. That's fair. Alright. So people had previously mentioned windows. I do think it is fair to do some windows. I was going to decide what style windows we want to do, because we can choose just about anything. We could do, like, the Chinese New Year windows. Do more of these style. We can have the more more of the modern style. It's just changing what, yeah, it's just changing what color the trim around it is. Just like the clean, full side ones. I'm leaning towards some more clean, like, full side ones. They don't have nearly as much going on. Like, these windows make me think of a storefront, not a hotel. Okay. So the common space there gets like the full glass all around treatment. No, I don't have the money, but then I can put 2 here, and I probably won't worry about any of the rest of this down here. And those do give me a bonus in the beauty. Right, and then after that I need to do the stairs. I forgot about the stairs. But this should ultimately mean we get a good review for our gym, a good review for a restaurant, a good review for, like, the bathroom and all that for now. The bedrooms are still going to be kind of garbage. They are some pretty crappy bedrooms. And I do have the thing where my staff makes people happy just from just being around them. I wonder if you can abuse that. Give the people the traits that make people around them happy. Underpay them, but then use, like, the mood boost to kind of counter the underpaying them. I could see that being a thing. Okay, there we got some windows on the front. Okay, so we got some skill training we can do. Alright, so for the people checking people in, you don't run around, so we don't really care about that as much. Oh, upseller. Okay. So get you upseller, and then before we go very far, we got a new thing we're going to be adding to reception, which is going to be adding some postcards people can buy. So there's your water fountain. It's moving over there. And there's a postcard rack over there in the corner. That way we can start convincing people to buy postcards when they come through. Alright. So the first 2 floors I think are done for now. And then we got the stairwell to going up to the next floor. And I was thinking I was going to add more rooms here, but I'm also mixed on whether or not it's time to add the bar and that kind of stuff. Because if we add the bar and all that kind of stuff, that's going to help our critic review, and it's another place where we could potentially make a bit more money. So we could add the bar up here, because the bar, the sauna, the restaurant, and all that. So it's going to be more than we could fit on one floor, I think. The restaurant is tolerable at the moment. And we talked about going over here and making that where we put all our entertainment stuff as we level people up. I'm going to have to fill that spot in. I already know I'm going to. And once I do that, I can expand the bathroom to have like an extra set of stalls. Just have like effectively 2 bathrooms, but they're just copies of each other. I'll just need to move the door. Okay. Yeah, well, that needing our fridges and all that. What would it cost me to fill in this part of the foundation? About 14,000. Alright, so work on getting that filled in. And like I said, what we could do with that is we could just make it like a general space for like seating, entertainment, that kind of thing, so it won't actually be dedicated to being a room. Then I can use that to make a second bathroom here. Then we go to the floor above, and that's where we're going to go and say, okay, here's the bar, here's the sauna, here's the spa. The restaurant maybe goes up there. I could also see potentially moving the gym up there and then like kind of awkwardly make the restaurant the whole floor except the middle part. I don't think that would work great. I don't think that'd work. Yeah, we could add the extra bathroom here for now. People are starting to complain about their pay. Alright, you get out of here for the time being. Yeah, so training is going fine for now. Now the other thing is I could go up here. I could make this the bar or whatever. This could honestly, this could be the gym. This could then be converted into seating in the general area. Because that would give me more enough room to do all the gym things. I feel pretty okay putting the gym kind of in this weird, like, because you'd have, you know, your bar and your restaurant, all that stuff being together looking really bougie and all that. And the gym is just, like, it's over there. It serves a purpose. You're going to work out there. Like, it doesn't need to be nearly as bougie as the rest of it. Refreshment is out of stock. That's fine. Yeah, the big thing holding up a restaurant now is the kitchen. They just, like, they need a second stove is what they need. They need a second stove. They need more plates. Okay. Yeah, so go up here. And that's going to be where the gym is going to move to. And we'll prepare all the space beforehand, get it all sorted, then we'll move the gym equipment up. Oh. Okay. I think you got in there before you got mad. I don't know if we're going to get our 1-star review or not. I haven't been keeping an eye on the critic to see if they've managed to get their food and all that. Okay, good. They're well-timed. They're going to get fed right away. That's perfect. They got fed almost immediately. We need to call in our 2 workers. Get that all going. And then we can worry about starting to clean up this place to make it look nice. I still need to do the stairs. I still need to do the stairs. Okay. So, this pair of stairs, they're terrible. We should be ashamed of them. We're not, but we probably should be. Actually, where are my color choices? Do I have any with green stairs? Yeah, we'll go with the green stairs. Of course, the critic is the one whose bed was not made. It could have been anyone else, but the one and only bed that was not made was the critic's. So they won't be sleeping, so we're gonna get 0 score on their sleep the rest. And on top of that, you know, the bedroom's gonna get a massive penalty. Cleaning people screwing us. Well, it's made now. That's fine. We'll still get the extra research point, and then we could decide what it goes to. Getting the extra plates would make the kitchen work a little bit better. I don't think we worry too much about the premium furnishing and everything. Okay, cool. So the critic did get to sleep. So we may not have gotten dinged nearly as hard as I thought. Alright, so we're patiently waiting for everything to get caught up. People are slowly checking out for the day. There's the next stair. Yep. Bedroom got a horrible rank for a lot of things. It's fine. We're working on it. Meanwhile, we'll grab the floor. We'll keep the pattern we got up here. Grab this wall. Okay, and as soon as that's done, we can move all the equipment up there. And that'll be the gym moved up there. Then we're going to open this area up, add some couches and all that so they stop whining about seating and fighting over the two seats that are up there. We can move like all the refreshments and all that kind of into this general area. I might let the restaurant bleed a little bit more out into this space to give them a little bit more room to operate. Okay. Meanwhile... Yeah, so I can't afford that yet, that's fine. Okay. So now we can go up here to the gym. You're the gym now. Something exploded as it does. Okay, so with this, we now go here, and you are no longer the gym. So now we're going to go here. We're going to take down these walls. And replace the flooring. Just all the gasps every time you move something. Okay. Get just a little bit more money, we could get a second couch down here. Come on, I just need like one person to buy themselves some pea soup. Bed was not made. Well, alright. So you go over here. Oh, you still stay there. And get the coffee machine, just chuck it there for right now. Okay, so what we can do, make a minor adjustment to this. Make that tile part of the restaurant. Just shift that out a little teeny tiny bit. Give us just a tiny bit more room to work. Okay, so once we get the next salaries paid, we'll get more couches down here. And then we've got our gym. Obviously, we can use more stuff in there. The other thing we can do with the gym is add more of, like, the bay windows the whole way around so people can see into the gym. Alright. So we got some proper seating available. I very much like this level. This level, this is more like what a sandbox version of it would. I do like the whole, okay, but you gotta build up from nothing. Because the other scenarios, they started with the whole thing, and none of them were like, oh, this hotel is like in really dire strait. The closest you had was Paris, where they're just, the hotel in the bottom two floors was fully functional and working, and then there was a third floor that just didn't have anything going on in it. It was just kind of a wreck. So it was kind of, you still started with that, and they just gave you kind of a skeleton to put stuff in. But like, definitely I'm liking this one. I'm actually very curious if you do the other different starts, how much it plays differently. Okay, so we've got that. We've got the gym. I'm suddenly coming... Oh, wait, never mind. We got another floor here. Okay. So. This is our next floor to deal with. How much would it cost me to just do the whole floor? 48,000. Okay, so let's get that money in here. We can finish this area to make it not look terrible. There. So we got a bunch of windows. And so we're going to go ahead and wait to get to the 48,000. Okay. I'm going to need more drying stuff and all that. Oh, you know, I bet you I need? Bet you need more washing machines. Or even more of the drying racks. Okay, we'll get both those going to make sure that's got the throughput we need. Because we are starting to have beds not get changed, which has led to hurting our room reviews. As bad as the rooms already are, it's making it worse. Alright. Yeah, so once they get those last couple things in there, then we can send off the workers for a little while, because we're going to have to wait for the money to come in. It'll take us a day or 2 or 3. Okay, so you're done, so you get out of here for right now. Alright, meanwhile, so we'll have a couple people who can be trained. We'll have to wait till we have our money to do that. And then it was around just shy of 50,000 to completely build the entire foundation of the next floor. And then once we do that, we can start, segmenting out, being like, okay, this is the bar, this is the spa, this is the whatever. We still have the problem here where it's like we got these thin little areas along the sides. Honestly, in hindsight, instead of making this nice and uniform, what I probably should have done is I probably should have put the elevators and all that like tucked off into the corner. And then reception, all that, and put like the restaurant behind it. It's fine, I'm not changing it now. But I am losing a lot of space in the center because of this. Whereas if I put it against the side, I could use it a little bit more efficiently, give myself a good like 5, 6, 7, 8 more tiles per floor to work with. Alright. So I could train you. So let's give you recycling expert, so you're giving me a trickle income more. Upseller. And move faster. Looks way nicer. It's a solid look. I mean, but ultimately, what the other way is I kind of just shift the whole thing up to the wall, and then I basically have one walk around here. And then with the rooms up here, you still have the hallways and whatnot. I think it's fine though. I don't think we need to min-max that hard. It's just that we're losing space on both sides of the elevator because of the stairwells. Oh, I missed a spot. There we go. The restaurant's definitely one of the big pain points. We're just missing room to put a lot of stuff. Symmetry is more important than profit. Aesthetics are a critical feature. Well, that's kind of not my favorite. I want to have like the big bay window kind of thing, but that's fine. All that's making the aesthetic score, whatever you want to go with, much higher. And you can take loans, but they are loans that you never paid, like you have to manually pay down the principal. Your payments don't. So you can get the loan to get you going, but it is one of those things that you just pay the interest for all eternity. So there's certainly an argument for going for it, but at the same time. Alright, so construction people can get out of here for a minute. Just these incredible budget rooms. Yes, the room rating is they have a room value of hot garbage, a size of hot garbage, We could make those ones better as we upgrade the furniture. And that might be able to get us a star, but I don't think it's that important right now. We've got all the rest of that. We will get the bar and all that going online, and then we'll need to start getting more rooms. But the additional rooms are not going to be these tiny micro rooms. The rooms we're going to do later. I am curious if we just want to go and try and jump all the way up to, like, the highest tier rooms, just because those highest tier rooms will satisfy any guest no matter who they are. So we could just make the giant rooms. Where's the public bathhouse? Right there. Oh, we are starting to hit the capacity limit for the toilet. Surprisingly, that doesn't create more problems. Yeah, what we might do, have a staff character reach top level. Well, the bedroom still got 0 overall stars, but better. But we are starting to get a bunch of things. The gym, surprisingly, only getting... Oh, it's because there's not enough variation in there. Yeah, and a lot of the reason we don't have better variation is because I'm only dealing with one customer type, so I haven't been bothering. A lot of that should massively improve once we get more stuff going on. Alright, so you're going to get the boost nearby people there. Yeah, let's go ahead and have you get the increased movement speed. So as you're running back and forth with the plates, you'll save time there. Alright. What we could do to work around that is we could start adding the refreshments and the entertainment and all that for the next type of person we would have. The sporties. So we look at this, the sporties need a lot of stuff in the gyms, and otherwise they need a protein drink and snacks machine. Yeah, no, it's a thing that I could go in here. You could get rid of the middle last 2 rooms, make 8 long ones and 2 square ones. Yeah, no, I'm not going to worry about that with the existing floor. I'm not going to try and just upgrade them in place. But what we could do is start trying to target the sporties. What is the sporty room requirements? It's 8. Okay, I see what you're saying. What I could do to help with our reviews, though, is we could start adding more of the stuff that targets more people. Because they were like, item is out of stock. We're probably also getting to the point pretty soon where I'm going to have to, I'm going to have to go through and get a second maintenance person. But it's basically thinking, add the sporty stuff. Because until I have that, the sporties will just get mad. So they would want the protein drink. They want the snack machine. And they want the boxing machine. First floor bowling alley, pachinko parlor. There is gambling. The next level after this one is the casino. We don't have that yet, but the casino is next. Alright, so we've got all that. We are going to need a trash can or 2 up here. Right. I'll have to call you in once we've got the money again. And then we'll go in here and add the fitness equipment for the sporties, and that should make the critic give us a better review, because we'll have a higher variation of stuff available. Because I'm suspecting getting the 1-star review probably unlocks some more stuff. And I probably should make these staff areas, because those are long-term, I should probably make them less hot garbage. Even if we give stuff that's just neutral beauty, Neutral beauty is still much higher in what you gain from it than negative. Oh, I got 3 points. What am I doing? Okay. So, we got stuff we can do to help out with the kitchen situation. I can get the larger shelves. That means more plates. I can also get the industrial dishwasher. Both of those will help. We can also potentially get the nicer beds and that kind of stuff as well. So we get the nicer... I didn't mean to actually... Okay, that's fine. I guess we've already committed. I was going to click on it to be like, if we get the nicer beds, then it'll increase the value of the rooms. It's fine. So when the people start checking out, we'll bring in our workers. And again, we will continue to get, like, the sporty stuff. Basically, we're trying to get it so the critic is going to give us a better review. So we've got them incoming. So let's go to the gym. So for the sporties to be happy, we need the barbell set. We need the rope thing. We need that. Okay. That's all the stuff the sporties are going to want. And we are upgrading the quality of each and every one of these rooms. And just like that, we're broke. But with that, our room value now has 1 star. So it might be enough to push the room's overall score to just 1 star. And you're done, so get back out of here. Yeah, so we need the industrial dishwasher, and we need the extended tray of plates.
Ja, that'll be it.
Recycling thing. Because like I said, the recycling means I just get a trickle income from dropping the things in the recycling bin. Okay. Alright, so we're massively improving the quality of the rooms, and my hope is that ultimately means better pay. Okay, I'm upgrading what I can. Alright, and at a minimum, that should help the critic give us a better score. We'll almost certainly get the 1 star here, unless, like, they fail to get service at the restaurant or their sheets don't get done. Just because with that, we have improved the gym to get it probably 1 or 2 stars more. The bedroom should get an extra star. The kitchen's the same. Nothing's changed in the kitchen. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. Okay, and we are back. So keep things going. Let the money start clocking up because we're spending it as it's arriving. Sorry about that. Don't bother with the lid anymore. All right. This has also proven to be the longest map we've done by far, but I think that's the intent. All the previous maps, if you really boil down to it, they teach you how to use the sauna, they teach you how to do the spa, they teach you about like your different guest categories. Like they really are teaching you how to kind of do all the things. And this is the first one where like, okay, well we've taught you the game. Now we've set you some lofty goals, and we're just gonna get out of your way. Yeah, we gave you a setup, and we got out of your way, and it's on you now. All right. Yeah, we got more people still checking out. Got the next room. Well, let's focus on your room. Because you got assigned with our not upgraded rooms yet. Okay. Come on. Just need a little bit more money to do the upgrade on that room. Okay. Her room is fully upgraded now. That room is fully upgraded. Your room still needs more. Okay, so I've got basically these three rooms still need to be upgraded and everything else is done in that middle area. Which is fine. Now we're gonna have to go into the kitchen and get more upgrades, because like they're asking for more stoves, they're asking for more places to put the plates and all that. They're trying the best in the kitchen. It's just the chefs are fine. They just don't have the infrastructure to get the job done. Oh, the wet accident is happening because we don't have enough bathrooms. That's what it's signaling. I was also thinking for this floor, I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna put the spa and this and that up there. It's gonna be pretty hard to fit all of that. I do think what we'll do is along the sides here, is we're gonna put like 4 bathrooms up here, and then I could potentially either keep that or clear it out and put more room for entertainment stuff over here. But we can go up here with the intent of putting like, you know, whatever we can fit in here between the bar and the spa and all that stuff. We'll fit what we can, make it work as best we can, and go from there. But this should be relatively good. Getting everything upgraded. My hope is that will lead us to getting our first star. At 2 stars, we get entirely different customers start showing up. Or, I mean, honestly, we just need to get the bigger bedrooms. I just don't know that... So, like, I don't know the amount of money different you get per guest. So, like, with these guests...
Hi.
I'm gonna be... We'll pay, oh, like, 1,000 whatever.
God's the border.
We'll pay 900 or whatever. I do wonder, with all that stuff, if we get the better guests, like how much more they pay. Because if it takes twice as much space room-wise, am I making twice the money? Most likely, yes. Because right now we're doing cheap but quantity. Yeah, we could try going up here. And like I said, I think for this area we could... Still one. Alright, so they still wasn't enough to push it over 1 star. Yeah, so like the bedroom they still haven't pushed over. But the rest is all fine. I don't think we go and do another set of rooms up here yet. I do think we need the bar and all that as part of it. Okay, so all the rooms should be fully upgraded now. At least for what... Oh, no, we got a couple over here that are missing 1 or 2 things. Okay, we got 1 over here that's missing something. Okay, you're done. You say I need money. You're done. You're done. So it's just this one up here as like 1 more thing. It's probably the bed. And then once we've got that done, all the rooms here are fully upgraded. There. All the rooms are fully upgraded for right now. We can also go here. So I've got 2 points. I can get... Let's get the thing that's the dish rack for the kitchen. Because we can do that, otherwise we can go with like the upgrading the toilet and all that, and the seats. And all that helps. Everything here helps. But I think we'll do that for the kitchen. Because I see them getting stuck on this a lot, not having enough plates. So that'll help with that. With all the guests, this place is just overrun. Okay, so we do have...
Schwarples.
So I don't feel like the uplifting aura is necessarily as important. We have the leadership, which boosts energy for like the waitstaff and all that, and the movement speed. Movement speed has not been a problem. So let's go with leadership, so you boost everyone around you. And for our other waitress, get the movement speed. We'll have leadership with the other cook as well, so they keep boosting the energy. Alright. So all that said, that's all going fine. I'm going to adjust this to pay them just their rate, just their salary one, and not over. So everything else is done, except for we haven't like made the employee spaces nicer. I'm not really worried about that, honestly. So I think what we can do next is we could start expanding the next floor, which has already been the plan. And we could start by going and putting a spot over here that's got the extra bathrooms. Okay, so we could start there. So the extra bathrooms, if I were to go for that, the minimum is about 10,000. And then what we could do is put a set of bathrooms over there. We could work on trying to expand that 2nd floor. Or 3rd, 4th floor. Because then we can try and get the bar in place, and that'll be another thing that people spend money on and whatnot. Food ingredients are missing. Don't tell me that. Okay, and also want the industrial dishwasher or whatever. Yeah, it seems like this one is entirely about managing your space and just making money, which, of course. making money. Okay.
Hasadabu?
Alright, all things considered, like for considering how much we've just crushed that poor restaurant into that corner, this is going relatively okay. I don't know how much extra, like, if I sit there and keep expanding it chunk by chunk, I think we're going to spend a bunch of extra money because of building the wall, then tearing it down, then building the wall, and tearing it down. So it feels like I should push to get more cash in here. We've got things going already. Yeah, so we've got all that. Alright. You'll need the industrial washer. But the other option is that I start going through this stuff. Okay. We're gonna want more refrigerators and all that eventually for the kitchen, but we can worry about that when we get there. Okay, new leveled. That might be enough that... Yeah, so you can get now the electrical engineer. The electrical engineer means when we repair something, it stays repaired longer. So I can help with all that. The other thing we could do is potentially allow ourselves to go, like, into debt farther. That doesn't help that much. It gives you, like, an immediate influx of money, but, like, it's not a long-term solution for anything. It doesn't improve your profitability unless you can use that extra money you're borrowing to make that profit. Yeah, so again, almost 50,000. Because then we can get the floor set up. And like I said, I'll start by putting, like, I think a pair of bathrooms on the right. And then we're going to make probably the bar there. Well, I mean, you know what we actually could do? I take that back. We can make the restaurant up there, then this could become the bar. Because the bar doesn't need quite as much space. And I could see a thing where we go down here and, like, this would be where the actual, all the bar stuff is, and these would just be chairs. Because the bar isn't nearly as high volume as the restaurant for traffic. And we could do that. It would also make the area open for later if I need it. So I think that could be the thing. Because the restaurant's going to need more space. Either way, we're stuck waiting on cash. Yeah, because we can make the bar there. We'll get the restrooms sorted. That'll let me open up this for more entertainment space. I'll probably just leave it alone until I need the space. Okay. Restaurant 4 stars. Alright. Looks like we're doing better. Seating 3 stars, that's fair. It's only a first tier seat. Alright, so at least positive money again. So we can pull 20,000 into the negatives before it cuts us off. So we're just trying to get enough money to get our next floor started. Now, the alternative is if I didn't go to the next floor and be like, okay, here's the bar, here's the restaurant, here's the spa, I can make it for the sporties. And that might not be a terrible idea. Entertainment has a poor score. I'm now thinking, do I go for the sporties? Because I can, for the sporties, I can follow the same pattern we've got here. And then the difference would be, you know, it'd be 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms, 4 rooms, 5 rooms, 6 rooms. And then potentially I can make 2 tiny little restrooms just because we're going to overload our restrooms. And then maybe those tiny little restrooms get... Well, no, restrooms wouldn't be big enough. Well, no, because the sporties would have the restrooms probably in their room. So now it's a separate thing. I'm leaning towards getting the sporties there because that would increase my income without increasing my staffing. Granted, put an extra burden on the kitchen. More than likely, the increased menu would also require me to have more stuff in the kitchen. So that's going to still run me up against the wall there. Net worth change in the recent days. So we made almost $10,000 in the last day. Credit interest. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so I still pay interest on how much we're in the negative on our cash. I was unaware of that. It makes sense. And then almost all of our expense... I mean, it's literally our entire expense is staff. How many staff am I up to now? I'm still at 10, right? Yeah, no, I'm still at 10 staff. We have not actually increased the number of staff since pretty close to the beginning. We could reasonably push ourselves to being able to hit that profit we're looking at. Well, no, because it'd be 20,000, not 10,000. Never mind. And that's profit. Because we're sitting at about just shy... Well, actually, we're sitting just over 20,000 revenue. Okay. I'm assuming if we don't get those bedrooms higher, it's just going to continue to do that. That's okay. The plan here... I'm going to regret it. The plan here is going to get the sporties coming in. We're not going to be able to get them the meals they want. We're not going to be able to get them half the stuff they want. But that's just going to be what it's going to take to get that going. I've also been wanting to try and hold out till I can afford to build the floor. I don't think that's going to happen either. I think what we're going to do is we're going to get just enough money here that I can get the first sporties room done. And we're going to go from that and just slowly expand there. So we'll go here. Okay, so we'll do that. Call on the construction people. And part of the reason I'm building it that size so I can put the elevator in. And as much as I want to put the menu item for the sporty on the menu, it ain't happening. Okay, so that doesn't help. It's fine. And none of the other things... I mean, the trash cans would help improve a little bit, but not enough for me to care about. So let's start to get the sporty rooms done. Because it was going to go, like, just jump up to the best quality rooms. I don't think I can get away with it. I think we actually do have to work our way up. And then the next floor absolutely is going to have like, the dedicated bar and restaurant. Whether or not we get the spa in there is a different situation. Fire escape where? It's not that kind of game. Nah, it's... You could just pretend we have the stairs right along the elevator. We got valid way to move around. Okay. Alright, so this will be big enough to be a valid sporty room. So I can go there, copy the door. I'm gonna put that there. Alright, let's slow down time for a minute while we work on this. So, for the sporty room, we're gonna need to make sure we got a couple of different things. So we'll have the bedroom. I am planning to try and shove a toilet in that corner. We'll see how I have to split this up. So we will have... a nicer bed. A nicer of that. I could probably actually wedge that in there and make the restroom the other part of it. Because all this, I believe, counts towards the room. And meanwhile, for the restroom, at a minimum, we gotta have the toilet. Yeah, I think I'm gonna split it over here. So we're gonna shrink the bedroom segment and increase the restroom segment. And then what we could do here, we can add a bathtub and then a sink. Hey, Mahalik. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. But thanks so much for the raid. Ooh, will I be able to make the door work, though? Maybe. But welcome to Raiders and thank you so much. And Mahalik playing some more Factorio, so if you're looking for Factorio, you can find it over there. And I really do appreciate that raid a whole lot. Yeah, no, it's multi-story, and we are wedging it in really snugly. Do you really need a door for a one-person one? You know, that's a fair point. I actually don't know if we do require a door for that. This is cramped. You know what, though? It is fine by me. Alright, so what we could do now is we'll go down to our other rooms. Have that part look like this. This part look like that. We'll have all that going for it. Alright, and we'll see what they think about that. So that is the first hotel room. So it's still showing us a backpacker. What are you missing for the sporty? It has to be 2 stars. Oh, we have to get a 2-star rating on the hotel. That's okay. So we've got the first one there. I also need to go and get my elevator. Make that a little bit better. And I've been surrounding that by the walls so it doesn't look terrible. Okay, so then the next move would be simply to do that again. I just realized right now we can put the wall here. Actually, let's not put that there. Okay. So you can work on getting this all done. And this will be room for more rooms. Oh, we can also cut off a bit more of this. Okay, because then I can grab your room. When I have 12,000, we can shove that over there. Alright. Penthouse life. I mean, none of these are exactly penthouse. We're definitely wedging people in here pretty rough. But it did start us with very little money, and we've been having to build up. So we start with the entire thing of being nothing but concrete walls and foundation just fully exposed and just chucking the crappiest bed as we could. And having people stay there. And everyone's wedged in like sardines, because that's the other thing is, this building, you're very restricted on your horizontal, but you have a lot of vertical. So there's just not much space to work with. So since we didn't have much money, we had to kind of just wedge people in as best we could. Right, so the critic will be here in a day. So it would be nice to try and... Okay, so that's 12,000 to get another room like that. So let's slowly work on getting our rooms that are qualified for sporties in. Did you start with a single rooms on a floor with a shared bathroom? Yeah, one shared bathroom for the entire, like all of this floor, no bathrooms. That's the bathroom. One toilet, one shower. Look, man, money was hard. But now we're going up here, and we're going to start putting bathrooms in the rooms with them. And start getting our nicer rooms up here. The next floor after that, we're going to go out of our way to probably set up a bar. So honestly, what I can do here in the end is the end here can also be another room, but it'll be slightly larger than these rooms. And this will be basically like the sporty qualifying floor. Penthouse or rooftop bar? It's just gonna be a middle of the building bar because I don't like. My understanding is I think this said the max floor we could go up to is 14. Okay, so literally at some point in the game you'll be able to go up to 25 floors. But for this, I don't know if it's a scenario limitation or it's like this map's limitation. But I believe we can go up to 14 floors. One of our objectives is to get the building up to 10 floors, which will likely happen trying to accomplish the other goals. Okay.
Eudor.
Alright, we've got our next room going in. Even if it stays to just the guests we already have, quality-wise. Yeah, so that person's willing to pay a bit more. But even more, just more customers by itself. We'll get that. Are basements floors a thing of this? Not so far. I don't think they are. It would be an interesting thing to add, though, is the ability to go farther, but when you try and go down, it just doesn't let you, I think. I think because of the camera, I mean, you just fill in the sides more than likely is what you do. Do like The Sims, where all of this becomes just blackness all around. Or like a vague dirt texture or whatever. Alright. Yeah, so definitely getting the extra plate shelf is helping a great deal with the throughput of the kitchen. The big thing I need is a second oven, but there's nowhere to put it. Or second stove, whatever. As well as a second shelf for the materials and all that. Alright, so training-wise... Okay, you're going to get the ability to move faster. You're going to... Like, you don't benefit much from moving faster. We'll give you the uplifting aura. Same with you.
Coco.
And you will get the recycling expert. Because one of those gives us more money just broadly as they throw trash away. Okay, so the good news is our critic did get assigned the good room. Now, before they go wander around too much and we get a lot of penalties for like how crappy the floor looks up there, let's go ahead and plan this to be done. And we'll go to the other side of the hallway, and we're just going to wall this off for the moment. And put the door in position for that. 1-star review coming in. Yep, that's what we're aiming for. We've been wanting that 1-star review for a while. Okay, so we've got all the construction tasks up here to try and make that hallway as nice as possible. All right, like the bedroom more. That's 2-star bedrooms. That's more than we've seen so far. And are working on making the hallway as nice as they can in the short term. Because that's what's been holding us back from getting even 1-star review, is just the fact that our bedroom has been a 0-star bedroom this whole time. Because, shocker, these sardine can bedrooms here, not particularly desirable, even with slightly improved furniture. Okay. Four for sleep quality. I think that's better than we've had. And we should get a improvement for better snack variety as well. Yeah, I mean, you have that with, like, studio rooms and all that. But yeah, no, it's, those... It's like getting a studio apartment is what those are up there. They are snug. Just a little bit more money and then we can add another room. Okay, next bedroom's going in. And meanwhile, we can go ahead and add more supply things. You're waiting to see disasters happen that you need to deal with, i.e. fire on floor 5. Yeah, I don't think you'll end up seeing that. It doesn't seem like that kind of game. Alright, they're leaving now. Let's see what the review is. Two stars. Heck yeah. So it wasn't just one. So it's like literally just the bedroom was holding us up. So I think the bedroom might be a hard cap that you cannot get past the bedroom thing. Alright, so that means we are officially getting sporties now. It also means we got 5 points. So we're going to get the industrial dishwasher. We're going to get the ability to get a second item on the menu. So you don't actually upgrade into the dishwasher, but you do upgrade. Okay. So our pantry's got larger. Now, if I add... Yeah, so they would need Swedish meatballs. And that means I would need to add 2 pieces of equipment onto my kitchen. Which I do not have space for. So we're going to be getting sporties in here, and they're not going to be happy with our food selection. And that's just the reality they're going to live in. So we're going to finish this floor here, and then we would expand up a floor, and that's the point where I'm going to take the time to build a, a proper restaurant up there, where we don't have the kitchen packed in here like it's a sardine. We'll have it take a good chunk of the floor. Because what I'll do is I'll probably have, like, the kitchen on one side, we'll build the bar where the kitchen is now, and then on the other side I'll probably build the spa. At that stage, we are going to go from the one shared restroom to probably making a pair of restrooms this big or whatever. And that should give us a lot more leeway for the restroom situation. Oh, that's interesting. She gave me a review of 2 stars, yet it's showing as 1 star. Huh. Oh, you can only gain or lose 1 star per critic review. Okay, so we got a 2-star rating, which did bump us up to 1 star. So no sporties yet, so we're okay. We're not gonna have people whining about the fact that I'm not giving them the kind of food they want. Not yet, at least. No, we did just pay our staff. Because then we'll get this side going, and we'll get the sporty restrooms in there, or the sporty rooms built. And then once that, like I said, we'll go up to getting the next floor set up. I definitely need to go in these other rooms and get them cleaned up at some point, but right now, all my money needs to be allocated to something that makes me money. If it's not making me money, it's not worth building right now. I imagine there will probably be achievements for doing this map on each of the challenges. If there aren't already, they should. Because I think you'll have wildly different experiences. Like, just starting with 250,000. Or no, it was 350,000. Just starting with that much and being able to build, like, the first 3-4 floors really quickly. Okay, so we can go back here. Get that set up. Alright. Yep, and we get the 12,000. We get our next room built right here. And each extra guest we get is that much more money we're making. So, like, I'm genuinely curious. If I fill up this floor and I stop building anything else, and I just let it run for 3 days, will this be enough to push our profit high enough to satisfy our second objective? It'll be close. The catch is it has to be 3 consecutive days that it makes that much money. So if it's one of those ones that, like, barely ekes out ahead, that's not going to be enough to make it worthwhile. Because the issue is then, if we go to the point where I open the bar is going to be another employee, probably 2. Which means I need an extra 4,000, 2 to 4,000 I'd have to make per day to satisfy that. Alright, so they should be checking out soon. We'll definitely satisfy if they have objectives for like 10 guests, 20 guests, 30 guests. We'll definitely be satisfying those relatively early. Come on, I just need a couple of you to check out. Alright. So the critic arrives again tomorrow. So then our hope is that just the critic gets assigned to one of our better rooms. Yeah, because each one of these guests is worth like what? A couple thousand?
Yo, Osama!
Beta.
Okay.
Hobby?
Well, alright, so it's not consistent. I was gonna say, if each one of them's almost 3,000, that should be easy enough to push that over the fence. We'll get this floor built, and I'll probably end up needing to wait a couple days on enough money to get the top floor, so instead of doing it kind of little bits. Fire all employees before the game crashes. Oh, you calculated with division, didn't you? Oh no, we didn't have anything like that. Well, actually, you know what? I can't speak for that. I don't know. There's probably some limiter on it, but yeah, no, that would be unfortunate if it was, you know, divide by 0 error. Okay, so they should cash out. Now we can get another room built here. I have everyone sitting here, like, doing the mood boost thing. Okay, so we got the next room there. Alright, so what room did the critic get assigned to? Okay, so the critic did get a good room again. I'm assuming it tries to give them the better rooms, but that there's no guarantees on it. That'll be the last time I have to break a wall on this floor. Body wash 4 stars. No rating for a spa because we don't have one. Still lots of other stuff we need to do. She's also going to ding us for not having much food variety in the restaurant, which, fair. I can't do anything about that till we get more space dedicated just to the restaurant. But if she gives me another 2-star review, then we start getting sporties in here, and the assumption is the sporties will pay more. And if that is the case, then we start working on getting everything there. Oh, actually, she gave us 3 stars on entertainment. She's been giving us just like 1 most of these days. So that definitely helps. In the meantime, you can go here. Get 2 more of those down. Speed up the rate they get through that. The bed was not made. Well, the important bed is made.
Hasadabu?
I'm going to try to not have to hire another cleaner yet. Just because of the reach profit for 2,000 for each employee. adding another employee means I need to have at least like 1 or 2 additional guests staying at here to compensate for it. So I'll try and push our luck on that. Okay, so that room's done. That's another guest we can have tomorrow. Okay, so 4 for the sleep quality, 3 for the toilet. I mean, if nothing else, if we keep getting 2 stars, I keep getting 4 points of research per time, and that's a lot of upgrades I can do each and every time. So that alone would still be huge, because then I could turn around and be like, okay, get better toilets. Okay, well now the toilet rating is higher. Okay, we'll get better beds. Okay, well the bedroom's rating is higher. We can get all that. Versus we have been spending almost all of our stuff on the kitchen, which I think is the right move. Alright. 2 stars. Now we're officially in the territory where the sporties are arriving. Alright, so for the next research, the only thing we have left in the kitchen is I can do more menu stuff and all that. The rest of that's all keeping. We can definitely make the rooms better. I don't care about a lot of this stuff. So, let's plan for making our laundry room as good as possible. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And the reason I'm doing that is if we go through that process, then the laundry room is as good as it's going to get. If we start falling behind, then, you know, that is a scale up the laundry room. That's just what it is at that point. Okay, there's a lot of upgrades to go in that laundry room. Is there more research we can do? Or not research, training? Not yet. Alright, we're gonna stop doing more in the laundry room. We're gonna get the other rooms done. And thank you, Coffer, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get 1 of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. Does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that.
Hi.
Okay, so we've got backpackers. Do we have any sporties yet? We don't have any sporties yet. But if we check this room now, this room does qualify for sporties. There'll be a 50% chance it is a sporty. So I still think we go with the let's get this all built out and see if we hit this objective while we raise money for building the next floor of getting the really good restaurant on the next floor. Because that'll be the next thing. And I know I've stepped away a couple times for a restroom. I'm going to do that again real fast. Drinking too much soda. It is what it is. I'll leave the game up this time because we are just fast forwarding to let money happen, and I'll be back in just a minute. Rual tried not to be negative money impossible. Hey man, money just sitting in the account isn't doing anything for me. Why would I want to let money just sit in my account? But yeah, like I said, I think the idea is we get the last 4 bedrooms here, because I'll have one here, one there, and then we're going to make 2 slightly larger bedrooms down on the ends there. And then we just, while we wait for the money to happen, we'll let it just run and just see if ultimately when it just kind of runs, if it does give us enough profit to satisfy that. And then if it does, we let it go the 3 days, get that objective knocked out. If not, next floor goes on, we have to add the restaurant, the bar, that'll increase what we need to do, but it should then start making our stuff work. Oh, we got our first sporties. So the sporty here is going to pay the same amount that our people who have the bags are going to be willing to pay. That is not what I was accounting for. I was expecting them to pay more. Okay, so there's the next bedroom. It's called net present value. Borrowing small amounts called gearing will normally yield business more revenue than the interest cost. Yep. Okay, and we have 2 more rooms going in. Then that'll be 2 more guests, which is another, 3, 4, 5,000.
Ah, Saba.
Ah, both of you are like 1,800. The other people staying here were willing to pay almost 3,000. So I didn't really gain much from that. My bet is to get them to pay the larger amount. I've got to get the Swedish meatballs happening. And that would be unfortunate if that is the case, because the only way I managed to make that happen is in the event we build the next floor, add in the big, the big restaurant there, and then there's no real reason for me to not open the bar on the bottom. Refreshment item is out of stock. Don't tell me that. I don't want to see it.
Za.
Okay, and we have you. A cleaning person. You are going to get speed walking, which will help you deal with a lot of the stuff around the place because you can run around faster. Yeah, so I only booked 2 of those rooms so far. Okay, and the critic arrives today, and will be getting that new room we've got up there in the corner. Will probably give us 2 stars again. That's fine. So you have the tumble dryers. I definitely don't need this many tumble dryers. We can probably get rid of the spare tumble dryers here for a little extra money. Okay. So we have got more of the rooms booked. This one over here did not get booked, neither did that one. What we can do... That'll take care of the hallway being as nice as it can be. Okay, we've got you. We'll start working on slowly getting these rooms set up. Alright. This will mean the bedroom part of it. At least the last two rooms will be bigger. Yeah, no, that's kind of what's going to be the plan. And I'll actually make the bathroom genuinely a separate thing. I have 20 occupied rooms, so we got a bed table as a new thing we can get. It's basically warning me that the cleaning staff is struggling to keep up, and the wait staff is struggling to keep up. We are just going to endure that, because like I said, my plan here is to get these rooms set up and see if, without taking any additional staff, if I can hit that point where I'm making enough money to qualify for this. And if so, great. If not, we have to expand to our next floor anyways. And then, like I said, we'll get the bigger restaurant with the bigger kitchen so that we can handle more customers and get the food turned around faster. Then this area down here will become the bar, which will give us a bar, and then we'll probably put a spa up top here as well. So we'll have bedroom, bathroom, then bedroom, bathroom. We put a wall here, and here. Oh, I didn't do that the way I meant to. I'll definitely do the thing where the doors would slam into each other and aggravate everybody. Okay, we can grab... Alright, and I don't have enough money to finish the rooms. That's fine. Okay. It'll be a thing in not too long that we'll end up being able to get, like, business people and sunbathers and all that kind of stuff. We're not going to worry too much about that. I'm going to try to get the rooms that are generically for everybody. And then we can start worrying about, like, rooms that, you know, are specific to different clientele. Like, the conference room is specifically only used by the business ones, and I'm not going to sweat that. So the bathrooms are still going to look the same that they've been looking. Because they'll just plunk that in there, and the bathrooms will be the same. But the bedrooms, I will be able to add like one or two nice things without it being mooshed in there too tightly. And then one of the other things we could potentially do... So one thing we could do is definitely get like the upgrade things. So 2 stars again. No shockers there. So let's see what research we're grabbing. So with that, the restaurant would be fully upgraded. So I'm going to do that to get that off my list of things to care about. The next thing to do... For right now, I'm just going to keep unlocking that stuff. So that the restaurant's maxed out. The other room down there was maxed out. Okay, so we can grab you. I can't actually see which way it's facing, unfortunately. Which does bother me a lot. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it that way. We'll do it this way. Because my fear is if I don't do it this way, the wall will be in the wrong position. It'll be a headache. Okay, so I'll finish the bathrooms. Let's say a door leading to the sidewalk would be bad. Yep. And they are running the whole way up and down. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Okay. Just need a little bit more money. And I'll be able to get both these rooms online. And then we'll be able to have room for one more thing to make the room a little bit nicer. Okay, that'll be a valid room. Staff member is in a bad mood. Alright. I've been deliberately
I sedate.
kind of just leaving some of them to be underpaid. Unfortunately, we've hit that point I can't really get away with it anymore. Not gonna give you a raise, like, so far as more than what will make you happy. But I will keep you at what'll make you not throw a fit. What would be the next thing I'd potentially put in this room? Okay, that'd probably be it. Put in a table with an alarm clock. Of course, the staff's gonna get paid before we get that. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, so I did have to give the staff a raise or they're gonna quit on me. And if I do have them quit, the replacements would not be able to
Hibadu.
get what needs done. I let them be underpaid for a while. Honestly, just do it anyways. Put the one there. And if it's still there when it's all said and done, we can just rip it out. Okay.
Quadwa.
Every one of the sporties is only willing to pay like 1,800. Whereas the hikers actually had some with more money. I'm a little salty about that. I was really expecting way...
Hi.
Oh no, I take that back. You're at 3,500. Okay, so there's some big spenders in there. That's higher than we had among the hikers. I was about to be like, if you're all a bunch of cheapskates and I upgrade to get cheaper people, I'm going to be a little salty. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to add the one last thing here of the alarm clocks, and that's what those rooms are getting. We can also drop down here real fast for training. So you're going to get the... So you've already got all that plus leadership? Speed walking shouldn't be that relevant for you. Uplifting aura... I mean, that's fine. So both of the cooks are getting trained. Alright. So what we're going to want to do here is we are on 0 spend. Until we're ready to do the next floor. And the next floor would cost about 50,000. Because the hope here is that we've got this all set up.
Ira.
Yeah, you're 4,000. So that'll probably work. So we're going to get some bad reviews, because as you can see, our kitchen cannot handle the number of people here. Not even remotely close. But the hope here is that we will have got enough money rolling in that we can potentially get that. Well, actually, there's nothing to upgrade there. It's fine. Just leave everything else alone. Cutlery is not enough? Oh, because I've got a giant mountain of dishes that need washing. Bed was not made. That's not what you want to hear. Where's our employee break room? Oh, it's back there. That's fine. Oh, we had one of our people training. 1 out of 3? Okay. Alright, so if we just wait out the 3 days, that should be enough that we get the second objective done. And we're gonna need to wait for that money anyways to be able to finish the, because that also means I'm making 20,000 profit a day. So that means it'll be waiting we'll get the 2 days. And that should be about enough to potentially get ourselves the next floor just knocked out in one go. So far as the foundation. Which is interesting because I did spend money yesterday. So, do you ever get into the positive cash? Yeah, as long as I don't spend it. But why would I not spend the money? I'm curious if it'll dip below during the day. But, like... Okay, so it did dip below where it's saying the 20,000 recently, but we didn't lose the progress there, so we'll see what happens. Because that's what I'm curious. Because either way, we don't... Yeah, so I mean, we are positive cash right now. Get a whole lot of people showing up, which is good. Don't let the critics stay too long. Well, that's not helpful. And part of that right now was we had one of the waiters had to go take a break. But yeah, it's not really a good way for me to clean up the restaurant without moving it to get more space. Which is the next, like, that's the next thing on our agenda, is to move the restaurant. Give it a much bigger kitchen, more floor space for the restaurant itself. Okay. So we should actually be now a mix. Yeah, so we've got backpackers and sporties at the same time. So we've got a mix of different people here, which is good because that'll split them between the different types of entertainment. So it's staying at 1. We'll see if, like, the next day it goes up. They're complaining about not having towels ready and all that. Yeah, the cleaning crew is definitely not keeping up. I need to hire more, but that makes the objective harder. It is based on number of staff. Like I said, if we do end up having to expand to the restaurant before we complete this objective, then whatever it bumps up to, it bumps up to. Okay, we drop back down to 0 days. I wonder what was big that happened the previous day that we made all that money. Either way, we're still more money than we were at previously. Well, I think it's how much money you have at the end of the day, so far as the profit calculation. Either way, we're waiting until we get the next floor ready, and then when the next floor is ready, we'll turn around and from there get the restaurant expanded. Because we definitely need 2 stoves. That's one thing I'm absolutely recognizes 2 stoves is a basically a requirement. I'll also need the dishwasher, which I've already unlocked. I just don't have it because there's nowhere to put it. Okay. Okay, so 2-star review. Alright, so for when we get the bar, we'll just have all the slots already open right from the get-go. Okay. We just apparently jumped... We apparently made $37,000 in profit. Okay. Yeah, so that's the thing that's confusing there. Well, I'm gonna wait just a little longer. I could have the people build the floor, but I wouldn't be able to fill it in. Huh. It's interesting that we ended up having it, like, the last day we didn't make it happen. So, I'm not sure if it's going by this number. So cash flow for the last 24 hours. So we had our positive cash flow there, and then it dipped. Yeah, so there's like the 20,000 mark. Yeah, so it's like the last day we didn't make as much. So I'm curious if that has to do with, like, when a bunch of our people didn't get their food, that they got upset about it. Well, no, because that was the end of the day was when we made the 27. Oh, I bet you it's a lot of these ones that are staying for 2 days now. That because they're staying for 2 days, I get a day where I get a big payout, and then I get a day that it's just okay, and then a big payout again. That queue, the chefs are trying their best. We packed them in. We basically gave them a food truck-sized kitchen and told them to feed the entire hotel. And they glared at us, and they're trying their best. Yes, I want to see if when the next day happens, if we get a big payout. I think it is the problem of because everyone's kind of queued up on 2 days. That might be the issue where I get 1 day big pay, another day a smaller pay. Now, granted, what should happen over time is that should start to balance out as they're not all on the same schedule. It's kind of like if you ever played City Skylines, you do the thing where you do the explosive expansion all at once. And then, like, after a while, like, everyone dies around the same time because they're all roughly the same age. And so you get into this weird death spiral thing where it's like everyone's a kid at the same time, and therefore not able to work, and then they're all working and your economy's great, and then they all get elderly and now they're not working again. And so your economy just kind of spikes up and down constantly. And that, you know, your health services, like, you know, they have this one time when they're doing really, really well, and then suddenly everyone's dying at the same time, so suddenly they're slammed and they can't handle it. Now, if it does hit the 2 days, even if we have the money, we're just not going to touch anything. We're going to let it go the 3 days, if it goes. If it does drop back down to 0 or whatever, like if it drops back down to 0, we're building the next floor. If it keeps going up, we're letting it sit and just letting it run, getting the 3 days objectives knocked out, and then we can circle back later. Because, like, I mean, at that point, I'll have, like, $100,000 or whatever. We just build out a good big chunk of the next floor, get the restaurant flipped. Because once we have that, it's basically just keep expanding the hotel in general. But see, game systems like that cause collapse waves that aren't in roguelike or roguelite advancement always kind of bother you. It feels like a fundamental understanding of systems math, for example, City Skylines rent affordability. Yeah, when also like the idea of having the whole death wave in City Skylines, it's they make the range that people live for too uniform, because the reality is, yeah, you know, you have your life expectancy, it's around a window, but you're gonna have people have accidents and they'll pass away much younger. You'll have people who defy the odds and live way past where you're at. So it does have a thing where it does have a tendency to be like, you know, there'll be a whole thing. And what age they move in, right? Because you would have a lot of immigration as opposed to being born there as well, because people are constantly immigrating and emigrating in real life. Like there's high mobility in population. Outside of, you know, extremes, and usually those extremes are really bad. Those extremes are everyone's emigrating, and suddenly your entire city is just emptying of people and your economy is collapsing. Or you're a boom town where like everyone's immigrating in, and usually that means your economy is going to be doing extremely well. Again, outside particular outliers where, you know, you're dealing with extreme scenarios. Also, even when you get a big town expansion, you won't get like 50,000 20-year-olds moving in reality. No, usually there's a cadence to those things. Also, that people often replace more gracefully in real life. They move into care or with family rather than spending their final decade in a full rent family home. Yeah, City Skylines with its yearly tidal wave flooding half the city. Oh yeah, no, that's you look at the disasters in City Skylines and they are not balanced between each other. You get like the storm, snooze, I'll replace a power tower or two, no big deal. You get the fire, the forest fire, snooze, you know, people just take care of it. You get the earthquake, kind of annoying. It'll break some buildings, and it'll, like, if it's badly placed, it can be annoying. But generally, okay, so we went back down to 0. Alright. So if we went back down to 0, here's the thing. We're just not going to sweat it. We expand. Alright. Major project time. No, we just went into debt. It's fine. It's going to take the people who do the work a long time to actually get the work done. So I'm not super worried about it. But then the plan is we're going to get the restaurant, bar, and probably spa built. And so this floor is going to have a restroom over on this side. I think we'll divide this bottom area here between, like, the restaurant and the spa, maybe? Like, maybe the spa just goes this entire length of the left side, for the most part, like a really long, narrow spot. Maybe it kind of pops out a little bit, but then the bulk of this will be the restaurant down here. You know, and the kitchen. And then we'll have the restroom over here, and then this whole area still be, like, elevator, all that garbage. Also, because I forgot to do it, okay, now with that said though, it is getting to be about that time, so I'm going to go ahead and save this. I could see doing another day of this. I'm enjoying this. Actually, this level here, to me, is way more interesting and more fun than the previous. Like, all the levels I've been enjoying, but the New York one, it's like, okay, I genuinely have a very different task to handle here. So very much. Like, it's a sandbox mode to a certain extent with, like, challenge rails around it. But with that said, I need to be wrapping up for the night because I've been staying up way too much lately. So with that said, thank you so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're over watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready, but thanks so much for tuning in. And we're going to go ahead and go to my ending stream screen and seeing who we can find to drop a raid on. You like how it gives